coffee. Hi. Hello, Christy. Alexandra, Linz. Hi, folks. Come on in. We're kind of having a day with our 3-year-old. He's losing it. He's probably going to come in here in just a minute. How's everyone doing? Welcome in. Welcome. Good. I'm so glad. You guys, we have over 112 members. I feel ya. Over 112 members in foundations. That's crazy. Let me pull this up. Happy Saturday. No fancy find tonight. All right. I'm not doing fancy find. My luxury didn't show up in time, and we want to get as many people into rejoin. If you're a part of Foundation, Salty, you have lifetime access. So you should be able to get into the group. Hi, Chanel. Chanel, I just want you to know, I really do come to your shows because I just think that we would be really good friends in good life. You remind me of someone, this is kind of a weird analogy, but you remind me of, if there was a pack of dogs, you would be like the stable, no drama, chill. All the other dogs would adapt. Does that make sense? I'm just over the drama. So much drama. Hi, Sarah. Hi. You're so welcome. Oh my gosh, Stephen. This vintage house, I wanted to thank you both for making these lives. I finally did my first live 2 days ago, sold 52 items and almost 800. I love you. I'm going to bookmarking. Let's go. Look. 52 sales. That is so amazing. You guys, she has 0 bookmarks. Will you go bookmark her? This is what we love to hear. For those of you who are new here, my name is Jenica. I've been selling on the Whatnot app for 3.5 years. I've done almost 36,000 sales, which is crazy. And we are doing master live sales. My husband and I do a joint master class on my channel. I know. Your energy is just so good and really mature. And yeah, I go to your shows because I want to hang out with you. And you have great stuff. And we are going to be doing a master class today, tomorrow. Tomorrow is the exclusive training for those who have joined foundations within the last month. So if you join foundations, your exclusive training will be shared to you through a link in your messages. And if you guys are like, what the heck is foundations? It is a group community that my husband and I host on an app called Circle. We help live sellers. We give them a very specific curriculum to follow to grow their live selling business. And we've had huge success. The people in our community are posting their wins just like this vintage house did. And the amount of wins we are seeing is kind of breathtaking. And honestly, honestly, I just feel like most people, they just need a simple direction. They just want to know that they're not, hello. I'm so glad. They just need a process to plug into. And if you are someone who's doing live sales and you are like, I feel like I'm spinning my wheels, I'm getting the same results, I'm not seeing growth, you should join foundations. You can join it in the bin. And yeah, we have coaching calls. Hi, Mama. How are you? I can't even get live. Okay, is that because you're afraid? Why can't you get live? Is it a scheduling issue? Tell me your thoughts. And Yvonne, I can't tell you enough what your daughter is to this community. Truly. Both of you. Like, I just am so thrilled to like have a mother-daughter relationship that is so healthy and pure and kind, and yeah, so excited. Do it scared. Yes. Yes. So Alex and Layla Hermosi, if you guys don't follow them, you should follow them. Their business principles are what helped us grow MGV, Making Grace Vintage, to where it is. And my husband is teaching a lot of what he has learned from Alex Hermosi, and he references him all the time. So if you're not following them, you should. But Alex and Layla Hermosi have a mantra that says, F your feelings, do it anyways. And I have lived by that. Hi, Tanya. Tanya, you, my dear, are so beautiful. You were trying on items, and you're like, if I could have anything in the world, it would be your hair. Like, you just had thick, full hair, and you're so beautiful and tan. And like, I was just like, you try those things on, woman. You're beautiful. Okay, let's see what Lintro says. I did $3 and $5 starts this morning for the first time. I saw the difference. I'm not ready for $1 starts yet, but I'm gonna stick with it. Let's go. One thing I would recommend is, hi, Lucy. I love you. Hi. One thing I would recommend is only choose one start bid. So don't switch it from this one's a $3, this one's a $5. Hi, keep going movement. How are you? I'm glad to see you in here. And so that's what I would do. I would just choose one, either do all $5 or, okay, Lynn, wonderful. Either choose all $5 or all $3. And I'm so glad that we put language in, hi, Andrea. We put language in the group, in the community of our nervous systems. A lot of times we'll go live and our precious nervous systems can't handle it. And I'm so grateful we have like a language as to what to call it and what we should do with it. So if you, I'm just, yeah, I think it's been really helpful for people, and to just be aware that the way we feel when we go live highly impacts our success. And we do need to, at some points, we need to cater to that. So, you guys, I can't even tell you. I had some bookmarks for my show. However, I had to push it back because I'm currently in the hospital. I hope people still come when I do the show. Susie, first off, never change your name. I know I've already told you that. Your name is super easy to read, but it's like, it stands out because it's really long and it just kind of like flows off the tongue. So, don't change your name. Also, put a pinned comment in your show. Tell them, you know, if you tell them what you feel comfortable telling them, but tell them, I will, as soon as I'm healthy, we will resume. But let them know, so when they go into your show poster, they know what's going on, and just pin it. I have a question. When you do your test shows, do you take pictures of everything and put them in the shop? So, keep going movement. I am no longer doing test shows. I mean, I feel like we need to like redo our explaining of test shows and chef shows, because the attributes of them. So when you go into, let me just show her how to do this and then I'll finish my comment. When you go into your show, so let me put these down. It'll look like this, okay? and you're going to hit this button and you're going to hit announce, and it will pin it to the top. Okay. And then I'm just going to put hello, and it will keep it there. And so when anytime someone comes in, they're going to know you're either in the hospital or whatever. Hi, Mitchie. Mitchie. I love you. So I would just use that pin feature. And hi, Stephanie. I saw you come in. I love you. I love you so much. Stephanie, I had a wonderful Latina friend. Her name was Kelsey Ortiz, and she was one of my best friends ever. You remind me so much of her. The vibe, like, I loved how you tried everything on, and you looked beautiful in everything, and your whole vibe, the way you pose, I love that in the beginning you were like, I want to let the clothes talk, but I can't do it. I just have to be able to talk. If you guys are wondering who I'm talking about Kat's Pajamas. You should go follow her. She is adapting the LSP model. She's right there. And I texted Sarah. I was like, Sarah, you literally changed her life. You went into her show, you saw the it factor, and you were like, you just need this model to succeed. And she had over 30 people in her show. It works. The model works. And if you plug it in and you do it, you will get results. And I can say that confidently now because we have over 112 people in our community. Listen to this. We have over 112 people in the community. 82 of them have logged in within the last 48 hours, meaning 82 people out of 112 in our community have logged in, done activity, read posts. Share is whooping y'all though. Share, they're all top performers in the community. And you guys can look at your ranking. I don't know if you guys know that, but there's an actual ranking in foundations. And it's really fun. It's cool to like look at where people are. Okay, Andrea, you can also click vacation mode if you're not sure when you'll be back. I love that, Andrea. That's great. Yeah, she sold out, you guys. Amazing. Stephanie sold out her show. She loaded her shop. She did AI photos. Like it, I, Stephanie, I go into these shows, like I go into Mitchie's show, I go to your show, but people who are actually following my model of a show, for the first time, I'm going to your guys' shows and I'm understanding the market data. I'm understanding why my show is so sticky because I'm fully enthralled with what's happening. I couldn't leave. I couldn't leave your show. I was just like, this has stickiness to it, and I never could understand why because no one does a show like me. And now we're teaching it, and I go into your guys' show, and I'm just like totally getting it. I get it now. Totally. Yeah, you want your show to be sticky. That's why we're like, one low start bid, load your store, put all the info. Hi, Nini. I forgot I put cookies in the oven. I was so engrossed. See what you do, Steph? See your show? My husband, it was like he was watching a football game. Like, we get so amped for your guys' success. Like, we truly, truly want you guys to win. Have you ever experienced losing the availability to see and select who pays for shipping? I could no longer see it. I was told Whatnot is having issues. No, Christy, if you're a new seller, you don't have multiple options for shipping. They've recently turned that off for new sellers because my guess is they were abusing it. So you don't have that option yet. You need to continue to go live and continue to prove that you're an active member of the community and on the app selling, and then they'll turn that feature on for you. But if you're a brand new seller, I really don't think anyone should be messing with their shipping. 921 shipping, and the buyer pays always. Like, I just think in a business, you need to make sure your profit is going back into your inventory. At least I didn't make you burn them. Positive part. I kept forgetting to run my items from my tray. I had preloaded lots, but then also had unlisted and kept running unlisted. Okay, so I would recommend to only do one. You're either going to do a full mystery pull show or you're doing a full loaded show. You need to choose, because what happens is I personally, I don't like it. I don't like doing random pulls and loaded shops. I have many friends on the app who do that, and I personally don't enjoy it as a buyer or as a cohesive form to do a show. It's not cohesive. You're having to bounce from, is this loaded or is this not loaded? Confusion kills conversion. If you are confusing your buyers by doing a half preloaded and half, just preload the whole thing. Here's the thing. I think we need to get over this idea that we need to be live all the time and actually normalize the preparation of what it takes to do a show and to perform a show and execute a show, and go live less. Do your execution, load your shop, do what you need to do to run a show, instead of being like, I'll do half here and half here. Because just like you said, this vintage house, you got confused. So just do a show. Here's the thing with what Stephen and I were trying to teach is there is no difference between a test show and a chef show. Yes, a chef show is your best of the best of the best. But I think after like going through the curriculum, designing my own shows, having the ability to do highly curated shows, we are only doing chef shows, and the chef shows are the test shows. So every show you do, you're getting market data. I feel like when we do test shows and chef shows, we put test shows as like, oh, we're just testing. But you can do that in a chef show and execute beautifully and get extreme market data. And I think you're going to get clear market data by loading your shop with 50 items with measurement, size, material, and a photo. We also are incorporating a tracker into foundations, and you need that data. If you're doing mystery pulls, the tracker is not going to be able to pull what information it needs if all it says is mystery pull 4 to 7 ounces for every item. You're missing out on so much data. And I think we need to stop normalizing the I just need to get live, and instead be like, I need to do the full prep, follow the entire sequence of a loaded shop and run 50 items. If you're going to try items on, practice doing that. Make sure you have a roadmap. Your roadmap is your tray, it is your store. So I know exactly what I'm running and when I'm running it because my tray is in order. I'm not having to figure out why isn't this listed or what. Like, my show, I'm the amount of prep that I put into a fancy find is it's it's professional level, and that's where we're going. So I struggle with mystery pulls, especially if you're a new seller. Like if you're a new seller, you need to get your bearings and you need to design and execute a show, because you're going to get so much more market data than you are if you go live willy-nilly it and throw a bunch of items at your audience. The standard of your show is going to be set by the beginning shows that you do. The difference between someone having over, and my chat is frozen, so I'm not able to see what you guys are writing, but I really just want to get this out. The level of the difference between a live seller going live for their first show and having 100 people versus someone who only has 5 to 6 people is all comes down to preparation. It all comes down to, did you do the 5S cycle? Are you finishing this cycle? If you don't know what the 5S cycle is, I encourage you to join Foundations. It's in the playbook, it's in the playbook walkthrough, and those videos share. Daisy Lane has literally gone through the content multiple times. This woman is, I'm sure she's doing shipping, she's sourcing, whatever. I don't know what she's doing, but she's whooping y'all in the videos section. I'll tell you that much. She's #1 on the app for activity because she's listening to the videos. That sort of stuff, like, I think that's why everyone loves to come to masterclass, is because we are repeating and just downloading what your mentality should be for live sales. And every show should be 50 items loaded with measurements, a brief title, one photo, material, and size. If you do that, and if also this goes for everything, okay? This go like, if you sell other things besides clothing, you still need to do that. You still need to measure it. You still need to take a photo of it. You still have to put a title. I can't even begin to tell you how invaluable my order section on my whatnot is, because I have photos, because I have a brief title. I'm gonna whoop someone who is doing mystery pulls and can't look at their data again. We are data hounds. That's what we are. We remove the emotion, the expectation of an item going for high, and we are only looking for market data. We're looking to get better at picking up and sourcing things. Here's the thing, you guys. Most of the people who are in the women's clothing category or in the clothing category in general, they are all either pallet pullers, they have high volume of one brand, and they're mixing it up. They're switching what brand they sell each day. Right now, they are the leaders. But I'm going to call it, give it a year, and it will be the individuals who source and go pick by hand every single item in their show. That's going to be so much more sticky and more interesting than someone who is doing pallet pulls and pulling the same item in different sizes over and over and over again. Like, the girl who thrifts all of her items has not had her shiny day on the app. No, like, no one respects that seller unless they do it. Unless they do it. Unless you're on the app and you're picking every single item, then people are like, holy crap, this is so much work. It is a lot of work, but we're pros. We put the work in. We don't just go live and willy-nilly it. Your store needs to be loaded. You need to have measurements. You need to have a roadmap for your show, because if you keep If you do half mystery and you do half loaded, you are confusing yourself and you're confusing your buyer. And if you're a pro, you're going to load that store, you're gonna put in the work. And so many people are like, this is so much work. Sorry. Do you want to do the work to have potentially make millions of dollars on this app? That's what we're talking about. We're talking about an opportunity where you could make millions of dollars. We're talking about generational curses on your financial well-being being broken. And you could be the first millionaire in your family because of this app. And we're like, I don't want to load 50 items. Come on. It's worth it. And if you start doing it now, it gets easier. It's not difficult for me to load 50 items to put the measurements and the size, everything I need in the listing. It's not difficult for me because I've done it so much. So do the work and it will become easier. It will become a part of you, a part of your process to where you're not thinking about how much work you have to put in, because there is no other show. There is no other prep. There is no other way to do it other than to load the shop. That's what I think needs to change, is there's no other show but a chef show. We are data hounds. Pick 50 items, load it, run your show, look at your data, go back out, source more items, that the ones that got bid up. And you will become 10 times better than someone who's throwing 180 items at a phone with 0 pictures, 0 measurements, and no listing. So I think mystery pulls is for high volume, and it had its day, but I am seeing now that I'm out of the mystery pull phase and I am in the phase of doing a fully curated show. Now you're probably like, Jenica, you have a mystery pull show. You're right. I do have a mystery pull show, but I've also done high volume and understand how to do both. I was doing mystery pulls at the bins. Like I was running a whole show out of 2 shopping carts. Like, there's a time and a place for a mystery pull show. I'm speaking to the people who are trying to build their whatnot career from the very beginning. And if you set the tone with a fully loaded show and you give your audience an experience, you're going to have higher viewership, you're going to have bidding velocity, and you're going to have the data to be able to go out into the wild again and go find what sold well. But I think we need to normalize that it's a lot of work. But anything worthwhile is a lot of work. Anything that is going to make you millions of dollars is a lot of work. Like, my husband's been busting his butt on this community. He's redesigning the whole thing. He was literally working all day yesterday. That's why we didn't go live, because there's moments where we need to work on our business, and then there's moments we need to work in our business. And going live is working in your business. It's doing the damn thing. Working in your business or on your business is up high, looking at the algorithm, looking at what you're doing, looking at your plans, and figuring that out. Make sure you're not in the gray zone. One thing that I want to tell, I have not looked at the comments. I'm sorry. I get on a rant and in a tangent, and if I read the comments, I'm going to lose my train of thought, but I will scroll through in just a minute. One thing I want to tell the members of our community is, I know that this is really exciting. I know that your time and attention wants to be in everyone's show, but y'all need to rest. Y'all need to pick and choose the days that you're going to go to shows. Y'all need to make sure you're not plugged in all the time, because then the group doesn't get your best. The group doesn't get people showing up to their shows with their best, you know, like turn your phone off. It's okay. You got to focus on you just as much as you got to attend someone else's show. And I know it's exciting and we're all like, this is amazing and I can't believe this is happening. Steven and I all day yesterday we were just like, I can't believe how active our community is. 82 people out of 112 logged in within the last 48 hours. That to have a high, like, insane active community is pretty incredible. And I know it's exciting. We're all identifying that, like, oh my gosh, we don't have to do this live seller journey alone, but just make sure you are unplugging, that you are taking time for yourself and you are designating time where you're not on the app. All right. Because whatnot can be so exhausting because you're bouncing from show to show to show and everyone has different energies and you're ready. Some people are winning, some people are losing, and you're just, it's a lot, you know? So, all right. I'm diving into the comments. I'm diving in. Let's see. I read all these. Have you ever experienced losing availability to see and select who pays for shipping? Okay, we answered that. I did dollar starts. You all give me great confidence that I'll be able to add fashion show later this year. Follow the recipe, create, yes, a Michelin experience. Exactly. Exactly, Cher. That's why you're listening to the videos, because you got plans. You got plans to expand. If you guys aren't following Daisy Lane, you should follow her. She's amazing. She's like 64 and crushing it. She's selling out her antique show. She's watching her film back. She's like a student of the game and it's badass. I need to have better discipline. I get so excited by the stuff I see in my room that I can also run. Yes. The vintage house. Get excited about that one curated show. Put those other items out of the room. Put it in a different closet. Put it elsewhere. Babe, thanks so much for like commenting and helping. I appreciate that. Yeah, it doesn't work great on my jewelry shows. Yeah, I don't enjoy it. I don't like doing mystery pulls and a fully loaded show. Choose one or the other. Is one better than the other? I think so. I think a fully loaded show, you're going to have way better market data, especially when you go sourcing. That's exactly what I'm doing. I was on 4 to 6 days a week now, and I'm trying to only do 3 or 4. Totally. There is massive value in you taking your time, putting the prep into the show, and doing a show after you've done all the prep. So if you can only do that twice a week, then you can only do that twice a week. So just figure out like how long does it take you, time it. So you guys, Stephen gave me the curriculum of the breakdown of the journal. I'm currently designing it. Okay, we're gonna have it ready before the launch pad launches, but we're currently working on it, and it's going to be a game changer. This is going to be a journal that is handwritten, that you guys are going to be doing a sourcing journal, a show journal, and it's all going to be in one. You're going to follow the 5S model in the journal, and it's going to create that muscle memory. I don't keep a journal anymore. I have a process that is so ingrained in my mind that you bet your bottom dollar I'm going to use this journal though. The journal that we're designing, I never had access to this data. Most of my career was only based on what the seller analytics gave me. So y'all are living in a time where like the data is amazing. Amazing. So be so grateful. So I should do 2 longer shows instead of 3. Yeah, instead of 3, 100%. I think we genuinely need to be aware that if we're not showing up on the app as our best with designing 50 items in a show, and you guys, the understand that these numbers, like 50 items, for me, I am saying that to the girl who is like struggling on the app, trying to figure out what the heck she's doing. Is she doing mystery pulls? Is she doing a loaded store? Does she do low starts? Does she do this? Like, I'm speaking to the girl who's in analysis paralysis, okay? And I'm trying to give very tangible, like, numbers for her to be able to take action. If you have 80 plus items and you're willing to load it and put it in your shop, run an 80 item show. Like, I genuinely think you can whoop some booty by doing high volume, but you do got to put in the work, because on the back end, when the show is over, you want to make sure your orders have the photo, they have the size, you have what you need to go out and go source more of your bangers. So if you're new here, I go on my phone to my orders section while I am sourcing. When I am sourcing, I am following a very specific pattern. Dresses, blazers, skirts, pants. Like, every thrift store, I am moving throughout the thrift store in the same sequence. I'm not going in there and just being like, whatever section calls to me. And I'm looking at every single item. And if you are not looking at every single item in your thrift store and you are going to a regular Goodwill where it is organized and on hangers, girl, you need to do that. Or boy, you need to do that, because I'm going to the bins and touching every single item. And now I'm going to a regular thrift store to source for fancy finds, and I'm touching every item, because the only way you find the goods is by doing the work. Are you going into a thrift store and just willy-nillying it? Or do you have a process? And the journal that is for Launchpad, if you want to join Launchpad, you got to first join Foundations. I know, Chanel, it's a real thing. But there are people out there who cherry pick their way to their items, and I just don't think that it is beneficial. I think it's a lazy way of sourcing, and I think that people get too um hung up on wanting to, like, skip out on the work that you need to do a good show. I every time I go sourcing, I know exactly where I am going. I know where I'm going in the thrift store. I know what section has the most for me in every thrift store. Yes! Adesha, I love you. Yeah, so Christy, you are saying weigh each item also along with photos. Yes. Here's another thing. When you load your shop and you weigh your items beforehand, you have so much peace of mind when you go into shipping. Because shipping, you are going to be using your photos to make sure your customers get the right item. And if you, by you putting the correct weight of the item and not doing mystery pulls, you are going into shipping with so much more confidence, because it's all correct. You don't have to change or fix anything. Mystery pulls, you do the weight wrong, you got to fix it, and it's probably going to come out of your pocket. So why not build a system and a structure for your shows and only go live when that system and structure is fulfilled? You're going to get 10 times better results by doing that than you just doing mystery pulls. I don't pick up everything just because I can sell it. I pick up what follows the theme of my show. And by theme, I mean every show has an undercurrent of similarities. I'm not saying this is a fully boho show, this is a fully luxury show. I am going off of aesthetics, brands, years. There are lots of undertones in a show. And to curate a show, it doesn't have to be, this has to be all 1970s. This has to be all boho. Like, you can use your 50 item show and create a stellar experience for your buyers, and they're going to come back. Don't you think that's so much more beneficial to put the work in to design the show, execute the show, and have your buyers at the end of it be like, what? That was amazing. You bet your bottom dollar they are going to be bookmarking your shows, turning on notifications because they never want to miss a show. I would rather have us start out right there than doing a bunch of mystery pool shows that you get no data on, other than you have to watch the film back and you have to look at your orders while you do that. Or instead you just load your show and all your data is in there. The tracker my husband is building for Launchpad, it you need that data. You need the title, you need the size, you need the photo, you need that in order to really benefit from my husband's tracker. So why I think we just build in from the very beginning all the data, that making sure you're filling out every area of the data you need for the tracker. And the whole idea of being a pro live seller is to be a pro. And a pro is going to have a loaded shop. She's going to handpick every single item. She's going to design, curate a show, and then perform it. It's a performance. We are not going live and throwing clothes at a phone. We are going live. We are trying things on. We are telling stories. We are experts and pros at being a pro. And the idea that we can get there without putting our best foot forward every single show, I think is a lie. I think it's a lie. And I think it's a really short-handed way to get to where you want to go. Like Edith Everhome Collection, she had 185 people in her show. And she wrote in the community, I don't think my nervous system could have held all of those people if I didn't have a loaded shop to follow. So would you rather be, she had multiple rates. And she was at 185 people and held it the whole show. Why? Because her shop was loaded. She had photos. She followed a process. She did the 5S cycle. And it's like wildfire. And if you want some wildfire in your show, load it, run a show. It was amazing. I know. Like, to see the amount of success that everyone is having. Daisy Lane is selling out all of her antique shows. This is the thing, is like so many people are unwilling to do the work, and the outcome you are seeking is so close. It's so, like, you just have to follow the LSP model, join foundations, get into our community, and ask your questions. It's a support team. We are a team, a very loving, honorable team. And we want to see everyone win. Tanya, Cat Daniels Den, she wrote in the community this morning, I am free all day. Please drop your shows below. Everyone's putting their shows in there. If you want people to show up and show out for you and help you design your shows and make sure you're staying on course, join our community, because it's the best way to do that. The best way to do that. And I just feel like the people who are struggling the most on this app are moving from tactic to tactic to tactic, throwing stuff at the wall, hoping it's going to stick. We already know what sticks. Is it the only way to do it? No. Is our way the only way? No. But if you want to win and you want to win quickly, I would say that our way is a pretty good, fair shot for you to do that. And that's like what everyone is seeking. Everyone wants the bidding velocity. Everyone wants the people in the room, but they don't want to load a shop. Fancy Finds is growing every single week. Every week. And that's amazing. Like, my revenue per item is over $40, meaning every item I run in Fancy Finds is going for 40 and up on average. That's insane. And all you have to do is follow the footsteps that we are showing you and get into a community of people that are doing the same thing. It's, you guys, what is happening in our community is like, Steven and I spent most of yesterday like in a daze of just being like, is this really happening? This is really happening, because we've done 3 communities before this and none of it was like this. None of it. Like Michael Ramos, the woodworker, he was in our last coaching group and he wasn't going live. His sons were. This coaching group, he's live. I've seen him live multiple times this week and he's figuring it out. You know, like he's making custom woodwork pieces live and he's in the calls for Launchpad and he's crushing it. Like, the plug-in to the community will change your life. Stephanie had her first show, sold out show. I was in her show last week. Cats in Pajamas. I was in her show last week. She had 12 people. She held 25 baseline the whole time. Because we understand the psychology of the people on the app and we're asking you to design a show that adapts to that psychology. And so many people are like, but I want the psychology to be different. I want people to pay $25 starts for my beautiful items. It doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. But if you want to join a community, you should. I really need to fill my shop and really do the prep so I actually know what products are good. Andrea, are you in here? I would love to give you some quick feedback because I was in your show. Okay. Missy, you don't hold your inventory back from your audience. You need to trust them. They don't trust you because you don't trust them. Don't say, I'll only run one. We'll see how it goes. I'll only run one. Don't do that. You make your audience, it doesn't make them feel good. And no, here's the thing though, Andrea, is your ability to source incredible beauty items is like next level. No soup for you. Is next level. You have a great eye and you run those items. You stop telling them that you're only going to run one and how they perform on that one. You run all of them or don't show it. Okay? But I'm buying. You're the only person I'm currently buying from. So, you're doing something right. You know what I mean? I just wanted to give you that feedback because I think your show could be, you will have 50, 60, 70 people in there if you take that out. Of course, of course. And I saw that you moved your camera down. I love you. I went into Chanel's show. She went out and bought a clear plastic platform to put her stuff on. Chanel ran over 170 items last night, all for $5 starts. She sold out. She sold every item. And the people in Chanel's show are like, thank you so much for teaching me how to use my hair care. Because she's a beautician. She's certified. She understands the product. There's so many people in the hair care industry who are selling on this app, and yet they have no idea how to use it. Like, if you are an expert in something and you know something, like Amy Z. Ladas, she is learning why fabrics are better than others. She's learning why silk is better than polyester. And she's teaching it to her audience, and they love it. They love it. Is it like any sort of area? Like, I'm teaching on luxury. I'm literally sitting down with ChatGPT and I'm learning about these they're artists. That's what they are. Like, these people are the top people in fashion designing insanely expensive items that most people wish they could get their hands on. And I'm learning about these stylists and the amount of work that goes into being a luxury brand, to where I think my irreverence for luxury is limiting me, because to me, I'm so detached from the outcome. I like, it's a Pierre Balmain bag, you know? And learning about the brands is making me more reverent. It's making me understand what it is that I'm truly selling. And for some of these items to go for dollars, that's my fault. A lot of times you will look back at your shows and it wasn't a people problem. It wasn't a product problem. It was a presentation problem. I didn't spend enough time on a luxury bag. I didn't give a story behind it. And I just ran it and thought, oh, it's luxury. So right here, MGB. This is my channel. And I didn't give it its due diligence. So therefore, no one bid. And I think we all need to normalize watching our shows back. If you've had a show within the last 24 hours, you should be watching it. Don't watch it right after. It's too close to the fact. You need some hindsight. But if you're someone that's like, I don't know if I can even build that in, this is what I do. When I do shipping, I play the video receipt of every single item. And if something bid up, I'll just push the time bar back 20 to 30 seconds so I can see what was I saying about the item. How did I show it? What was my camera angle? Did I try it on? Well, like, be a student of your own show and you will surpass everyone who does not. Always. In my private show, it said free shipping. Is that because it was just really practice and there were no purchases made? I don't know. Working and listening always. I love you. I love you, Sherry. You're freaking awesome and you're proof of concept, and we're so happy to have you. I listened to it over and over again. So much good knowledge in that book. Totally. Repetition is key. I feel like it takes hearing it multiple times to really get it. Totally, Nina. I learn something every time I'm here. Every time I listen to anything in Circle. Totally. And like, I agree, Jen. I think people get invested in the story you tell with your clothes. Totally. And if it doesn't bid up, most of the time it's a presentation problem. Some of the time it is sourcing. No. You're good. I love it. Let's go. I love it. Join us. We'd love to have you. I think I might be done with, let's go. 0. I'm going to send you a QR code. the QR, send it to another device to scan. It's going to open a Circle app. The group is hosted on Circle, and it's going to have you set up a profile, and you go in there and introduce yourself to the community, and please put your whatnot handle in your bio. That's the best way for people to come to your shows and support you. And things are going to be changing up in the foundations group. Stephen put a post in there yesterday that we're going to be updating things and making it more streamlined. But just like you guys, we're building this as we go. So like, so grateful for your guys' like understanding. I would is Neiman and Marcus considered luxury? I would say it's like luxury. They do sell luxury brands, but I would say it's like Nordstrom. Like maybe a higher end of Nordstrom. No, no. So Doll Fun 2, you should download the Circle app. Download it on your phone, log into your Circle um login, and you'll stay logged in. Okay, it's definitely luxury. Yeah, you're so welcome. I think I might be done with unlisted pulls. I loved how less chaotic it was. I felt so much more accomplished than I ever have. Totally. When you're in the gray zone, you guys, Steven, you should cover the gray zone today. That's a really good concept. Um, but the gray zone is where you're not really focused on one particular area. You're kind of going all over the place, which keeps you in this undirected uh trajectory where like you can't really pinpoint what you've done to be able to help you get this result. But like my husband will explain it way better. But the gray zone for me was a game changer because I felt like I was um when I was doing high volume mystery pull shows, I just felt like there wasn't enough intention in what I was doing. That, I mean, the high volume was incredibly beneficial for me and has made me a great live seller. But if I could do it over again, I would do a chef show every time. I would load my shop. I would have done it differently. Granted, going live from the bins for 9 months literally has changed me as a live seller. It gave me so much insight, and all of that was mystery pull. But I feel like it really rounded me out as a live seller and gave me perspective. Um, and to do a show solely because I knew you guys loved it. Like most of the time, I didn't want to do a bin show. I didn't want to get up and go to the bins. I wasn't like thrilled to do it. But once I'd hit the live button, then I was like, this is so fun. And then when I turned the live off, I'm like, oh, now I gotta take it all home. I gotta ship it all. I gotta, it's over 200 pounds of clothes almost every time I went live from the bins. But I also loved having pictures of pieces for shipping. Exactly. It'll speed that process. Can you suggest any tips to make things move along faster when it comes to loading your pre-listings? So I do everything in phases. I don't build out one listing at a time. So my AI photos, I generate every single AI photo before I load it to my shop. Once I load it to my shop, I don't measure until, because a lot of times I'm waiting for my luxury to get here, but I want you guys to know what I have coming so that you guys can pre-bid or look at the goods that I'm sourcing. Um, so once my shop is loaded, then I go in and I add my measurements to the title and put it in sequence. They're really the only, Tanya, the fastest way for you to do it is to just do it and refine your process. So like do it and then look at what your process and be like, how could I make this faster? But essentially it's going to be you looking at your process and refining it over time. So you guys, I want to remove this idea of chef show and test show because I think it really confuses people. um when Stephen and I first started coaching, we were referring to live sales as a chef, that we are chefs. We go out into the thrifts and we find treasure. We go and find our ingredients. And we were just referring each show as a chef show because you're a chef. You're going out into the thrift stores, you're finding your goods, and you're creating a show like a chef would. We were trying to identify two separate actions. One, a chef show is showing up for your shows with everything prepped, ready to go, and you are prepped and ready to go. That's what we mean by a chef show. But a chef show and a test show are the same. Okay, we're just not even gonna use those terms anymore because it confuses people. But essentially, every show is your best show and you're doing it for market data. We called it a test show because you're testing items with your audience, but you're doing that every show anyways. So I think we just need to call it a show. When you're prepping for a show, this is what it should look like. I do think there is a big group on Whatnot buyers that will just never buy pre-loved. They just want new at tag, period. Totally. But that's why the vintage category is my category. I went into contemporary because there are people who don't want to buy thrifted clothes. They do want to get a deal and they want to go to the pallet pullers or the people who have, high volume of a specific brand. But they're not our buyers. Our buyers love secondhand curated shows and they love an experience. And so I'm going to cater my show to those buyers, not buyers that aren't my buyers. So if they don't want to buy new at tag, then they're not going to come to my show. Or if they do want to buy new at tag, they're not going to come to my show, which is fine. There are so many users on this app that it doesn't matter. I'm getting butterflies. It's making me feel excited and teary-eyed to think I am putting myself there. Can't wait for it. Let's do it. Guilty. When I was doing the preload, I was like, man, this is taking forever. But my show was so awesome. And I'm like, I'll do that pre-listing, no problem. And it becomes exciting. Me loading my shop, I love loading my shop because I get to see my show come together. Once you start to understand that the process of what you are doing is the show, it's part of the show. And the more you are involved and highly aware of what you're doing before your show, the better your show will go. So I was in a show last night and the seller kept saying that they were going to get off soon. Oh, I'm almost done. We're going to get off soon. And her viewership went boom, 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 boom. It went down because she didn't commit to her show. She didn't have a loaded shop and she kept telling her viewers that she was going to get off soon. And we have to be aware that your intention and momentum and how you show up on the live creates mirror neurons, and your audience feels the same way that you do. And with these cameras, you can see every micro expression. You can see when it hurts someone for an item to go for $1. So make sure your nervous system and you're prepped and ready to go, because if you're prepped and ready to go, they will be. Some of my highest revenue shows were the shows that I put the most time and intention into. So normalize loving the process. Make it a part of you doing a show and build it out so that you love it, you enjoy it. Oh my gosh. Yeah, Pat, and be hyper aware of that. I was diagnosed with fibromyalgia when I was 22. Turns out I was just married to someone who made my body go haywire. But that fatigue and pain is a lot. So only do what you can do. Time your show, maybe load 50 items, Pat, and then do your show, and then when you start to feel fatigued, look at how many items you have left and note that for next time so that you can show up fully as yourself and fully ready to show up for your audience. All right. Yeah, I don't even think about how tough it is. It isn't, to be honest. Yeah, chef show every time. What is a chef show? I hope that's I need to remove that. I need to I'm going to be designing the journal today, and I'm going to be thinking of better terms for this, because a chef show and a test show are the same. You're showing up as your best on every show, you're loading the shop, and you're using your market data. Testing is market data, but you're doing that every show. So there is no difference between the two, and we need to remove that language. And also, you guys, like, literally, Steven and I are building this as we go. Like, Steven's redesigning the whole community right now because we have 112 people in there, and we're seeing where people are getting lost through their activity. So Steven's like, I can streamline this, I can make this better. And honestly, it's just a sign of growth. Anytime, an area improves in any business, you're going to have to switch things up. You're going to have to refine as you go. I've noticed in one of my communities that the key players all of a sudden have been loading their shops, running in order, and doing dollar starts. Exactly. There is a formula. There is a process that you can follow as a second hand sourcer who runs a show. That's who this is for. We are designing a show for treasure hunters, people who love to go out and thrift and find their goods. It's a mystery to the viewers, not the seller. Totally. But babe, I just don't think we should be teaching people to do a mystery show, especially in the beginning. They need to be doing fully loaded shows because there's so much more value in that and market data. Hi, Sherry. I'm going to send you a message. I just want your expertise on what you do as your day job and kind of just some direction. And so I'm going to message you on Circle. It'll probably be like later this evening because I'm going to be with kids. But, yeah, I love you. I'm glad you're here. The retro rack. I don't know if you're still in here, Bree, but I love you. I love you deeply. Okay. Your ninja kicks get me fired up. Yeah, my husband was freaking loving it. He was loving your show, Stephanie. I say it louder for the people in the back. Okay, Steven, keep going movement sent you a message. Oh, okay, you got it. You got it. I need to do that more. Chanel, I don't know what we were talking about, but do it. What does the whiteboard say? Carlos! Just buy the playback. You're in here every time. What's the whiteboard say? Just buy the playback, and then you can read the whiteboard every single day. I don't even know what's up there. Oh, those are book recommendations. Carlos! Yeah, I'm feeling burned out and trying so hard to support everyone. Yeah. You guys, chill. No one's going anywhere. We're all going live. We're all doing the things. But I love what Tanya said. She put in the chat, I'm free today, or she put in the community, I'm free today. Would love to know who has shows, and go if you can go. All right. And just check Circle. We're posting updates in there left and right. It's so fun. I'm just like, I'm on the app like, oh, Kat Daniels Den is live. Oh, Stephanie is live. Boom. Andrea is live. Boom. And it's just like so fun. What up, Jose? I love you so much. And I want you to know, the very next morning after you left, JJ was like, had Jesse come back. I just had Jesse come back. So I love you. I know. He's so sweet. He's so sweet. You! you. For those of you who don't know, Novation Station, he is our brother from another mother. JJ is named after Jesse. Jesse James is JJ's name. And Jesse has been with us through the thick and the thin of building communities, them failing, building another community. Like we've been friends with Jesse for like almost 10 years. So anytime he comes in, if you guys are like, who's this dude? We love him. He's always welcome. We always want him in the community. And yeah. My lung x-ray is clear. No cancer. I love you, Adesia. I love you. Okay. Yes, I like one show per week with 75 to 80 items, and I put in all the work for that show. Let's go. Okay, Stephen, everyone is sending you messages. I'm hoping you're receiving it. Woo! Sneezing. Doing it. Okay. Me and my 10-year-old went sourcing today. She was such a great helper. We celebrated our 4-hour thrift session with pizza. Thanks, guys. Thanks. I love it. I love it when people say bless you in the chat. Well, I'm not going to have all top items at first because I have a lot I need to sell before I start sourcing for bangers type things. Totally. That is one thing that I didn't consider is if you're sitting on inventory and you're not super excited about it, doing mystery polls could be super beneficial because you're really trying to just get that data. You're just going to have to do more work in order to, I still think you can do a chef or a 50 item show with what you do have and get the data that way. I love it. Well, treasures, I'm so glad you're here. We're all treasure hunters in this chat. She was effortlessly cool. Yeah, she was. Yeah, Steven, what time are you coming on? Also, we all have beautiful items. I'm sick of people saying, well, I have XYZ. Stop it. Okay, got it. Here I am. I'm yelling at Andrea. I found y'all on Tuesday. I had my best show ever on Thursday. I'm packing that show today and we'll be doing the courses. I'm beyond excited to learn. Let's go. Let's go. You joined our community like Monday, didn't you? Or Tuesday. Okay. I love that. My camera holder, I'm still working on, but I tried. I gave that idea for my friend who just started. Totally. Like, I just got 20 bike hats at $6 each. I hope I can sell them at least for 20. Yeah, put the work in. But, like, the value of your items is greatly influenced by the amount of prep you've put into your show. Michael! Michael! I love you. And I love that you have braces. I really want to get braces. Okay, I've been reading fashion history books the last few months. That sounds so cool. I know. I really want to incorporate more of the facts in my show. I'm just kind of learning like and I'm probably going to have Sarah help me with that in the sense of like while you're watching my show, like what is the best way to do that because right now I can't like spit off the facts off the top of my head. I have to like read the cue card and sometimes I feel like it ruins the organicness of my show. But I will say my last show, just like a little pro review in front of you guys, I feel like my last show people were so enamored with the process of what I was doing that the chat was quiet. I screen recorded the show the week prior to that one and then last week's show. And I felt like the audience was totally enamored with what I was doing last week. And the show prior to that was kind of chaotic because I was so engaged with the chat. So that kind of has given me some freedom to be like, I think I'm going to have it be heavily a watch like show. And obviously you guys can chat and say whatever you want and I'm going to interact, but I just felt like the difference between the two was kind of chaotic. Yeah, that's a good point. I love you. Careful. Don't knock that over. Hi. She's precious. You look adorable. Say hi. Hi. Hi, Spicy Nona. Spicy Nona. Spicy Nona. I thought you had another name. I learned all about Pierre Cardin from your shows. Never used to even look for that brand. Oh, I'm glad. He's one of my absolute favorite luxury brands. Like, and he's so underrated. I feel like everyone in the luxury category, they don't ever talk about Pierre Cardin. And because his items, most of the items I pick up are vintage. They're highly collectible. Most luxury collectors love to collect Pierre Cardin because he was ahead of his time. Let's see what else. And thank you so much, Lucy, for bringing Joanna in here. We aren't allowed to use camera/videos at my bins. Yeah, some bins are pretty picky, but I've been going there for 7 years and they never had a problem with me doing it. When we pick individual pieces, take pictures and load the tray, running a curated show, we are picking the ingredients, pieces of clothes. Yeah. I just got a liquidation on Princess Polly, 760 items. Should I take pics of everything? I would do a curated show of your items. And I would, if you do, I would do a curated show. I love you, sweet girl. I would try it on if you can. If you can't, then describe your items as well as you can and have your words get them to try it on in their mind. And I would load my shop with 50 different Princess Polly items. And when you run the first one, don't tell them this. This is something that I've learned is if people know you have multiple of that item, they're not going to bid as high because they know that you have more. Therefore, their behavior on the app is going to change. But if you run an item and they love it, pull out a medium. Say you ran a small, pull out a medium, put it up, run it. So maybe have multiple quantities, but change the sizes out. Because if you have multiple of one item in different sizes and you have the audience in front of you who's like, boom, we're gonna bid this dress up, and you see multiple people wanting to bid on it, pull out one more. Don't keep pulling it out because it ruins the novelty of your show. But I would 100% curate a 50 item show with your Princess Polly. Let's see. I read that. People sometimes don't want to start a box if they can only buy one item. I'm that person. I want to fill up my box. Don't say you're getting off over and over. Yeah. I agree with this so much. My chef shows made more than I have with my unlisted treasure hunt shows. Totally. Pat, you're so welcome. That one sold out show made my mentality change completely. Totally. We're not streamers. We are not people who are going live because it's fun. We're going live because we're performers, and you get to pick your costumes. You get to pick the items that are going to go in front of your audience, which, like, when you approach it with that level of clarity and you understand what your intention is, your audience raises up to that standard. And people will stay. It's a sticky show to have everything loaded. I am so glad, Soft Hearts. I'm so glad. Let's see what you're doing. I'm following. Let's go. You have 21 sold. Wow, you look so much like my friend Noelle. She has things like that. Okay, let's see what you're selling. I love anything with hearts, angels, and roses. And I love things that sparkle. Oh my gosh. I love it. I love it. Oh my gosh, you look just like her. That's crazy. Hey, will you guys go bookmark Soft Hearts? Her next show is February 2nd, and she has 8 bookmarks right now. But keep plugging in with us, Soft Hearts. We would love for you to join our community if you want, or just keep coming to Masterclass. My husband is my coach, so I'm essentially like the Live Seller Pro athlete. So I have plugged in to my husband's curriculum and his strategies, and MGB has like grown so much because of it. So Stephen will be in later to teach, but I kind of just take the floor in the beginning so then I can be with kids the rest of the day. Okay, we need a moderator category and a show calendar category in Circle. Yes, Stephen is working on that. Also, Stephen, I'm brainstorming in front of the children, but I think that there's a lot of people on this app who don't know. Okay, I'll save it. I'll save it. Sorry, Dad yelled at me. Don't do it. I can't tell if you're joking. Okay. But I think we should have, because Spicy Nona is creating a moderator program, like something for moderators to follow. I think people would join the community to become a good mod. Like Mitchie said, I heard that. In Mitchie's show, when we did co-hosting, she was like, you can make some serious cash modding for people. You tell them your rate and you're really good at it and you're going to be there the whole time. Like, we could open part of the community for moderators, because I think there's people who don't want to sell, but they want to be a part of what is happening, but they could build their own little infrastructure for moderators. If you guys have seen, Spicy Nona is changing the game for moderating, especially for a preloaded show. She's right here. Her name is Sarah. She has been she's an angel. All right. She goes into everyone's shows. I feel like she is so just, yeah. Yeah, that's a great idea, Amber. I love that. She's finishing the guide this weekend. So the to have a guide to follow, even if, like, don't get me wrong, like, if you can't afford to pay a mod, that's fine. I'm sure you can find a free mod. We need to add a show calendar for everyone to put their shows in with links, and we need to have like a moderator sign up where they can put their show in the calendar and then request a mod, and someone from the group can be like, I can do it, or I can't do it, or whatever. Like, my boyfriend would be so interested in that. Beats working Uber. Oh my gosh. Totally. Totally. And you guys, yeah, I love that. Also, like, if you are a seller and you want to make some cash, be a mod. You know? You can also mod. I used to tip all of my mods. But I just realized that my framework of business is very polarizing, and people who that I have had mod for me in the past have gone like against that, and so it was really hard to have a mod that didn't believe in what I was doing. um and this was like a long time ago, but it's really important that you have a mod that understands what you are trying to do. So to have someone in the community do it is a game changer, because they're already going to have the skill set, the mindset, and understand where you're going. I think that's why Spicy Nona is so on trend with like becoming a great mod, is because she understands the values and the curriculum and the things that LSP is building, and she's able to like lift that up in your show. So it's a game changer. A game changer. So we're going to be adding that, and I hope you're putting your Sarah in your moderator like curriculum or whatever you're building, I hope you are branding it for you. Like I hope that you are interjected in there like you did for the shipping document, that it was like tips with spicy Nona. I hope you're doing that, because we don't want to take your skill set. We'll definitely add it to the community, but I want people to know that you're kicking booty. I'm just trying to get rid of my princess palette stuff. So I did a mystery show. That's where I sold 63 items, but I did dollar starts. Keep going movement. I am speaking to the individuals who are doing what I do, which is source show by show. And I think having a preloaded store is going to help those people more. But if you're like, I just want to move this inventory, I don't really care about the market data, although there's great data in there. A mystery pull show might be what is most beneficial, because you're trying to get to the point where you can do a loaded show where you're going out and curating the items. I was working on packing while watching. Now I'm cooking. I love it. For makeup, I wonder how listings will work and if it will be the same as the others. Sometimes they stay because they're excited to see what's there. Totally. So, like, mystery pull shows are very enticing for sure. But also, Andrea, I think if you loaded your shop with each having a photo and like the milliliters in the title or how much product they get, I think that your show could be so set apart from all the other beauty channels, because right now all the beauty channels look the same. They're all doing mystery pulls. They're all putting it in front of the camera, reading the box and running the item. But I think if you were like, I'm going to do 2 lipsticks, 2 lip liners, a body mist, a body spray, and you just like, I'm going to do 2 eyeshadow palettes, 2 eyeliner pens, 2 lipstick liners, 2 soft matte lipstick, like, and you just went boom, 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 and went through your category, like, try it, test it, see what happens. Tapping into the strength of the community will make it even stronger. Yeah. Love that Sarah is sharing her expertise. She's like so invaluable, Yvonne. Like, you gave birth to like this freaking incredible human on like so many levels. She's like, Sarah's the type of person, I was telling Steven this yesterday, I'm like, Sarah's the type of person that she wants to sink her teeth into something. Like, she wants to understand why something works and how it works before she is going to go like full bore into something. Like, she wants to know, she wants to take the engine apart and put it back together, and she'll stand behind it if it makes sense to her. And so to have her be a part of our community and be so helpful to everyone, and like, you can tell it like gives her life. The audience gets quiet when multiple people want to bid. Totally, because I also think the bidding is part of the show. They want to see what the item is going to go for. And I want people to come to my show and set their phone up and forget it. Like, I want them to be like watching fully, so engaged that they don't have time to comment. They're either swiping or they're watching. She's like the perfect mix between the two of you. Totally. She really is. Are you our child? I'm just kidding. Your mom's in here. That's impossible. Okay, don't do it. Don't do it. They get paid well. I'm a great mod, or so I've been told. I had a moderator last night for the first time. It was amazing. Seriously, a good mod can change your show. Can change your show and can really lift you up and help you feel and honestly, like, when I go into shows and there isn't a moderator, there's a part of me that's like, I'll mod me, I'll mod for you, because I think it really helps the buyer stay in line with what's happening in the show. I think the buyer also is heavily dependent on the mod. In my show, I was seeing Sarah modding for me, but people were asking her, does she run in order? Does she take requests? What do you think of this? Like they weren't asking me, they were asking Sarah. I was watching my show back. She was modding for me, and people were writing in the chat, tagging her like this. Your modding is so on point. Your modding is so encouraging. Your modding is like there were 3 different people who tagged Sarah in my show, and I screen recorded my show so I can see all the comments. And like people love it. They love it. My mod doesn't sell, but she's been amazing. At every one of my shows, I'll definitely tell her about it. Okay, yes. Cuz that's the thing is like every seller that they know a mod. They know someone who is a fantastic mod, and getting them into the community would be a game changer, because that way we have people who are consuming the LSP model who are mods, and they're going to lift you up and help you through the process. So, really, really wonderful. I'm a good mod. I love it. I also think you can find mods who match your vibe. Totally. I've never had a mod, and as more and more people are coming to my show, it's so exciting to think of it. Totally. You should put your show up, Andrea, so people can mod you. We need a mod section, Steven. Get on it. Yes. Natasha, can I ask something that is specific to me and my shows? Of course. I'm gonna scroll to you. I have noticed that the beginning of my shows, I have upwards of 40 to 60 people, and then by 2 hours at the end, I'm down to 20. I was thinking about putting some of my better pieces at the beginning so I would have more eyes for bidding velocity instead of at the end. You can totally do that. I did this. I think you just have to understand your market. And what you're doing is you're taking your market data. You realize that you have higher viewership in the beginning, which is results in a higher likelihood of bidding velocity, and you're taking your market data and you're understanding, oh, I need to put some of my best items in the beginning. Also, morning shows, the flow and the vibe of people on the app is different. There's a lot of positive flowing, like sunshine energy in the morning. That's why I wanted to do a morning show, because the vibe on the app is just like, Whatnot has done an insane job with keeping the integrity of the culture positive. Like, there is far more positivity on this app than there is negativity. And if there is negativity, the people who have been on this app for a long time protect that culture so quickly. Yeah, totally. I have a night show mainly at night, and I love it. Like, my show's like a party. Like, I want people to be like, I'm sorry, I can't go out to eat. I got a show. I gotta go watch MGB. And that's what I want for you guys. That's why I'm like, if you take every show as serious and you load it and you do the work, people will show up and take you serious. But Natasha, 100%, to take your market data, rearrange your show, and test it. See what happens. Test it once or 2 or 3 times, so you have enough data to make that assumption, or to be able to make a decision on it, whether it's something you want to keep doing. But yeah, if you feel comfortable putting your bangers in the beginning, do it. Natasha, I did that with kids shows, because moms don't have hours to sit. They got toddlers. My top sizes were like 2T to 6T. So the moms that are buying that are like literally their kids are climbing on top of them. So I put all of my stuff in the beginning. Black Oak, I need a doctor's note. I need a parent's signature, something to explain why you were late. I'm just kidding. You don't have to do that. I'll get one. I'll be right on that. No, you're good. You're so good. But essentially, we want the foundations community to be like the hub for everyone to find what they need, to list their shows, to tell people about their shows, and to find a mod, because I think the mod category is so, so important. And I know moderators who mod and that's it. They don't sell. But also I know moderators who do sell. So like it would be a category that could benefit both sides, which is awesome. But let's see. I had a person tell me they were waiting for their paycheck for my show. I also had another saying they had put their time for my show. Let's go. I did definitely my follows and bookmarks for scheduled shows are because of my mod. That's amazing. The mods can pin items or comments, right? So they can't pin your items, which I wish that they could, because I feel like if Sarah, there was a couple of times that Sarah was like, pin it, in the secret chat, pin your item. So I do kind of wish that they had that capability, but they don't. All they can do is run this little say something chat, and they can pin it or send hidden messages. I can create plaques for awesome mods. World's best whatnot mod of February 2026. I think that's freaking brilliant. Also, Michael, I don't know if you're still in here, but I was thinking about your show and I was thinking about like, so you were saying that you're getting high requests for, what is it? Custom, for custom signs. You could sell like a 20-minute custom sign consultation and you could fulfill it right on your live, where if they wanted a custom sign they could just purchase from your shop, and then you would just ask them like what they want, and then you could make money, and then you would just mail the sign once it was done. I mod for a good number of friends and have a note for each one based on how they run their shows and what works and is truly helpful to them. Fit Finder, I love that. So even people who are mods, let's go. Let's go. We're on the same page then, Michael. I love it. One of my top customers has been modding for us, and I always send her a little something in the package as appreciation. Totally. 100%. It's awesome. I never thought about how different times of the day have different vibes. Totally. And in the morning, they're like, I just got my caffeine. I just got paid. It's Friday. Like, there's different vibes on the app. So, like, you can curate your show to the vibe of what is happening on the app. So, if you notice in your market data, all my bangers are at the end, but I have no one in my show to bid on them, sprinkle them more towards the front, you know? Okay, they'd have to be logged into your account to pin, so that's risky. Totally. I just think that it would be cool for whatnot to create a future where if you're modded, you can pin them. You know, I just think it would give sellers more assistance. But that's a really good point. I don't know if I would want my account in someone else's hands. So the so we're gonna put a calendar for shows, a sign up sheet for mods, and once Sarah is done with the guide, I think that you guys can reach out to your moderators and be like, this is a community of people. They're wanting to become pro live sellers and they need mods. And it'd be really cool to bring even moderators into the group, because I think that moderators have a completely different perspective than sellers do, but it's just as valuable, because I'm not I don't buy on the app. I'm not on the app consuming other sellers. So I feel like my data is limited to me just going live in my own shows. So it's amazing how LSP training and classes are so on point. Seeing people asking, sorry they're late, and what did I miss blows my mind. Just want to say thank you. You truly have pivoted my business. I know, I can see it, and it's the coolest thing ever. And I can't like Stephen and I all day yesterday were just like, I can't believe that this is scaling and it's proving true with so many sellers. Like, we're in a position to be able to help so many people and to stand confident in knowing that we do know what we're talking about. We do. It is something that you can replicate in any category. We have people who sell, the woodworker, he's selling custom wood signs. We have people in the antiques. We have people in vintage decor. We have people in clothing. We have people in handmade. And it's all working. It all cohesively works together. And that's only God. Like, God literally put Stephen and I in the perfect position. And like, I look back and I just look at my live selling journey as well as my reselling journey, and being like, everything I went through led me to here. Everything that I needed to learn through live sales, through coaching communities, and through doing my own market data, I needed it to get to here, to be able to say, we can help you. We can help you become a pro live seller. And then all of that led you to each one of us. Everything is connected 100%. And I really, really think that the foundations community and the Launchpad program, like, when people get on the app and they're brand new, people are going to be like, y'all need to join this if you want to win. I want people to be able to go into your guys' show and be like, this is an LSP seller. This is someone. It's like when you go on TikTok and you see all those UGC, or what is it called? You know, it's like ads for people who go into a program to become a live seller on TikTok. And they're essentially like, this is the program that I did. UGC, I think is what it's called. And they basically like vouch for this coaching program. And that's what I want LSP to be. That's what we want it to be. And we have some really exciting things happening that we're going to be adding to our Launchpad experience. And y'all aren't going to want to miss it. I don't know if Stephen wants me to say anything, but I'm not going to, because I don't know where he stands with it. But events where we meet up are in the works. Like, I'm talking 4 to 6 months from now, we're going to be doing a Launchpad meetup. So I'm so excited for that. I have been watching. Hi, how are you, Jen? I have been watching Russell Brunson. I have been watching all of these incredible, incredible self-help business men and women on TikTok and consuming their content. No, you have to re-enroll Keep Going movement. So if you would like to, I can add it to my bin. Just send me a message. But it's Launchpad is only a 4-week program. And the reason why is because when we did continuing coaching, like where it was week after week after week, we just realized that that model did not work for us, because we needed time to refine. We needed a week where we could look at the current Launchpad curriculum and refine it, and then we go again. So if any of you who are in Launchpad 2.0 and you want to join Launchpad 3.0, just send me a message and I will add Launchpad to my bin. No, you have to pay again. It's a 4-week coaching program. The $200 is for that, and then it's over. And we had to do it that way because we need time to be able to look at what was working, what isn't working, and then refine from there. So you paid for one 4-week coaching program through the Launchpad experience. If you want to join 3.0, you've got to join again. And the reason you guys were raising the prices is because, one, we're trying to raise the caliber of people who are coming into Launchpad. And if you put your hard earned money into something and pay up for it, you're more likely to fulfill where you put your money. So that's one reason. And another reason is we have to compensate for our time. We got to make sure we're getting compensated for the amount of work that we're putting into this. Like, I didn't see Steven at all yesterday. He's like building the tracker, he's in the community, he's rebuilding the community. And so we're like, this is taking so much of our time, but it's the best. The best. I probably will join again down the road because I couldn't focus on it how I wanted to in 2.0. Yeah, Jen, we're also extending, I think you know this, but we're extending Launchpad 2.0 another week because we missed 2 phone calls due to illness and just like lack of timing. So we're extending 2.0 next week too. So that like you still have time to focus, you know, and to get it done. Um, Stephen, I don't keep going is asking, I'm in 2.0. Will all that information go away or will it stay for me to go back and reference? No, you're fine. I don't mind at all. I'm fairly certain that my husband is removing the content 1 week after your session ends because we only have so much room in Circle. It's hosted in Circle and we only have so much like spaces, and if we were to keep every curriculum it would fill up our space. Yeah, totally. Go in there and get it. Go in and get, you paid for it, so you go in and get all the info you need. Let's go. Let's go. All right, I got one on the board. One on the board.
It's not. We do a setter closer.
I don't know how to close. I don't know what
you're a closer.
I don't know
right?
what you're wanting me to do.
Close. That's your thing. What's up, y'all? Happy to answer any questions that asked. And
Coach Steve is in the room.
if you guys saw within the community, I put up a post yesterday that said I'm updating and moving some stuff around. So don't
Dang, kills my back.
Yeah. So you're gonna see changes in both Foundations and Launchpad. So it's was up.
I love you.
Oh man, he should be good. I just changed to Poopy Bum.
Okay.
But he might want, I don't know, maybe some oatmeal or something.
Okay.
But he's been moving from being the happiest dude in the world.
Chill vibes, lo-fi music.
Holy cow.
It's warm in here.
It's warm outside, y'all. You guys are going through a snowstorm and it's like 50 degrees here.
I'm gonna leave my coffee in here because I can't drink it.
Okay.
Too potent.
All right. Hey, y'all. How y'all doing?
Oh, maybe I shouldn't leave it with you.
Yeah, we work full time here. We work full time. And we are, I'm going to lock this, okay, baby? Love you. It's on the counter.
Okay.
Yeah, I love you, baby. All right, so you guys are you're going to see changes in the community because let me kind of explain the differences between Foundations. Foundations is all the frameworks, is all the information, okay? If any of you have gone through the playbook or all that material, number one, wow, that's amazing. Number two is it's easy to understand, right? It's easy enough to understand, but there's a lot of it. And so how do we implement it? Okay. Launchpad is about implementation of everything you learn in Foundations. Okay. So I love it. Yeah. So you've seen it. and you've gone through it again and again. So Lynn, it's all about implementation now, and that's easier said than done. It's easier said than done. Okay, and I'm fully aware of that. I put in I'm putting in massive amounts of time behind this to create an engine that people plug into, right? Like not a literal engine, but between the journal and the tracker, so you all can get the information that you need from your business and that you hold yourself accountable to doing these things. What ends up happening is a couple of things. Number one is people will get into like information and they'll just continually grab information, which is great. Like grab the information you need. However, there is a point in time that like the information is of no value if it's not implemented in some way. So we have to have a way to be able to implement that, okay? And that is what the journal is all about. It's about you going through and actually holding yourself accountable and doing the thing, okay? I think too many times in business, we can just go week over week over week and not actually understand what actions we're taking. How are we refining our business? How are we getting better at what it is that we're doing? There's no way to do that if we don't have some sort of like scoreboard, right? If there isn't some sort of way to say, am I doing the things? Okay. And all of the growth that we're looking for, like the thing, and you guys will hear me say this all the time, I want y'all to move through the threshold where you realize how powerful and how influential you are in your own business. I think Whatnot feels like this big amorphous giant thing and we're just trying to like figure it out. And so I think a lot of times we don't even have the confidence to run our own business, to run our business and to take authority over our show. So we go out there and we watch everybody else and we're always in on the app, and then when we go live we're trying to follow models of what everyone else does, and it's not going to work. It's not going to work. All the work is done on the back end. By the time you're live, like that's only 20% of your actual business. So when we were earlier, I want to give some clarity to some things that I was hearing about. The chef show, if you guys have noticed, I'm not talking about that in masterclass right now. The reason why is because I think it's creating confusion, and that's confusion kills conversion. So do you guys want to talk about chef show? And let me give some like definition to it, and let me give you kind of the overall vision of what we're talking about overall. Would that be helpful? We talked a little bit about this term we're throwing around called chef show. I gotta get my water. But let me paint a picture for y'all, okay? Let me paint a picture for y'all real quick so we can understand this. All right. Live selling is huge. We are at the forefront of it. It has not taken off yet. How many of you right now, if you were to just go out to your family and friends and you said, what do you guys think of Whatnot? How many people do you think you would know in your family and friends who you know actually know what Whatnot is? What would you say, like as a percentage? What would you say? The percentage of people that you know, family and friends, if you said, do you guys like Whatnot? They would say, I don't know what that is. How many of them, sorry, what's the percentage that would know? 10% would know, 20% would actually know what Whatnot is. 10%. This is the beginning. Do you guys remember like when Facebook first came out? Like no one knew what it was. It was just college kids, right? 5%, 2%, right? It's the very beginning of it. It's the beginning. Once everyone's adopted it, like the late stages of it is when your grandma's hitting you up being like, hey, how come you haven't accepted my friend request on Facebook? You're like, grandma, you're on Facebook? What? Right? Right? We're at the beginning of this. Okay, so what is it? Y'all, what did we see the other day when I was pulling it up on ChatGPT? How big is this in China right now? $700 billion a year is moved through live social shopping. What is happening here? 700 billion. I know sometimes we throw out billions and trillions, but that's that's 700,000 million. I don't know. I'll tell you what this is. Let me help to put this into perspective, okay? Now, China is bigger than we are by like 4 times. So let's say, I'm going to turn this to the side. All right. 700 billion. I'm going to divide that by 4 because they're 4 times bigger than us. That's a potential 175. I know, $700 billion. If we even reach the capacity here for how big the US is here, for how big that market could be in the US based off of population, meaning China's like 4 times the size of we are, it'd be $175 billion. That's massive. Let me put that into perspective for you. That would mean that there would be $479 million, $480 million a day being moved around through live shopping, live social shopping, what we're talking about here. Let me put it into perspective of what they did last year. Last year, Whatnot did $8 billion. $8 billion in GMV, or gross merchandise value. How much money is moving around over the course of a year on Whatnot? 8 billion is what they did in 2025. That is 21, almost, it's $22 million a day. $22 million a day is being moved across Whatnot. This opportunity is a real opportunity. This isn't just a little side hustle thing. This isn't your Poshmark. You're not growing a Poshmark business to $1 million. You're not. You're not. And yet there's over 500 people in 2024 that their channel did over $1 million in revenue. I don't know how many did it in 2025. If anyone has that information, I would love it. Are you guys getting the vastness, how big this opportunity is? How big is this opportunity? If you want some side Uber money for this, you could do that. If you want some like Poshmark, you can do a couple grand a month off of Poshmark. We did it. You can make some money off of Poshmark. You can make some money off of eBay. But you need to look at the business model and understand what does it take to get it to those levels, and how do you do that? But for us, y'all, like, how many people do you think are really doing $1 million in revenue on Poshmark? Less than 10? I don't know of anyone big who is doing stuff on Poshmark. So we need to reframe how we're looking at this opportunity. This isn't a side hustle. This isn't just a little like, oh, we'll give it a shot. Maybe I can make an extra grand. This is potentially, there are already people that are doing 7 figures. At one point, there'll be people doing 8 figures, meaning 10 million and above on Whatnot. That will happen. There are already people doing multiple 6 figures. Anyone you see with the little golden thing, the premier sellers, that means that they're doing $50,000 over the course of 90 days, which would mean over the course of a year, if they kept their wings for a year, that'd be $200,000 a year in revenue. That's multiple 6 figures in revenue. And some of these channels have only been alive for like 6 months, 9 months, 18 months. Like, I think we need to really have an understanding of how big this opportunity is so that we understand at what level do we need to bring to this opportunity. Very rarely are you going to be aware, very rarely are you going to be an early adopter in something that's positioned to take off at this level. Very rarely in life. Dante, what's up? Thanks so much for being here. My sister-in-law got me into it because she became premier in 6 months. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about, Andrea. So this is a real opportunity. This is like pro stuff. This is like, look, it's very unlikely that you're going to start at a company entry level and then work your way up to multiple 6 figures in like 18 months. It's not happening. That amount of growth that you would need to do in starting for a company and getting to that level would be massive. And if you did achieve that level, what would that look like? Right? Yeah, it took me years to get even close to it. Yeah. You guys, yeah, we have to grasp how big this opportunity is so that we can understand the level that we're willing to bring to it. At what level are we willing to commit? At what level are we willing to up our game, our skill sets in order to do this? I saw somebody on in response to being like, Whatnot. I see stuff all the time, like, well, I'm leaving Whatnot. And they're talking about like the level of work that goes into like getting stuff up. Like like I see people listing stuff like that. It's just not worth my time. And the woman who said that was in like a 2-bedroom apartment. And I'm not like bagging on anyone for being, but what I'm saying is like this, what? It's not worth your time. No, I need to get paid hourly on the front end. I need to make my money up front. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. That's what an employee does. If I'm employed by somebody, they guarantee that I'm going to get paid on my paydays. I don't need to, I get paid for training. You know what I'm saying? They're going to provide me for lunch. They're going to do all that. And then we move over to Whatnot. And we're like, well, I didn't make money like day one. So Whatnot isn't worth it. No, you're not understanding that you're stepping into a business that could potentially do multiple six figures, if not seven figures. And if you really do it right, at one point there'll be brand deals and companies and all this stuff that is like really taking this to a whole new level. It's like where it's taken off, y'all. I'm just trying to get 1K. I'm trying to learn. I love that Holy Wally. Um, but we need to understand the opportunity that's sitting in front of us. How many of these opportunities do you think you're going to get in a lifetime? How many at bats do you think that you're going to get? I think a lot of people are like, if somebody just gave me an opportunity, this is that opportunity. You're not getting a bunch more of these. They're not going to happen. How many of you would have liked to have been at the beginning of Bitcoin? How many of you would have loved to have really been putting in the work at the beginning of YouTube in order to get a YouTube channel popping off, right? Or how many of you would have loved to stick with it with Airbnb and have multiple Airbnbs that are paying you out? Like all of us, we would love to be at the beginning of these opportunities. That's now. That's right now. But on the other side of that, we need to understand the level that's going to go into this. Who are going to be the people that are continually moving at that level? And we have to step in. We have to raise our standards. And we can't go to the market and be like, you guys got to pay me first. I see too many people that are doing that. And they can't figure out why things aren't like popping off for them. Okay? So I wanna like that's my pep talk from the beginning, right? You got to spend money to make money, and the amount of prep. I think a lot of times as we talk about putting on one of these shows, I'm going to call it like a pro show because I think the chef show is a little confusing. What is a pro show? What is the highest standard that you could put in on a single show? What is the best that you can do from sourcing, curating a show, putting it together? What could you do as far as like the staging, right? Are you willing to go through and steam and lint roll and cut the loose threads off of every single items, 50 items? What are you willing to do in order to put in that level of work for one single show? Do you have a storage unit curated vintage folks in your community? I'm not wanting to do wholesale or pallet, so I wonder if I will benefit. Yeah, totally. Absolutely. I do mostly live unboxing. I think live unboxings are a great way to go. I think it's a great way to go. I think where people are, I think that what is happening is that, sorry, I got some coffee around here somewhere. Oh, it's right here. Okay. I think here's the main thing I think we need to understand. In order to be a professional at the professional level at any level, most of the work actually happens behind the scenes when nobody's paying attention, when nobody even knows. It's happening in the gym. It's happening when you're building things out. I want you to understand, when I was an account executive, I would be preparing for a call that was like a 30-minute pricing call. 30 minutes. And I would spend 4 to 5 hours building out the spreadsheet, my talking points, putting in the notes, just to have a 30-minute call. Now that 30-minute call could potentially pay me, $10,000 up front plus like some residuals before they took residuals away. But that 30 minutes could pay, but I wasn't going to put 30 minutes into a 30-minute call. So when people would come on, I wanted them to be like, "Whoa, you have like really done you've like built this out, right?" Where I'm like building a presentation, and it's a 10-minute intro into what it is that we're doing, and I will spend just on that intro alone, I will spend 2 to 3 to 4 hours putting together, grabbing the logos and making it look that at that level, and that's the level of pro, right? That's what it takes because there are other people who are doing that. But are we willing to do that right now for our shows? I think a lot of people up front are like, this is a lot of work. I know, but that's the level we want to get to. We want to pursue that. Are you guys all familiar with the book? It's called The War of Art. I know there's a book called The Art of War by Sun Tzu, but I'm talking about The War of Art by Stephen Pressfield. Yeah, it's fun work. Sometimes, sometimes I'm like, ah, I'm getting blisters on my fingers. I have calluses from steaming, right? Yeah. So there's a book. It's called The War of Art. Okay. It's a very good book. It's written by an author who talks about, we do, so my wife does women's vintage and luxury clothing and accessories. Um, that's right, Stephanie. And then we do coaching as well. Um, yeah. So y'all, what do y'all sell? Put it in there. Let's let Slater Vision know what it is that we all do. Julie's up in here. She does. Oh, I got those. I got those gloves. I got them right here. Oh, maybe they're downstairs. I have them. They're very fashionable. They're like pink. Those things were a game changer. Put so much work into. I'm really excited for the potential to bring something unique to the app. Second show is coming up. I'm pumped. I love it. I love it. Keep going. Sweet. Upcycled, handmade, one of a kind wearable art for your doggies too. Love it. Women's contemporary and baby kids clothes, vintage luxury and modern clothing, plus size women clothing and accessories, jewelry. I love it. Next thing is like how committed are we to doing this? How many of you are like you're all in? I'm not talking about the dabblers. I'm not talking about, oh, I resell over here on Etsy and I do some stuff over here on eBay. I'm talking about all in, live selling. This is where we're going. Let's go, Julie. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Yes, let's go, Mitchie. I love it. All in. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. You have to. Oh, sweet. Did someone else just join us in Foundations? Nice. Slater Vision, all up in the community. Let's go. So happy to have you. Do me a favor. My wife's going to send you a QR code. And when you go in to the app, just make sure that Slater Vision is in your headline for your profile. Okay. So I am, and then say hi. We got a bunch of people in here right now, of that are already a part of the community. So, very excited to have you, Slater Vision. Love it. So once we understand that we're all in, that's when things actually happen because we are going to be challenged. We're going to be challenged. There's some videos. I might put them up from a year ago that I have. I was going through all my loom videos, and I have these videos that are up of talking about how every time we go like deeper into this level of commitment, there always seems to be like distractions, something that like disruptions that all of a sudden like appear out of nowhere. Yeah, resistance that shows up. Exactly. Like it's like we're doing this, and we make a whole thing, and then like it's immediately like this resistance. We're immediately met with resistance, but that's why we need to have a strong commitment going in because we're going to meet challenges. It is not going to be, every show isn't just going to be this upwards trend as much as we would like it to be. And so it's really important to have that grit, that commitment, that burning of the boats, right? That burning of the boats, that thing that says this, there is no plan B. This is all plan A. I'm going all in. And I know that I know that there's this thing of being like, no, we want to have like backup plans and we want to, plan B just in case things don't work out and you know, and but I haven't seen anything good come out of that. That's like me being like, well, I'll I'm gonna keep dating until like I'm gonna try this marriage thing out, but we'll see how this. No, nothing good works like that. You have to be like like all in. I'm putting all of my effort into this. Not trying to build multiple streams of income. I'm not trying to be a real estate agent and a live seller and whatnot, and day trading, and also getting my insurance license and working on becoming a massage therapist. That's crazy talk. Like we only get a few at bats in life. And you only get big opportunities like this, like sometimes only once or twice in a lifetime. So when it comes, like make the decision and move forward because those are going to be the people that make it through. So, you go all in, you break through a wall. I really feel like I'm climbing a ladder now, not just following this same straight road. Yeah, yeah. I love it. All right, just barely getting espresso in my body, so buckle up, guys. Let's go. I uh, I highly recommend. I had a couple books. If you guys didn't see them up here, like 4 books up here. I highly recommend the War of Art by Stephen Pressfield. If you haven't watched it, to get that like pro mentality, to get that thing right. Let's go. Do some ninja kicks. Yeah. I felt so sad to leave, but I love Whatnot so much more. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, what is it that we are willing to go all in on? Because that's when things change. In 1519, Hernan Cortez shows up on the shores of in Mexico to the Aztec Empire. He has 600 men. He's got a handful of horses. He's got some crude firearms, and he's got his boats. And they just traveled from Europe across the ocean, and now he's got 600 men. And on paper, Hernan Cortez, who sold them the vision before they left the shores of being like, this will change generationally. This will turn, like, it'll be like royalty. This is the level of treasure that is there. And he was correct. So of course, like when you're in Europe and you're boarding the boat, you're feeling good. You're like, yeah, let's go get that treasure from the Aztec Empire. Woo! Everyone's hyped. Then you begin that journey, right? You begin the journey. Can you imagine that? Where you're watching your home just kind of fade off into the distance, and now you're in the ocean. And there's like this gap between like where here's where you started, here's where you are, and here's where you want to be. Get over here. Get over here. We leave the shore, and at one point you can't even see where you left from. And now you're in the middle of the ocean. And just you and 600 other people, most likely all men, right? 5.5 years living on a sailboat. That's awesome, Julie. And then you show up on the shores of Mexico and you're tired and you're beat down, you're hungry, and you're in a new land. And now all that excitement of where being on the boat, now you're on land and you are you're standing on the edge of the Aztec Empire, who had millions of people. The capital city of the Aztec Empire was larger than any city in Europe. This was a very sophisticated civilization. And they got 600 men going up against millions. And these weren't like the children were raised up as warriors from a young age. So there they are, standing there on the shores. And Cortez says, we're going to burn the boats. I bet you there were people that are like, Cortez is out of his mind. This guy doesn't know where he's going. I'm sure there was like revolt was about to happen. I'm pretty sure not all 600 of them were like, yeah, Cortez, I love the vision. Let's do this. We believe in it. No, I bet you there's people in the back being like, this is crazy. We should just go down on a boat. Let's go back. Like we made a mistake, right? And Cortez says we're burning the boats. There's debate whether or not they burn the boats or they scuttle them, meaning like they dismantled them and used them for parts. But either way, they were unusable. And then what happened? They didn't only go get the treasure, they took over the Aztec Empire. 600. Why? There wasn't a plan B. There was no plan B. There was no like, well, if this doesn't work out, I'll continue to do my eBay stuff, right? I'll keep my girlfriend in case this marriage thing doesn't work out over here. My wife's listening, I'm sure, so, right? No, there's none of that. Fully committed, fully all in, like going that direction, not because that's the level it's going to take to go pro. That's what it takes. Not when it's comfortable, not when we're like, oh man, is there a way I can do this easier? For those of you that have been preloading shows, it's a lot of freaking work, right? Yeah, it's a lot of work. Remember playing live shows? We'd play for like we do like say an hour set. We play one night on like we do like a lineup. Sometimes we are like the headliner at like a bar or a club in Salt Lake, right? And at the end of the show, we'd be like loading it up, and people would be like, wow, look, you guys, we'd get like paid out, right? And they're like, here you go. And like, we'd split it all up and it'd be like $150 or something. And people would be like, that's so cool, man. You just made $150 in an hour. No, I didn't. I've been playing guitar since I was 15 years old. I bought all of this gear. We practiced 3 times this week before we went on just to do that hour set. We wrote all those songs. We rehearsed hours upon hours upon hours to get to the point that we could go play live. That's so cool. You make $150 an hour. Shoot, I'm not even making minimum wage. That's not why I'm doing this, right? So, yes, I left nursing for reselling. You know what's interesting? First of all, that's awesome. Let's go. Secondly, the amount of nurses that come in part in our community is unreal. Like when we have an event and we all meet up, like it's gonna be like one of the safest events ever. Like if anyone gets hurt, there'll be like 35 people ready to go with like vast medical experience. Like, yeah, look, how many of you have been in nursing or in the medical field? I'm new and I'm an RN. Look at that. You see this? It's gonna be the safest event ever. You're like, is there a doctor in the house? We don't need a doctor. We got 40 nurses ready to go. We all know who actually does the real work anyway. All right? Yes, RNs are the master of the side hustle. And it shouldn't be that way, you know? It shouldn't be that way. I was a vet tech in my baby years, so I'll help your pets. That's awesome. We got it covered across the board. You are here. You are here. You started from here. At one point, you didn't even know live selling was a thing. Now you're here. This is where you want to go. If we measure ourselves from here to here, this is called the gain. We can look back and see how far we've come, even if you haven't even done a show yet. At one point you weren't even aware of live sales, and now you are here. And maybe you are doing shows. Maybe you're preparing for your first shows, but this is a massive gain. You happen to find yourself in this incredible opportunity that can change your life. And I hope that y'all acknowledge each other and yourselves for this. Some of you have left your jobs. Some of you are supplementing your income in your house, right? That you're going, right? Some of you are you've made massive gain. We need to acknowledge that. If we measure ourselves from where we are to where we want to be, this is called the gap. Okay? What's the gap? The gap, if it's not about not looking at our horizon or where we're going or having goals and that's not what it's about. It's that we don't measure ourselves based off of the gap. The gap, if we measure ourselves in it, is the lack. It's how we haven't done it yet. It's the insecurity. It's the comparison. It's the shame. It's the guilt. It's all that stuff, right? Almost there. 50% of my job's gone. Let's go. Gap makes great clothes. Love vintage Gap. Yeah. But if you measure yourself in the gap, this is where we lead to burnout. Okay? And a lot of times, this is us leaving shore. By the time we get to here, when we look back, there is no shoreline. And we're in like this in between. Oh, no measuring in the gap. You can measure while you're in the Gap store, just to make sure it's going to fit you, but don't the gap between where you are right now and where you want to be, do not measure yourself there. We measure ourselves in the gain, and this will create momentum for you to move forward. I think I will probably do, if you guys, there's already, if you guys are in foundations, there are currently two libraries available to you. One of them is if you go into that library, there's a video called The 5S Cycle, Flywheels, and the Path to Mastery. Go watch that video. Go watch that video. I talk about flywheels. If you guys know what flywheels are, I'll explain that here. But there's a thing called path to mastery. Okay, what is the path to mastery? It looks like this. Now, not exactly, but if we need to understand what the path looks like, we start out. We do our first show. Okay. This is where we start. Then we do our first show. We're like, yeah. Then we do our second show. We're like, huh, that was as good as my first one, but that's all right. Then we do our third show. We're like, oh, it doesn't seem to be getting better. Sometimes it feels like it continues to go down. And then we plug away, and then all of a sudden, here we are in our sixth show. And it feels like we're actually back here. We're like, nothing. Have you guys ever felt this before? Seems like you're working really hard and you're consistent and you're doing the thing, but nothing's happening. Nothing's popping off. What's up, Gracie? That's my daughter. Gracie Face is my daughter. But the pro is going to stick to it, continually evaluating how do we get better, what are we going to do, and then we have that breakthrough. Boom. And then we're like, for sure, it's just straight to the top from here. That's all I needed, right? Natasha, she loves you so much. She was watching your show yesterday, just chilling, like fully engaged. I'm like, what are you watching? I'm watching Natasha. Yeah, girl, I love you. I love you so much, Gracie. So then we have another breakthrough, and it seems like we're on the up and up. And then all of a sudden, it seems like we peak, and then it's like, why doesn't anyone like me anymore? Right? And then we experience that dip. And a lot of times, this dip feels like it's down here, where we actually feel like we're starting over. But it's not. It's right here. This is why we need to measure ourselves from where we started, right? In order to keep going. Because our feelings are going to lie to us. They lie to us. Our feelings lie to us all the time. So we got to track this and see how this is going. Have you guys ever experienced this before? You take the dip, but it feels like the dip is like, you're like, I feel like I was doing better before I started on Whatnot. I feel like I was a better live seller before I even did my first show compared to how it is now. I think I'm getting worse, right? This is why it's so important to be plugged in to community. This is why it's so important to have frameworks. This is why it's so important to be tracking what you're doing. This is why it's so important, because inevitably you're going to run into challenges. You inevitable. It's part of it. But how we handle it, it makes a really big difference in how we progress. I'll give you an example. How many of you have received a negative review before? And it knocks you off of course for like 3 days, or somebody trolls you, or somebody's bullying you, or whatever it is. Right? Something happens, right? But then we get knocked off of course for like days, weeks. Sometimes we have a bad show and it's weeks before we're up and going again. I want you to know that that's not unique to you. Everyone experiences that stuff. But it's not about whether or not you can avoid that. It's inevitable. It's going to happen. It's about how quickly can you get back up and recover. Whoever recovers the quickest is going to win. Okay? I'm too stubborn for that. We got to recover quickly. We got to get back into the game, and we have to have the right framework for it. Sometimes people, you'll receive like a review and you're like, oh my gosh, right? And then we're going through and we're having like conversations with the buyer and be like, in our heads being like, well, you knew like all this stuff. No. How quickly can you go from being like, was that on me? And if it was on me, how do I make sure that never happens again? Like, honestly, we need to have like an honest look at what it is that we're doing. That's the game of business, y'all. Alex Hormozy, if you guys don't know who he is a phenomenal businessman. He had just recently broke the world record for the highest what would it be? He released a book, and it was the highest nonfiction sales in the first day of it being available. And it was something like they did like $100 million, $100 million in one day. Okay, so he knows a little bit about business. Okay, and he says it takes about 5 years to figure out what's even going on in the game of business. And he's talking about like business in general. 5 years before you even figure out how to play the game or what the scoreboard is or how any of this works. Okay. I want you to know that if we are coming out of an if we've been working jobs our entire life, and now we're moving over into running a business, if we don't understand that we can't run our business as before we would have, if we had a manager, we had like people, directors or VPs or CEO, whatever it is, if there was somebody that we directly reported to, right, for the most part they were making decisions about how where things were going. Well, now you are the CEO, the CFO. Now you are the director, the manager. Now you are the one in the warehouse doing fulfillment. Now you are the one that's doing the janitorial work. Now you're IT, right? Now you're responsible for all of this stuff. And if you're responsible for your entire business, then wouldn't it make sense for us to start operating this like business owners and stop thinking about this like employees? We need to stop thinking about this like we're employees. We need to stop looking around. We got to make decisions for our own business. We got to have the strategy and the vision for where it is that we want to go. I think sometimes it's so. I'm just gonna like. I'm kind of going off on something, but I want to address something. I think sometimes we are waiting for somebody to tell us the vision for our business, about where we're going and what we should do, and that makes sense because we were brought up that way. Most of us attended public or private school. So our days were scheduled out. For most of our life, there's been a plan for what we're doing, a schedule for there's a right and there's a wrong way to do things. We need to make sure this is when lunch is, this is when recess is. Then we work up, and then it's like this is when the holidays are, and this is when, right? And then we keep going, right? And then we go to college, and then these are these are the things that we got to do in order to get college credit for this degree. And so there's a plan that's set out for us. And then we get into a job, right? And then it's like, hey, this is how we do things here. Here's the standard operating procedures. Here's the training. Here's everything that we're doing. And all our entire lives, we've always had somebody to rely on, to turn to be like, what are we doing? Where are we going? Right. And then we step into running a business. Maybe we don't even realize we're running a business, but live sales is a business. And then all of a sudden it's like, it's on you. You determine your schedule. You determine what you're going to sell. You determine how you're going to do it. You determine all of this. And all of a sudden it's like, well, where do I get my direction from? Where do I get the vision from? How do I do this? Right. That's what we provide is that, but not in the way of like, you should follow exactly what we're doing, but what is your vision for where you're going? Where do you want to take this? And then what are the frameworks that you can build in, the principles that are going to help you to do that? That's the whole thing behind Live Seller Pro. That's the whole thing behind the communities. All of that. It's not about just hanging out. Like, I love it. You guys hang out with me for hours, and I'll be here. I'll hang out with you for hours. But what I don't want is, I don't want it to be this information, constantly consuming the information for months upon months, as all the things of being like, see, I told you, like, it's going to continue to grow. Look, Whatnot did 8 billion last year. Now they're doing 15 billion or whatever it might be. And you watch the opportunity and you're like, wow, look at that. No, I want you all in the game. I want you there. Besides, I want to be celebrating your wins. I want you to do that same thing. And I want you to move in confidence in your business, that you're not swayed by every little tactic that comes down the pipeline about like, and Whatnot sends out one email and everyone's like, oh my gosh, what about this and that? And what about shipping and doing giveies? And I had heard if you do shipping like this and doing this, like all these little tactical things. No, what's the vision for your business? Who are you? What do you want for your business? That's what I want. I want you to be empowered and to move confidently. Honestly, for everyone here, I want you to have a threshold moment. I want each one of you in live sales to have a moment where it was like this, and then you switch some stuff up, and then something happens based off of what you did, your input, your process, by you having your frameworks, by you taking the authority over your show. And then all of a sudden, you have this amazing show. and you make more in a single day than maybe you've even made in a week before. And it was because of the things and the work that you put in. And then all of a sudden, everything changes and there's no going back. I want you to have a threshold moment. I want you to have something where you're like, I used to work 40 hours a week to receive this amount of money. And now I put in the work and I accomplished that in one show. Granted, it takes time to build up into a show. It takes time. But once you have that threshold moment, there's no going back. That's what I want for y'all. I want it to be like this breakthrough where all of a sudden things change and you're like, oh my gosh. I want you all to have that experience where like you take the full authority over your show and you run your sequence and you do all the stuff and you set it up and you did the whole thing and you have this amazing show and you realize that you have more of a say of what happens in your business than anything else. Not your product, not what time you go on, not how many that you actually your efforts, who you are as a person actually has the biggest effect in your business. I want people to move away from this whole thing of being like product. Everything's about product, and whoever has the best product. And what about this? And what about if I go on at 8:39 in the morning? And what do you think about doing it this time and that time? What do you think about it? What are the biggest challenges y'all are running into in your business? What is it? I see two things for new sellers that they run into challenges. There's three things. I'm going to say three. There's probably more, but here are the main three that I see. Number one is shipping. Shipping is to Kristen. That's going to be fixed. That's going to be fixed. yours is that's like you're the only one. But you're here right now, so you got internet. Shipping is one of them. What is preventing us from moving forward on our business? Sometimes it's shipping. That's one of them. Sometimes one of the things I see is an overwhelming amount of inventory. An overwhelming amount of inventory. My employees, I am the employees. Diane, Yova's, your name is Diane, right? Yova, which I'm gonna call you Yova because that's such a. I know I love what you wrote in Circle. I love that, Diane. I love your thing of being like Yova means this, but I love that Yova is going to evolve into being something else. Okay, but she says my employees. I am the employees. She's like this. It's my employees. They're the worst. They're the worst. Who works for you? It's just me. Oh, that's all right, Yova. That also means that you're the boss too. Finding inventory consistently has been my issue. Okay. Nancy, I'm going to click on your profile real quick. 7K sold. Yep, that's the next thing that happens. So you're at that next thing. Nancy, what do you sell? Let me know. Julie says it has been more time sourced more thoroughly. It's been fixed now. Okay, cool. Time to do all the things. Yeah. Yeah, totally. What's up, Edith? Good to see you. Okay. Okay. So, for you, Nancy, I'm curious. What do you sell? Let me know. How many of you are sitting on an overwhelming amount of inventory? There's like two main problems that I see around the five. There's two main things I see around the sourcing element. All right. If you guys have never been here before, I'm going to talk about we're going to talk about the 5S cycle. A lot of times what happens is there's so much to do in your business and there's so many things that you can do. There's a million different things that you can do. All right. There's a million different things that you can do in your business. There's a million different types of things that you can sell, but we need to get really clear. For most of us, it is about subtraction, not addition. It is about getting so crystal clear on what we're doing and almost more clear about what it is we are not doing. For a period of time, some of y'all needed no more rate trains for a bit. No more like just getting the basics down, okay? Sometimes we're so focused on everything, we don't even know what the basics are. So let's talk about the basics. I want you to know something. You're never going to master, you're never going to completely just have this thing on lock, okay? This is the game itself. Source, this is finding stuff, all right? Stage, because there's levels to this. Show, ship, story. This is called the 5S cycle. It's important to be able, defining things is so important to be able to, if you can't name it, if you can't name it, how are you going to, thank you so much, Smile and Sassafras, for the raid. I really appreciate that. If you guys can't name it, then how are you going to take control over it? If you don't measure it, how do you take control over it? We have to be able to see the components of our business. If we can't define what it is that we're specifically doing in our business, we could be redesigning our logo for the 8th time and changing our name. That doesn't do anything for our business. We have to be honest about ourselves and be like, what are we specifically working on right now? So sourcing is going to be 2 components. All right. Sourcing is you're either consolidating, you're in consolidate mode, or you're in acquire mode. If you have more inventory than you could sell reasonably in within a 2-week time span, you are in consolidate mode. You're not allowed to go out. And this is where we have to get clear. You're not allowed to go out and source anymore. You're not allowed to purchase anything off of whatnot. Acquire mode. Acquire is when you're actually finding new inventory. Okay. This is where we are constantly. But we had to start here. And I'm telling you, for those of you that are sitting on an overwhelming amount of inventory, stick with consolidate mode. It won't take as long as you think. And when you consolidate and you get to the point that you get into acquire mode, you will be able to move so much quicker. I feel like. Okay. And I want to help as many people as possible to do that very thing. To get, because sometimes we have so much stuff that prevents us. La 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 na na. Ah no no. Nope. Some of y'all are buying stuff off of whatnot and saying like we the thing is here's the thing. Some of y'all, because you don't have a boss in this, some of y'all you're not holding yourself accountable. You're not holding yourself accountable to being like, here's the reality of the situation. Here's the reality of what you're dealing with. And we have like this is we have to look at the truth of what's actually happening in our business, okay? Because that's the only way we're going to move forward. We can't just expect the market, like the market doesn't just provide you a paycheck because you showed up, okay? We got to get better at what we're doing. I think that's one of the hard things. Like I really, truly, the more that I think about this, moving out of an employee mindset and moving into being an actual entrepreneur, right? Jenica, please tackle your man and duct tape his mouth. He's saying that we can't buy more stuff right now. I know that I have 3,500 items roughly, or maybe 4,800 or whatever, but he's saying that we can't buy more just for a period of time, just for a period of time, not forever. When you go back into acquire mode after you've done this consolidation, you're going to be a way better treasure hunter or 15,000. Yeah. And that 15,000 items is gold. It's gold. And I'm not talking about the money, I'm talking about the ability to acquire super fans and to acquire data. Oh, man. Like Amber, I would love to be, maybe at one point we'll do this like in-person stuff, but I'd love to be able to just like, if I could just teleport to where you are and just be like, let's get a game plan. How many of you need a game plan for handling your inventory right now? How many of you need a game plan for it? I'm not sourcing though on whatnot. I'm buying for me because apparently I have a closet the size of Texas. Sorry, you're in February. You're going to be freeing up so much space. Okay. How much inventory are we talking about? I need a husband that understands. Anna, you get this thing rocking and rolling. Are you talking about? Do you currently have a husband that is? Before I like, you're like, yeah, I have a husband, or you're like, no, I need a husband who needs. Because I know what happens is we go to do this thing and we're like, I'm going to do this business. And the people are like, you've never run a business before. Yes, he does not support this at all. Okay. For some of y'all, go do the thing and watch what happens where you're like, boom, what's that? $500. What? Yeah, there you go. What do you think about this live selling thing? Let's keep going, right? All you need to do is you just need to get a little bit of proof. And maybe not be, you're not going to get the support of the people closest to you because that makes sense. Have you ever done this before? If you haven't never done this before, then when you say, I'm going to go do this thing, they're like, you've never done it before. And so people operate under that like skepticism of our own abilities because we've never done it before. We've never proven it to them before. That's why sometimes like a lot of the things that we're doing, like my parents don't fully know what we're building over here. That's totally fine. We intentionally don't talk about this. Why? Because if I am seeking support from other people in order for me to grow my business and I'm looking for this is the thing that I'm saying. We are waiting for permission. We are waiting until someone says, you're ready. Now you can do it. Right? But we got to be resourceful. That's not how business runs. We are not being like, oh, hey, manager, I was wondering if I could have some time off. No. Hey, manager, I was thinking about doing this project for what I'm doing. No, we don't ask for permission. Yeah, we'll be your boss. You're ready. Let's go. Right? We can't wait for permission and that everyone's in agreement for what it is that we're doing when they've never seen it before. And too many times we operate like, well, as soon as everyone is in agreement and I have all the support, why should they support you? They shouldn't. You've never done it before. They can't even see the vision anyway. So what you want? So we'll spend so much time making sure I've done it, guys. I'm telling you this. I am telling you this. This has been the one thing. If I were to go back 20 years ago, the one thing I would do is stop asking for people's support and permission for what I'm about to do. When they're like, I don't even know what it is, and I'm like, what do you think about this thing that I'm doing right now? I don't know. I've never seen it before. Yeah, but this is what I'm doing. Like, I don't know if you have the ability to do that. Why? Man, no one's supportive of me. They shouldn't be supportive. They've never seen it before. They'll support once they see at the end of it, okay? And some won't, and that's fine too. So if you need permission or you want support, number one, you should join into the the foundations community, okay? That $30 thing right here. That's where you're going to get the support, okay? That's where you get it. But I think, yeah, imperfect motion is okay, 100%. And that's the thing. We operate like, oh, teacher, can I go to the bathroom? Teacher, can I do this? Teacher, what did I get? How am I graded? Did I get things right? Did I get things wrong? So we don't want to move because if we get things wrong, we could fail. And then you get into business because in school you don't want to fail anything. But in life, in entrepreneurship, failure is part of it. Failure is part of it, right? There is no permission. No one's going to come do this. No one's going to come make sure you're going live. Nobody's going to do that for you. All right. So we got to get around other people who are doing the same thing. And we got to have an understanding of what it is that we're doing. And then we got to hold ourselves accountable. Okay. That's why for the journal that's coming out for the Launchpad 3.0, and if you're part of Launchpad right now, or you've been, I'm sending you the digital version of it. All right. I'm always going to provide more value to you if you like always. So anyone who is part of Launchpad 1.0, anyone who's part of the current Launchpad 2.0, you're getting the digital thing and you already have the number tracker, okay? And I will continue to like bless backwards as much as I can, okay? But it's going to keep moving forward, all right? Consolidate and acquire. This is part of it. You got to pick which one you're in. For those of you that are in consolidation mode, let me help you right now. Let me help you right now, okay? I want you to understand something. That is a blessing. It is a blessing. Number one, that you have that much inventory. We would love to be in that position right now, okay? Number two, there is no shame or guilt for having a massive amount of inventory. You are not a hoarder. You're not a hoarder. That's not what happened. No shame, no guilt. Do you want to know why? Just give me a thumbs up. Give me the thumbs up if that is your issue. You have too much inventory? Thumbs up. Give me the thumbs up, okay? Okay. Now, give me the fire emoji for the same ones of you that have put up the thumbs up. Give me the fire emoji if you have resold, meaning on Facebook Marketplace, eBay, Poshmark, Mercari, Depop, Etsy. Give me a fire emoji if the same people that just put that up also were doing reselling. I love that, Julie. Okay. It makes sense that you have a massive amount of inventory. That's what you were supposed to do. So no shame or guilt. Why would you have shame or guilt for doing the thing that you were supposed to do? That's like you being like, I was a bodybuilder, now I want to be a marathon runner. And people are like, oh, you have too much muscle to be a marathon runner. And you're like, oh man, you have too much muscle? Yeah. Oh man, I did it wrong. No, you didn't. You were doing exactly what you're supposed to do. The goal of bodybuilding is to get as much muscle mass as possible. That's what you did because you were in reselling, right? And if you're not, that's okay too. Okay? If you're not. But I'm going to talk about this for a quick second. Because I talk about reselling a lot because my wife and I were resellers, but we're not resellers anymore. We're live sellers. If you're sitting on a massive amount of inventory, you've got to come to terms with don't beat yourself up over this. This is not a place of shame or guilt. You should not be shamed, head down, being like, I have too much inventory. You have a massive amount of opportunity. Congratulations. Congratulations. Okay? Congratulations. You did exactly what you're supposed to do, and now it's led you to here. You're exactly where you're supposed to be. But now we need to handle this, and we need to handle this from a place not with our heads down, not with just being like, oh, I'm overwhelmed by all the stuff. I get it. I know it. I've had conversations. I co-hosted where people were like, it literally is, I live in a 3,500 square foot home, and there's 5 bedrooms, and 3 of them are purely inventory, and 2 of them I can't even get into, and I co-host with them and I can see the amount of inventory that is around them. And they're like, all this stuff. I have all these things. And it's this thing of like head down, like shame, guilt. No, we're not operating like that. I want you to put your head up. Let's look at this together, okay? Side by side, let's look at this. Okay. My whole house plus huge storage building. I'm gonna give you the same stuff that I told Amber. Go follow Awesome Vintage, okay? And sometimes we're like sitting on them, we're like, but I don't have any money. You're sitting on money. You are sitting on money. Some of y'all are sitting on a bunch of money. Currency, technically. Okay. You guys ready to handle this? You ready to take back territory? You ready to take control over your business? Are you ready to grow this thing? Are you ready to stop putting your head down about your freaking inventory and walking around with this thing of like shame and guilt, and you don't want anyone coming over to your house because you're nervous about how much you've got? Let's handle this. First things first, you need a space. Okay? You're not going to run into your inventory and be looking at thousands of pieces and be like, okay, let's handle this. No, you're outnumbered. So we need to do it on your own terms. You need to create a space within your environment that is a safe spot for you to slowly, right? We're going to be eating an elephant, y'all, and we're doing it one bite at a time, but you need a place to be able to eat that elephant, okay? And it can't be where the elephant is. We're going to take a little bit of the elephant each time, okay? So, you're going to create a space, a place that you are comfortable. Put some effort into your space, okay? Your camp. You got to set up camp somewhere. You got to have it just like any other business. You need to have an environment to operate in, right? If I'm going to be a professional athlete, I got to have a gym and I got to have whatever my playing field is. If I'm a basketball player, I got to have a court and I got to have a gym. That's my environment. I need that, and that's my sacred space that I operate in. That's how I get pro. So set up your pro space first. Where are you going to put your pro space? Let's define it right now. By the way, you don't need a whole lot, and you can make it as enjoyable as you want. You want to put on some like just some chill music as you go through and handle your inventory as you're building your business. Cool. You want to have a TV in there so you can be going through and going sorting through and processing inventory as you're enjoying your favorite show, cool, right? Or maybe you want it to just be like quiet, right? But you have to set up a sacred space first. You got to set up camp, okay? So for those of you that put that up, do you know where you're going to set up camp? You got to set up camp first. That's what you're going to do is you're going to be there comfortably to be able to go through and look at this. Let's go. Got the whole shed. I love it. Okay. So now you have your camp. Now what you're going to do is you're not going to go through and audit all of your inventory in one single day. That's going to be way too much. So what are you going to do? We are going to put it into 3 different categories, okay? There's 3 categories. You got to make a decision. I have to do the 5 BRs. What are the BRs? I do have the 5 BRs. What are those? Bedrooms. Okay. You have 5 bedrooms. Pick a bedroom that is your space that you keep clean. When you go into that space, it is your space. You own the space. No one's allowed to use. You have to set up like a sacred space. You have to. Okay. Yeah, totally. Let's do it. Okay. Once you have your space set up, you've got to clean it. It has to be clean. It should be the cleanest place of your whole house. Like you vacuum it. You have to operate within a clean space. A cluttered environment creates a cluttered mind. And y'all, before you're like, no, I thrive in chaos. I'm creative in chaos. Y'all, I get it. I too am also a I'm a musician. I'm an artist. That's what I did all like growing up. I was all about art, sketching, started playing music at age 14, taught myself how to play guitar at age 15. Like that's my thing, okay? And I also have operated in chaos, but I don't do my best work in it. I don't do my best work. My best work is when it's just me, my guitar, and whatever, like if I'm gonna write stuff down, okay? But I need a clean space. I can't operate in that space. It has to be clean. But I'm not asking you to go through and do a whole like cleaning everything. I'm just clean your camp. Make sure your space is clean. I want you to own this space, okay? This is where you're gonna build your identity of who you are as a live selling pro, okay? Okay, cool. Yova says, yeah, it looks insane. I brought too many of the enemy back, but I got a method going now. Okay, cool. Yes. And at the end of at the end of the session, make sure that the enemy doesn't come into your camp and all of a sudden you got way too many enemies in your camp and it looks like chaos. You want to end your session where it's all organized, okay? When my wife comes in to do her fancy fine show, this space is clean. We vacuum the floor. Even if there's nothing on the floor, why do we do that? Because it needs to be like refreshed every time she comes in so she can operate at her highest potential. Okay? So I want y'all to do the same thing. All right? Sometimes it's like even just cleaning off like our iPad stuff, which we got to do because we have kids. So I have no problem just eating some mac and cheese and then all of a sudden just touching devices. Okay, so once you have your space, then you're going to have a strategy. Okay, this is for my consolidators. Okay, if you are in consolidate mode, I want you to hear me so clearly. You are sitting on a great opportunity. And anyone who has said, I believe in you. If no one else believes in you, I believe in you. I know it. I've witnessed this change multiple people's lives. And that is not unique, special little snowflake people that like it was only meant for them. If you have a desire, a deep desire in your heart to do this thing, you can do it. I don't care how old you are, how young you are, how tall, how thin, how fat. It doesn't matter. I don't care. It doesn't matter. I'm watching people win from all places of life. It doesn't matter how old, it doesn't matter if you're a male or a female or any of that stuff. You've got this, and I will help to guide you through it. But you also at one point you gotta have that fire, and you're gonna have to burn the boats. What do I mean by burn the boats? You're gonna have to burn down old stories. Most of our modern day boats, when I was talking about Cortez showing up on the shores of Mexico to take over the Aztec Empire and they burn the boats because there's no plan B, they're not going back, right? Our modern day boats are our excuses. And that could even include, well, if I had enough people supporting me to do this thing, then I would be able to do this, but other people are dragging me down. No, they're not. Okay? And even if they are, I want to tell you this. That's not your fault, but it's still your responsibility because nobody else is coming. And if you need that level of support, you should join into Foundations. $30, 30 days for people to find. We're in there and we believe in you. So if you're like, I need that support and I need that and I need the frameworks, then you should join into Foundations. Okay? And if you follow along and you do this thing, that $30 will turn into more. There should be a return on your investment. Do you want to curate your audience or show the inventory you have? So your audience, you won't be able to curate your audience. Okay. And we'll talk about here in just a moment, Anna. You won't be able to curate your audience. You're going to curate yourself, and then your audience is going to come find you. You're going to curate the experience, and people will come find you based off of their own thing. Okay, which is exactly what you want. All right. I can testify that no one can stop you. What's for you is for you, no matter what the outside noise says. Yes. Hi. Hi, Ms. Gigi. Y'all go follow Ms. Gigi Closet. Gigi, get these light strips. Girl, I've seen you selling out shows. I see what you're doing right now. Let me, I gotta find the light strips. Actually, gonna go find some light strips. Get your lighting. Gigi, your business is about to freaking take off. I know it's already like growing, but that overhead light creates like a haze, which is like kind of cool if it was a hookah bar, but it looks like a hookah bar because of the overhead lighting. So it looks like it's hazy in there and it's not. Unless you're like, actually, there's a hookah off to the side. I am. She's like hitting the hookah. Okay. Okay. Jenn's like, I already told her about this. Okay. That's just because we love you and we want you to like get like, I want to see Miss Gigi in 4K. That's what I want. I want to be sitting back in the recliner. I want the IMAX full on. That's the one I want. All right. We're gonna figure out where these lights are. Yeah, we've been yeah, let me show you. Okay, let me show you. So they look like this. Jen's having a tough time finding them. They look like this. So here's the front of it. Sorry for blinding y'all. Right, and then here are these are the magnetic strips or the magnetic things on the back. Okay, so these are just LED. They come with a little power. I'll show you what it looks like. Um, comes with. Get over here. Okay, you see this? Each one of them hooks up. They're all set up separately. So see this light right here? See how it turns down and turns back up? So you can adjust the lighting. So adjustable LED strips. Okay. Yeah, well, you should totally do that. We, Gigi, we had one of those big light boxes that you like step into, like photography light boxes, and these lights would stick to the magnetic or the metal frame because they're magnetic on the back, and so you could adjust it. That's where we got these from. But we're looking because I know a lot. If you look up at LED strips, they're like those thin ones. But there's also, I bet you, another thing you could do is get those, not the light rings, but they're like a big rectangle. And I bet one of those, like right behind the camera coming towards you, would be good. And then figure out how to do lighting on the side in order to, yeah, if you order one of those, I think that you just need enough light to show everything clearly and then figure out what you could do on the side. So you need that front light. So let me show you what this looks like. All right. So you guys can see. The other half of this room is like a kid's room. Okay. I'll show you what this looks like. All right. See this? What we have is all when Jen's doing her shows live, we have here at the bottom. Let me get you there. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of these lights. So most of the light is coming from like behind the camera. So you can tell the difference by me when I put the light directly on me. I got sunlight coming through here. Then we have these ones on the side, hung up over here on the side, because when Jenn does her shows, what we're looking for is that whether she's here or she's here, there's no shadows, and that the colors stay consistent all the way through. When the source of light comes from above, it just creates like kind of a different vibe. Yeah, the robot movers. Exactly. Exactly. Because if you're going to do the robot, you want it in 4K, y'all. Okay. So the lighting, okay, that is incredibly important. The goal, oh my gosh, like if I say LOL, I'm straight up like I'm laughing out loud. Gigi, you made me LOL when you're like, let me just show Miss Jen for a second. She's like a robot. I've been saying that just every once in a while. I'm just quoting you. I'm just like, she's like a robot. Somebody else told her recently in our call, if you guys need to go follow the NYC shop, Lucy, our beautiful friend Lucy. She was like, Jen doesn't even look real. So I was asking Jen, I'm like, Jen, how do you feel about people are essentially saying you look like a robot and you don't look real? And she's like, I love it. I want that level of like, I want it to be at that level. And I was like, what being a robot, not real? Yes. Goals. That's a huge compliment. And then I was telling her, I'm like, how funny would it be where I'm like, guys, Jen doesn't exist. It's an AI program that I wrote years ago. So if you want to use this AI program, no, she wasn't real the whole time. I was trying to make her less robotic. Just kidding, y'all. She's real. Okay, she's real. I promise. She's real. She's very real. All right. Maybe I am. All right. Are you real? Okay. Let's go back to consolidate mode. Okay. Y'all, if you are in consolidate mode, I want you to like number one, real quick, have a vision of where you're going. If you need help with getting the vision and staying on track with the vision and seeing that, like plug in here, plug into the community. Okay. Number two is we got to have a plan or a strategy for what we're doing. So you know what you're doing. Just like if you're like, vision, I want to get in the best shape of my life. Next, strategy. Here is the game plan of what we're doing. Okay. And you got to make it real. You have to be like, this is what I'm doing. You're not going to wing yourself to accomplishing what it is you're looking. You can't wing it. You got to have a plan. You're not going to go to the gym and all of a sudden be like sneeze and have like be shredded. Anyone who's at that level has a plan and they're constantly refining and getting better, but they're not winging it. You can't wing it, right? You guys have seen this before. If you've ever gone to the gym, people just wandering around like looking at stuff, looking at their phone. Be like, I've been going to the gym for 6 months. You're like, there's a difference. You can't just show up. We got to have a strategy. Okay, so for those of you that are, then you're going to create your space. It doesn't have to be big. Y'all, this space that I'm in right now is not a big space. This would be perfect in order to do that. It could be one bedroom. It could be a portion of your living room. It might be, shoot, it doesn't even have to be that big. It could be like a walk-in closet type thing. But you need to protect that space and be like, this is a space that you feel comfortable in. You understand the identity that you're building, right? And you're going to then go to your inventory with like a bin or something, and you're just going to gather up what you got. You're going to start taking chunks out of it, okay? And then you're going to take that out of enemy territory and you're going to bring it back to your camp. And then you're going to interrogate it. What are you doing here? Why are you here? What purpose do you serve? Who do you work for? Okay? So y'all got to go through and interrogate your inventory, all right? Y'all been intimidated by your own inventory. Don't be intimidated by things. It's not going to do anything. And we're intimidated by the space it's taking up, and we're also intimidated, right? Now you abuse it back. Okay? Some of y'all are in an emotionally abusive relationship with your inventory. We need to get you out of that relationship, okay? But just so you know, as your inventory is like, you're never going to find anyone like me. There's no one like me out there. You're nothing without me. You're like, right? That espresso might be kicking in. You're supposed to mute that. You put boobs behind that so nobody else knows, Julie. There's Julie's seen enough that she's like, I know. She see me in like chill mode sitting on the floor, and then she see me in like espresso mode. Okay. I also get really amped up, not just because of espresso, which is delicious. If there's more around, let me know, baby. But also because I want so badly for there are people right now that it is a disservice to Whatnot that you are not live. There. It is not about just the product, but you personally, by you not going live, there's somebody's life who is not going to be, they are waiting for you. They don't even know it, but you and your story and your experience and how you show up and all of you is there to impact somebody's life. And it is not about you. It's not about you and your story. It's about your story being related to others so that somebody else can then be like, I'm stepping into something new. That's what it's about. It's not about you. It's not your story. It's how you are. That's what we're here to do. That's the kingdom of God. You're supposed to go do that. That's how you be in service. Go claim territory back in your house. Okay? Now, you are not your inventory. Your business is not your inventory. In reselling, that made sense. In reselling, that absolutely made sense. Okay? Resell, that made sense. You were supposed to have that. In reselling, your inventory was your business. Okay? You didn't have a business without having inventory. Live selling, it is not just entirely comprised of just your products. Okay? Your business is not your product. In reselling, yes. Over here, no. Okay? Yeah, there's somebody pulled up in the driveway. Probably something off the front porch. Either putting something on the porch or taking something off. Where's that espresso? Okay. So you need a system to be able to go through and consolidate. All right. So here are the three things. Nini, this is for you. So number one's going to be core. The other one's going to be cash. And the other one's going to be chaos. You're going to separate it out. What is each one? Core. This is stuff that you like. I know this is good. This is like you have the a thing with where you're like, I love this. Not because you think it's cute, but because you're like, I'm certain that this is a good piece. It's good quality. It has minimal flaws and no flaws at all. It is something you're like, this is a core piece. Okay, core. All right. You are not. All of your inventory is not core. Okay. Core is the type of stuff that you're like, if I were to take the best of the best, it'd be like you selecting teams. It'd being like if you could do one show, if you could do one show and it had to be your best show ever, would this item be in that show? Okay? That's core. All right? It's most likely going to be in the category that you're going to end up selling in. Okay? Cash. Cash is it is I think so. It's like, yeah, I think this could be. I think so. I'm like 80% sure, right? Core is gonna be like, you're like 100% sure. Cash is gonna be like 75% sure. Okay. This is like, I know this is a good piece. Okay. Chaos. Chaos is if I were to have you say, I want you to take a picture, the best picture you can. I want you to load it into auctions. I want you to write a description of it. I want you to measure the item, and you say, I don't think it's that. I'm not going to do all that work for that. That's chaos. That's going to make up the majority of your stuff, I bet. Okay. This is, I thought it was cute. This is, I like it, but I don't know. If you aren't willing to do that level of work, if you're not willing to do that level of work, that's chaos. You got to get it out. Okay. I'm probably going to redefine these where this is part of what we're working through. Okay. But I want you to understand, like, if you are not 100, if this thing is like you're 30% sure, it's got to go. It's got to go. You gotta Marie Kondo this thing. If that thing ain't sparking joy for you, or it's purely based off of, I don't know. Let me give you another filter through which you can run through. If you don't have least three things that you can say about the item, positive things, branding, material, a unique pattern, okay? It's too basic. It's got to go. Okay? Chaos is going to go into a bag. because you're donating it. You're giving it away. This is not about, before we start going down, but what about if I just sell it? This ain't your business. So many people get so caught up with trying to make their money off of all this inventory that they've acquired. They're like, well, how do I extract as much cash out of this? Your job is not to extract cash out of all of this. Your job is to grow a live selling business. You have a limited amount of time, you have a limited amount of resources, you have a limited amount of energy and focus. If your focus is trying to take your chaos and get cash for your chaos, that's not worth it. I don't mind if you're doing that with your cash stuff, but you're like, this stuff is essentially like not really that good. It's just odds and ends and broken things and flawed pieces and all that. Yeah, go get it out of your house. It's costing you more by keeping it, and it's costing you by trying to figure out what to do with it. These aren't your children. These aren't, you don't have to do that. Donate it, move it on. You have to take some grit. It's taking over your house. It's taking over your energy. It's pulling from you. It's costing you. Some of you all don't understand the cost of things. Well, I paid this much for it. You cost you more to store it. How long have you had this for? I've had it for 18 months. I've had it for 5 years. I've had it for 10 years. Great. Go through and be like, it's either A quality, B quality, or C quality. If it's C, gets cut from the team. Okay? I don't mind if you do it with your cash stuff. If you're putting together a bundle, we can talk about that. But we're not in our business is to be able to grow a live selling business. So we need to have like a very like almost ruthless approach. We need to be ruthless with our inventory. We got to be like very this non-emotional about it. Okay. If you can't tell me why, if you hold up the piece and you're like, I like it though. I like it. That's not enough. Okay. Okay. All right. You're going to slowly go through your inventory. You're going to, I mean, you can do it quick, but you're going to go through. And so when you, let's say you bring a bin into your pro space, okay? You go through and you put it into these 3 categories. Some of this stuff's going in a garbage bag because it's going to get donated, okay? It's going to get donated. All right. Chaos has got to go. You've got to get rid of the chaos. So those are going to go into a bag. Your core stuff, fold that up, make it nice, or even better yet, hang it. If you have clothing, for example, hang it. Or if it's decor, like you're going to put it in a way of being like, you're going to separate out these 2 things. Your cash stuff, you're going to either like fold it or you're going to lay it nicely, okay? Because it needs to look organized, all right? Chaos, that stuff goes out. It's gonna go. It's got to go. Watch what happens when you start getting this like momentum. Okay, watch what happens. All right. How many of you are with me so far? How many of you are gonna go do this? For those of you that are in consolidate mode with your inventory, how many of you are gonna go do this thing? Let's go. Let's go, Iman. Okay, cool. What'll happen is you're gonna see that you'll begin to free up space. More of who you are will have space to exist. My stuff in that room is all good to sell. It just needs to be separated because it would be good in different categories. If it is something that needs to be separated into categories, you'll still need to be able to do that. So you might need to start. You'll pull it in and be like you still have to categorize it and put it together. But Nini, how many categories are we talking about? How many categories? You guys let me know. Like how many categories do you think you guys have in your inventory? Because here's the other thing. You can't sell everything. You can't sell everything. We don't run a buffet here. Okay. 2 categories. Okay. Perfect. You can absolutely do, we're talking like women's vintage and contemporary clothes, and we're talking about like baby clothes or something like that. Yeah, you can do that. But you're not going to be good at doing vintage decor, Pokemon cards, athletic equipment, women's vintage, doing like graphic tees like 5 to 8. No buffet. We ain't doing a buffet. Okay. Some of y'all are going to need to look at your categories, and you're going to pick the one that if I were like, hey, this one category. So for those of you that are sitting on, I would say, especially if you have like over 5, if you're like 4 or 5, if you are going to No, you don't. But I need to sell my buffet. No, you don't. No, you don't. Because what is this? What are we building? See, the thing is a lot of us are trying to just manage what we've got. But that's why I'm like, you need to have a vision for where you're going. You're not going to sell in every single one of these categories. You couldn't possibly. You're not going to be the best in it. So what do we need to do instead? We need to, if I were to be like, okay, what one category would you like? Because you imagine you're going to sell all of it, and then you're sitting on no more of the stuff. What one category would be the thing that you're like, I'm excited to go out and treasure hunt for more of this? Okay, what am I doing with the rest of the menu? Let's get really clear on what it is that we're doing. Okay, before you're like, I'm doing a sushi burrito. Barbecue spot that also has an awesome curry. Also has an awesome tikka masala, right? Okay, I have jewelry, but I can pair that with the clothing. 4 shows, new weekly finds, plus size, bi-weekly, stylish deals, and men's show. I'm going to tell you, I'm just going to kind of break this down of how this entire thing works, okay? The goal is not to be in the margin volume game, okay? So unless you're planning on doing volume and making a little margin off of every single thing, that's not what we are. I don't believe that's where things are going to go. I know that there are people that are doing volume and they're hitting margin, and that's totally fine. That's not what we're building for. We're building for potency, meaning if you could only pick one category, which would be your one? Now, this isn't an irreversible decision. I'm just asking you if you can, if you're able to, which one do you know what it would be? Which one would it be if you could only pick one category? Now, you can do multiple categories. You just can't do them all at the same time. Because what happens is you're trying to get better at multiple sports. And you ain't Deion Sanders, y'all. Okay, this works. Purge what doesn't fit the brand. 7 truckloads gone. Yes. Now I can shop my organized shelves. And what's happening? Cher's selling out her shows. She's watching back. She's doing a seller support show and she'll have more people in a seller support show than a lot of people do, and they're selling in 5 different categories. Jewelry, would you divide it into necklaces, bracelets, earrings, pendants, etc.? I would look at one of those pieces. I think it's good to be able to do that, but I don't think that just for you to categorize what you're doing, but not necessarily where you're doing, unless you're like, no, I have a phenomenal necklace show put together. I think that's fantastic. That's wonderful. Not necessary though. So Linda, you are purely jewelry. Is that correct? See, this is where we gotta like claim stuff. I think sometimes we are under this without understanding business. I think a lot of times what people, if we have never run a business, I think we have a tendency as people, as humans, what we want to do is we figure that if I'm doing well on Poshmark, I should sell on eBay and Mercari and Depop and Etsy as well. And that makes sense, but also it doesn't actually work that way. Okay. So we want to get really clear about what we're doing and even more clear about what we are not doing. Because you're not going to be awesome at all of it. You're just not. It's like playing 5 different sports and you're mediocre at all of it. You pick the sport that you're going to be best at. Okay. So play in the different sports, but y'all know. If I was like, if you have 5 or 6 or 8 different categories, and I'm like, all right, you can only pick 2 categories to ever sell in from here on out, and those would be the things that, because you're going to move from a consolidate to an acquire mode. Well, do you want to go out and hunt for 8 different categories going forward? Okay. I have women's clothing the most, but I'm not really a fashionable person. I might be better with something else. Nini, why do you have so many clothes? Where did you get all these things? Long live class of 2025. That's awesome. Yeah, that's a good idea. Okay. We got to get clear on what we're selling in, what categories we're selling in. I bought them off of Whatnot in the past few months. How are you buying clothes and then you're saying you're not fashionable? There's something about it, right? Would cover all types of customers in more than two styles. Um, can you, sorry, Christian, can you let me know, like, just let me know. I don't quite understand the question. Main thing is right now is I want you guys to go through and to begin to even remove the categories into, like, so I want you guys to start setting aside for like one, maybe two categories if you're undecided between two. But if you're like, I'm going to sell in 8 different categories, you're not going to sell in 8 different categories, because I'm not saying you can't ever do that. I'm saying that at the beginning you have to master the basics before we get going with it. I think too many times we're like trying to, we're in love with everything. Okay, so like pick what it is. Now, when I say a category, I don't mean like boho. I mean women's clothing. I don't mean necessarily like, so if you're saying like 5 to 8 different categories, I'm not saying like women's vintage, contemporary, boho, Y2K. Like I know those are different categories. I'm saying women's clothing is one category. Toys is another category. Cards are another category, right? That like we'll chunk it down from there, but let's take big chunks at first, okay? You're not selling in antiques and women's clothing and sports cards and, do you get what I'm saying? We're not doing it all. We can't do it all because you won't ever get good at what it is that you're doing. You won't even be able to like get grip. Yeah, then you're in one category. Yeah, exactly. Well, if they didn't fit right when I got them, so I thought, well, I could just resell like other people in that community, and then I accumulated a lot. Okay, so for you, Nini, what do you want to do afterwards? If after you've moved through Consolidate, what'll happen is you're going to be where a lot of people on this even here are, where all of a sudden they are. All of a sudden they're in acquire mode. They're like, I don't even have like where we are. Like, we'll sell your stuff. I got, you know. Yova says toys, books, clothes, decor, electronics. That's me. Yeah. So what one, Yova, if I took all of your stuff and you were to start over, which one of the things would if I came in and consolidated everything for you and all of a sudden everything was sold, which thing would you be most excited to go out and acquire? Okay. Now, y'all, when I say this stuff, if any of you are like, oh, this is too, I couldn't possibly choose. You can pick stuff up later. This isn't an irreversible decision. What I need to do first is pare down and get really focused before we expand back out. We have to get focused. If you can't pick one thing, you can pick up the other categories again. It's not an irreversible decision. What I'm trying to do is we are so indecisive in our business that it's hindering us. We're not moving forward because we have too much stuff going on. We have too many, what do they call it? Too many, what do we have in coals? Too many sticks? What is it? We have too many, what do we have in the fire? What do we put in the fire, guys? Irons. That's what it is. We have too many irons in the fire. So figure out what my category is that excites me. Yeah, sometimes we don't take the time just to focus. Yeah. Oh, look, squirrel. Yeah. Thought I saw something. I want you guys to get really focused right now. Focused on one thing. Because what'll happen, I'm wanting you to cross through the threshold. And by us doing in all these different categories, it's too much. It's too much, y'all. It's too much. You can't sell everything. I'm telling you, for the last couple of years, I've been talking to you like, you don't understand. I sell in everything. And I go look, and I'm like, you don't have any shows up. Yeah, but I'm going to sell everything. No, you're not. You can't. You can't. You ain't Deion Sanders. You're not going to be a professional baseball player and winning Super Bowls in football. Not happening. You're not Bo Jackson. Okay. So let's get really good at one category first, and then you can add on. But my main thing is for y'all to have success and gain the momentum. Okay. And too many times we're not moving because we're overwhelmed by all this indecision where we haven't made a decision. I'd rather have you make a decision and then make a bunch of decisions and then like quickly than staying in this indecisive spot of being like, I don't know if I'm going to do toys or books or decor. And I love men's clothes and women's clothes. And I also would love to do like baby stuff and like, no, pick one, pick one. Well, Holmes went from baseball to football. So I'm going to find my locals, sell those not me categories and get rid of stuff. Yeah. So, and what we're doing, the goal The goal is not, so I have to, you guys have to hear what I'm about to tell you. Your goal is not to turn this into margin. Okay. I need to be like super clear with you. If you are not currently live selling, your goal is not margin on day one. You got to learn the basics before we're going to start, before you get to that level. Okay. Margin, I promise you, will follow. But it is not about, my whole thing is not about you taking this inventory and turning it into cash. I want you to turn it into super fans and to data, which will turn into profit later, but not now. That's the one thing, because I think what happens is if I came to your house and I walked through and you showed me all your stuff, I think the conversation, the unanswered question that everybody's asking in the back of their heads is, yeah, but how do I turn this into money? Yeah, but how do I turn this into cash? How do I turn this into cash? How do I take all these items and turn it into cash? And what I'm trying to tell you is there is a skill set of live selling. It requires something that you may not understand quite yet. And I want you to play the game so you get better at live selling. It requires skills. Okay. And so I'm trying to have you pick. I want you to be like, I'm going to learn the skills of live selling, but in the meantime, we're like, yeah, but what color are my shoelaces, and what is the best Gatorade flavor? And we're talking about the wrong things. So let me be really clear. The goal is not to take your inventory and to acquire to get as much cash as possible out of it. Your inventory, if you're sitting on massive amounts of inventory, is costing you money. It's not an asset. For a lot of you, your inventory is a liability. Liabilities take from us while assets provide to us. Okay. You need to determine what things are you holding on to that are your assets that you're going to build your business off of, and what things are liabilities. And if it's a liability, you want to get rid of it. Not for like, well, I'll wait and get them as much cash as possible for it. Why? It's costing you money. That's like sitting on like storage units that you haven't opened in months, and being like, I need to get money for it. Why? You haven't even seen the inventory for months. You're paying storage, you're paying overhead, and you're paying mental and emotional costs day by day, and you're wondering how do you get cash back for it? It's already taken from you. I could change it though. No, you can't. No, you can't. It's hindering you from going. Local resellers are not going to be cash cows, but they will remove the items, so I don't have to. Yeah, but we don't, and that's the other thing as well. Some of the stuff just needs to be donated. You just need to get the space back. It's costing you. Okay, I know that it's a difficult thing, but you gotta. We're in the business of acquiring the skills. Okay, we're in the business of acquiring the skills and the super fans, the data and the super fans. That's what we're doing. Okay, so that's why I don't want you spending a bunch of time trying to get everything that you can out of everything, and like, well, I'm going to put this up on Facebook Marketplace. I'm going to put this over here. Cool, and you'll spend 7 months putting this whole thing together and working through Facebook and being like, what's your address? Like, are you looking to buy this? Is this thing still for sale? Yes, it's still for sale. Are you interested? Yeah, well, I'm gonna, if I give you a money order for $500, and then what I'll do is, I know it's only $100, I'll pay you for it sight unseen. You're working through scammers, you're working for taking pictures, you're working to do all this stuff to gain what? $5, $6? How much time are you going to spend doing this when the goal is for you to get going? Can you deliver it to me exactly? You're going to spend all this time to get like a little bit of money, but a mass amount of time. And during that time, you could have taken the same energy and resources to start applying it to your business. I've been doing that, but I'm not taking my video games and I'm not taking my video games and systems to Goodwill. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. So for you, Diane, for you, if you're not doing, if you're not, that's fine. You don't need to take your video games and systems to the Goodwill, but you do need to be like honest about what you're doing. Are you going to sell? Is video games, is that your thing that you're going to be selling on Whatnot? Is that what you're going to be doing? You're going to be selling video games on Whatnot? And if not, I'm going to tell y'all what tends to happen is that it looks like this, and I'll get back into the 5S cycle. This is how people operate, just in general. No, that's why it's going to another reseller. So you're saying another reseller is going to come in, just pay you cash for that, and then you move on from it? Do you know who that reseller is going to be? This is how people tend to operate. They'll get into resale. Okay, cool. So they'll say they get into resale. They're like, okay, well, if what's up, Estelle? Good to see you. They're like, I'm gonna sell clothes. Ooh, you know what else is profitable? Kitchen equipment, kitchen appliances. Oh, I was watching this one YouTube video. They do shoes. I'm gonna start looking for shoes. Oh, decor. I also saw someone else. They do decor. Oh, you know what else does really good? Video games do really good. I saw somebody on YouTube and they do video games. Oh, you know what else I saw recently? I saw that you can flip couches as well. Wow, that's amazing. Did you know? And this is what they begin to do. Every single one of these things cost you. When people say, "Did you know that the average millionaire has 7 streams of income?" They did not grow 7 streams of income at one time. This is not 7 streams of income. This is under one business model called resell. It's one stream of income that you've separated out into all these different things, and it turns into chaos. And you can't even function. You can't even function because it's too much. And I get it. So we need to be very selective because what you don't understand, if every single thing, one of these things costs you, and we look at, if we measure the amount of units of energy and focus that it takes from you, you could eliminate all of them, pick one category, and just absolutely crush one category. You don't, if you can't pick one of these categories and turn it into something that at least does 6 figures, you're in the wrong category or your energy is too diluted. It's too all over the place across too many different categories. You know who does this well? Walmart. They have everything. Amazon does this well. Even Amazon started out with just books, y'all. They didn't start this. They didn't have Prime Video and 180 different categories they were selling in. They picked books and then they added on to it. Too many of us think that we are Amazon. You're not Amazon. Okay, you gotta pick, y'all. Okay, you can be anything, but you can't be everything. Okay, my daughter wants to do ballet, voice lessons, dancing, riding horses, doing all the stuff, and it's good to experiment. But all of us are old enough to know at this point right now that we need to pick one game that we're playing in and watch what happens. That one thing can take you one channel, one category, one avatar that we're going after. And that can take you to, you will do more with one than all of this. But this is the resale model. This is why I was in the Goodwill looking at KitchenAid mixers, being like, I should pick this up. Doing eBay comps on everything. Toys, that's another great category. Yeah, you can make money in every single category, just not all at the same time. Okay? It's a game of subtraction, not addition. Game of subtraction, not addition. We're not playing a game of adding on more. We're taking our actions and we're subtracting everything that is not that and making those things in our business potent. Really focused on one thing and getting really good at one thing. Because if I'm going to compete with you, I would love for you to be scattered across 5 different categories. We'll focus on women's vintage luxury accessories and clothes. We'll focus on bags, belts, jewelries, and clothing. And I would love it if you would please just go. Your competitors want you to be in on clothes and decor and video games and all. They want you to be in all of it. I want you. If I was competing against you, I want you to be focused all over the place. Because while you're focused on trying to do all of that, I don't have to worry about you. And that's the thing that scares me, is that we'll spend 6 to 8 months just figuring out our bearings because we're trying to hold on to everything as if our product is our business, and it's not. Your inventory that has taken over your sheds, your garages, your house is not your business. That's not your business. We did this. Our 5S cycle is compromised. We can't even move on to this. What's staging? It's 4 parts. So you're going to get your studio ready. You're going to get your stuff ready. You're going to get yourself ready. And you got to get digitally ready, meaning show posters, all that stuff. Then you're going to do your show. I want to show this to you, okay? If you came into my show and I was selling all of the different categories that you are sitting on and I was doing it in one show, how many of you would immediately leave my show? Because it's confusing. Where I show some shoes and then I'm showing a plushie and now I'm showing an antique piece, right? And I've got some toys I'm showing, and then here's some Pokemon cards, and here's this. For those of you that are like, well, I do like estate stuff, I can talk to you specifically about that. But what I'm saying is if you open up, for example, a storage unit and you pull all these items out and you're like, I've got sports gear, I've got clothes over here, I've got some basketball cards over here, I've got some electronics, and you try to sell all that in one show, don't be surprised why there's only 7 people in your show, because confusion kills conversion. And guess what else, right? Guess what else? If you're confused in your business, man, if you're competing with me, that's exactly what I want, right? If I was like really about like, if I believe that my business is built off of making sure that other people don't succeed, my favorite thing would be for you to be trying to sell every single category, especially in one show. That'd be awesome for me. But that's not what I want. I want you guys to get really focused on what it is that you're doing. It's too distracting. It's stealing all your energy, okay? It's already enough work to be really good at just one category. And you want to be the best in that category. You're not trying to sell in 5 different categories. That's reselling. That's why people sell on eBay, Poshmark, Mercari, Depop, Etsy, Facebook Marketplace. That's reselling. And then they say, well, yeah, that's 6 different streams of income. No, it is not 6 different streams of income. That's one business under the business of reselling. Why? Because if you sell an item on eBay, you can't sell it on Facebook Marketplace. All you did was you just have 5 different places that you could sell it as one stream of income, and it's a very diluted, separated stream of income, right? It's sometimes selling to many different sizes of clothing. Yeah, it could be that as well, right? And if you're doing specific clothing, like sizes, right? Just keep in mind as you do that, right? Um, like if you're selling everything from like extra petite all the way up to like 4XL, that also on the ends of those things, like most of your market's going to be right in the middle. That's just how those sizes work. That's why it's like extra or extra petite, right? Because they're unique sizes. And if you want to do those unique sizes, then be really good at doing that. Okay. But if you're going to try to sell everything, all the sizes, I'm here for everybody. It makes sense logically to be like, well, if it works a little bit, then if I did it everywhere. And the problem that we don't keep in mind is we only have a limited amount of resources, time, money, energy, skill sets that we can focus into doing one thing. So we don't want to dilute all of our efforts. Okay. We want to hone in. It's a game of subtraction, not a game of addition. Okay. Your show, I should know exactly what's going on, because if I'm confused, confusion kills conversion. Guess what? It also does the same for you. If you're confused, it kills conversion. That's why our community is called Foundations and not pre-launch anymore. Why? Because it was confusing. It was confusing for me to be like, well, that's pre-launch, but this is part of Launchpad over here, right? And so I had to change it up entirely. Okay. Shipping, that's the next. A lot of times people won't get started in their business because this is the thing that's holding them back. If that is the case, that's the case? How many of you are not moving forward with live selling because you don't understand shipping? Anyone? I hope that there's nobody, but if it is, you should let's get that worked out. Okay. This is why I run my shows by sizes: small to medium, large, extra large, plus. People come in when their size is running, so no sitting through sizes that don't fit them. Yeah. And Julie, one thing that I would throw out to you with that is, what about those? Um, this is why I say, make sure that you're not building everything that you're doing purely off a product, because Julie, you are your business, and there will be people that will sit through and watch all of your stuff, and when the sizes come up, they will pick it up at that time. But oh, they do, yeah, they'll watch all of it. So that's the thing where it's like, you are the asset of your business is you. And so sometimes whatever we start the conversation off with the buyer, then they'll follow suit, meaning like, oh, I'm only doing these sizes right now, so people will literally leave because I guess this isn't for me. You know what I'm saying? Where it's like, if you're kind of a cross through, they sat through an 11-hour show before. Yeah. So they're not there just for sizes alone. However, there are people when they come in and they're like, you're like, oh, I'm only doing extra large. And then people are like, oh, you only do, oh, okay. I guess I'm not supposed to be here right now. Right. And they'll leave, not because of, they would have stayed for the whole thing. So just be aware that we're not like alienating people by focusing on size. I would actually have you test that out and do like more of a curated show that is not based off of size, and see what happens with your viewership, and seeing what happens with like bidding velocity and things as well. Um, because sometimes we can push people out by, and which is good sometimes, right? I don't want people coming in and be like, hey, you have any Pokemon cards? I'm like, oh man, that means that I didn't do this. Uh, Oh, cool. I love that. That's really cool, Julie. You have like a listing that is, you'll run that at the beginning. You don't run it, but you'll pin it, and then they're aware that oh, she's about to do that. So you segmented out your show into sizes. Cool. That's cool. Um, so here's the overall idea. Here's the overall idea. Okay. Your goal is not to do volume and margin. All right. If your goal is that, totally fine. What is volume and margin? Volume and margin is you're live all day long, and you're just moving. You have every sort of size, everything like that. That's volume and margin. Pulling it out of a big pallet thing, right? Big, big cardboard box, pulling it out of the bag. We got 18 of these running now. Here's the different sizes. Those can absolutely work 100%, but it's a different infrastructure than most people are looking to build right now. Meaning, you need to have the space to store all that. You need to be running a team. The amount of shipping that goes into that, most people are not going to build. I also don't think that in the future that's where things are going to go. I think that the attention is going to go to the sophisticated sellers who have curated an entire experience. That people are showing up for the show itself, not just purely profit alone, or excuse me, not just for like product alone. Okay. So, what does that look like? That means getting really good at our craft, which is storytelling, presentation, being able to select the right products, put it in the right sequence, all of that stuff. I think that's where people's attention are going to go. And I know that, like right now, they're like, yeah, but I see sheep people just being like, running now, right? Yeah, we're cool with that right now, but that's Coco Melon, y'all. My 3-year-old will watch that stuff because he's unsophisticated, and he's immature in his stuff. That's why he loves mac and cheese and nuggets, but he's not going to understand like over time. I think people will become more sophisticated. I think there's a lot of Coco Melon right now, and I think that we're building something that is far greater than that. That is where I think things are going. Okay, I don't know if that made sense at all. Dude, there's a go-kart that just cruised down the road at like 40 miles an hour. That was crazy. Okay. My main thing is for you all to get really clear on what it is that you're doing. Okay? We want to get so clear on what we're doing that we're also really clear on what we're not doing. Because confusion's going to kill, and confusion's going to create inaction as well. Meaning you won't know like how to move. You're not going to know exactly like what you should be working on and what category. You got to think every category that you're in is like, and I don't mean like parallel categories of being like jewelry and then like and like women's clothing, because those pair really close. I'm talking about like toys and like shoes. Those are two completely different categories. Okay. But if the buyer base is going to be the same, where you could run it, and like my wife will sell jewelry in the same show that she sells, she'll sell clothing in, right? And sometimes she'll do shoes, but we're not selling everything all at the same time. And I honestly think that people use it as a point of safety. I think that we look for things that we don't want to I think that we use distraction, like we go and select it because we're scared of what's going to happen if we go all in. I think sometimes we have backup plans because we're really scared of what happens if we go all in. And what happens if we go all in and we're a massive success and we feel like we're actually an imposter that we shouldn't, or we go all in and we fail. And then what does that mean? And so what we do instead is we protect ourselves, and our nervous system will protect us by being overly distracted, where we are now using that. So every time when you go to do something, all of a sudden, like the distraction comes up, right? And so just having that, like, we need to know that going into this so that we aren't like, if you guys really want to take like a good, like, if you really want to go all in on live selling, then let's get really clear about what we're doing. And let's work through all those little excuses and the distractions that we are selecting, right? Have you guys done this before where you're like, I'm going to go all in on this? And then all of a sudden, there's a bunch of stuff going on with the family all of a sudden, or there's a bunch of stuff going on over here. Oh, and this is happening over here, right? So what do I do with blankets and sheets that are brand new? I was just going to have home goods show and not mix it in the same show as clothing. Nini, what direction are you going? Like, one of the best ways to get rid of your inventory is to sell it and have it go out in USPS boxes. Yeah. So if that's what we need to do, you don't have to clear out all of your inventory to even begin. And I'm not saying that you can't sell all those things. I'm just saying we can't do it right now. You can't do it right now. So if you're going to do this, let's get together 50 items. 50 items. If you're going to start with clothing, Nini, do you have 50 items that you would consider like core pieces, 50 items right now that you could put together? I was going to box up the other stuff. Yeah, box it up, put it out of the way. Okay, cool. Now it's time for you to start taking pictures, measuring that thing, and getting ready to do your first show, doing your first show, and have another show ready to go. Just doing one once a week. By the way, this applies across the board for those of you that are like, dude, I'm doing 5, 6 shows a week. That might be too much. That might be too much. You might need to pare down. What we're looking to do is we're looking for the spot of potency. We want to be like, some people could do 6 shows a week, and if they switched down to 2 shows a week, would make more in those 2 shows than they would in all 6 shows combined, like double type thing, like not even close to being the same, right? So sometimes we can be doing too much of one thing and we're not getting the results. Like, there is such thing as going live too often, right? So, for example, when I was talking with Cats in Pajamas, who you should follow, same thing. She's like, I'm going live 6 days a week. I'm like, I think you should go down to like 3 days a week. Take those days that you're off to put into like making the best show for what you're doing. Be potent. While Crafted Good goes live once a month and she kills it in handmade. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, I'm trying to clear out the other stuff from the room so I can get set up the printer and stuff and select my 50 items. Okay, cool. Yeah, and Nini, take pictures of this as you go. I know that it's not the funnest thing. You don't have to put it into the community yet, but that is a wonderful story. Some of y'all need to document where you are right now. This is your before, okay? And I want you to start documenting this thing, because what will happen is you're documenting it because you're like, I want to show the before and the after, okay? So when you go through and you're honest about stuff and be like, this is where we are, this is where I am right now, but I'm changing this up. It's like you're documenting the beginning of something great. You're documenting Apple in the garage. You're documenting. It's the Kanye West. You got to Kanye West this thing. He was making a documentary before his first album was even released. And he was making the documentary to show like this is I'm about to be big, and so you guys are going to want to see this. He looked crazy, right? Yeah, just document what you're doing. It doesn't have to be like full on, right? This isn't like Animal Planet documenting type stuff where you're like on film all the time, but enough. Well, he is crazy. Yeah, but he was also right. He did put out an album that changed hip hop. The College Dropout was a big deal. He knew that beforehand. That's how I want y'all to operate. It's okay to be a little delusional, be a little delulu with this. Be like, I'm going to change the course of my future right now. I'm going to do it right now. Yeah. But a lot of geniuses are crazy though. Yeah. And here's the thing. It's crazy for you to do this. Do you know it it is y'all running a business, starting a business, being an entrepreneur, like if we talk about like success rates, right? It's a crazy thing. Well, we're going to be like, you have to understand, like, in order to be exceptional, it literally means that you are not like everyone else. That's the whole point about it, right? Update, I did a show yesterday, $2 starts, Free People Boutique. Some items went for $1 and some went up to $20. Um, did, didn't, are you saying you didn't make anything? I think is what you said. Didn't make anything but moved inventory. I love it. Okay. I love saying serve popcorn and let them watch from the balcony. Yeah. Look, if you want to be like everybody else, then you can go do what everyone else does. But if you are going to agree to that, just look at what the averages are. The average, the income in, I think it's like $78,000 is like the average household income in the U.S. Right? If you want average, then go do it, but understand what you're signing up for. If you want something greater than that, understand that by the very nature of it, you will not be like everybody else. So it does look crazy. The stuff that we are doing looks crazy to a lot of people. Looks crazy. Why would you spend that much time doing that? Why would you spend that much time? Because we are a little bit, right? It looks crazy to everyone else until it works. Then all of a sudden they're like, oh, must be nice. Must be nice. I wish I could do that. Yeah, we were putting in work when it was crazy to do so. It doesn't make sense. That's why I think it is a poor metric to follow how much money you're making per hour when starting a business. Because employees get paid by the hour. You're building something that's going to be able to pay you far more per hour than you could ever make in a job if you're doing it right and you do it well. So why would you take the metrics for a different game and apply it over here? That's like me taking the that's like me counting, well, it's 6 points for a touchdown, 3-pointer over here in basketball. Like, we're not going to use the same scoreboard, the same scoring for this over here. That's a different metric. And it does look crazy. That's okay. I've been crazy my entire life. That's a badge of honor. Yeah. Einstein said we only really use 10% of our brain capacity in a lifetime. I was scared, but I gave it a try. We'll do another and see an improvement. Okay. And this is what I'm going to talk about real quick. Dress with grace. What you put on your scoreboard, how you score yourself is going to determine what it is that is going to, whether you consider it a win or not. So what is the metrics of what we're looking for what you did? You did a $2 start. You ran here all your items. If I circle the line, means it sold for it. So some sold for 2, but then you had some that went for $20. Is that correct? I want you guys to see this because it's going to be the same thing. You want to be exceptional? Yeah. Okay. What most people do is say, what did I profit? And if you use that as the metric, then you're going to change things in order to protect your margin. It's a margin play. But what we're not talking about is doing this for a margin play. We're looking for super fans and we're looking for data. What data? Why did this sell for $2? Why did this sell for $20? We want to remove these, or if it didn't sell, we want to remove those. And we want to be like, why did this sell for 20 bucks? We want to pretend like we don't know. In fact, you don't need to pretend. You don't know what is a good item and what's not a good item. Not based off of MSRP, not based off of what you saw another seller for, not an eBay comp, not the haul video that you saw from your favorite reseller. None of that. We want to approach this from a place of like, I don't know what's a good one and what's a bad one, or what's a mediocre one. So I want to use the data based off of what my super fans tell me. So for you, number one is acknowledge that you did the thing and that's the win. Okay. Number two is how many first time buyers did you get? If you wouldn't mind sharing, I'll use this as an example. How many first time buyers did you get? Not how much money did you make, but how many first time buyers did you get? Because the super fans are more valuable than any single one of these products. 10. 10 first time buyers. Okay. Then, out of how many total buyers did you have? How many total orders went out? I forgot. No worries. Okay. So what we do is if this is your show, okay, we have stuff that sold for 15, we had stuff that sold for 12, we had stuff that sold for 2, we had stuff that sold for 5. You go through, look at your data. The goal is not margin. That is not the goal. The goal is going through, looking at your inventory and saying, was it people? Meaning I didn't have enough people, so I don't know if it was a good. What determines whether or not something was a good item? Not because if we thought it was cute, none of that. But we want to understand what went well and what we would do differently next time, and where are we going to put our focus? Because if something's selling for 20 bucks or $12 or $15 and something else is selling for 2, I'm going to be like, why? Why? Is it embroidered? Is it a pattern? Is it a brand? 23 in total. Okay, I want to show you this. So 23 shipments total. 23 subtract 10 is 13. What is 13 divided by 23, y'all? What is 13 divided by 23? Oh, you had 12 new buyers. Okay. So that's okay. We'll stick with. What is 13 divided by 23? It's 50. It says dot 565. We'll just do a quick little math over here for you. Okay. The 5 means that we're going to round up. So it's 57. We drop the 5. Okay. If it's a 5 or above, we round up. 57. This means 57%. Do you know what that means, Dress with Grace? That means 1 out of 2 buyers, if this happened on every show, means that 1 out of 2 buyers comes back and buys from you again. That is what you're building. Not how much margin did I make off of every item, but how many super fans. Because the value of your business is in your customer lifetime value, not how much margin you're making. The margin will follow later because you're going to go get more super fans. I promise you, these 10 or 12 new buyers, that means that if 57% showed up for this one, it's likely that these 5, like 5 is going to come back. Well, then the next time you go live, I sold 176 items. Let's go. That's a massive amount of data. Okay. Those 5 first time buyers turn into return buyers. And then you go again. And the next time you go, you have 12 first time buyers and then 6. And now you have 6 plus 5, which is 11 people coming back. And that's what you're building. You're not building in for margin. This is where people get caught up, where they're like, oh, I'm not making any money. Yeah, it's not what your goal isn't to make money. You gotta the goal is how many seeds did you plant? How many things are sprouting? That's the goal. Don't worry about how much food your garden's producing. You wanna We're not basing it off of that yet. You're planting a garden. So the fruit hasn't shown up yet. The veggies haven't shown up yet. We want to know how many of these did you plant? How many of these are sprouting? What's working? When we're looking at the data so that we're focusing on the input and the process. You can't control the margin yet, right? Yeah, that's replenishable. That's replenishable. Inventory is replenishable. Currency is replenishable. You're building a business that people come back. Dress with Grace, as you keep building this, people will apologize to you when they come into your show. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry I'm late. It's okay. I didn't take roll. Oh my gosh. Sorry I'm late. I was on a date with my husband. Yeah, I totally let that go out the window last time. Yeah, you're getting super fans. That's the goal. You laugh, but I'm telling you the truth. You're building a skill set and a show that is so good that people, that's what you're doing. There's an item I love to make, but the data says don't do. Even my super fans say no. Thank you so much. I'm already saving tons of time. Yeah, not about us, right? Not about us. We gotta build off of the data that we're getting. Yeah, Estelle. Now you gain all that time back. Now you can go put it into other things. And if you with your creativity, what's cool about this is your creativity. Let me tell you a quick story about this, and I think this will make a whole lot more sense. Okay. Yo, I get it. I understand. This is why it's so difficult. It's that everybody is so concerned about margin. And well, I started out at a buck and then I went for this, or I started at five and I only went to this, and I'm losing money. I'm losing money. And it's you're not losing money. The purpose you are playing a different game if you're playing the margin game. That's resell. If you want to play that game, go do that. But that's not the scoreboard that we're playing in the game that we're doing. Our scoreboard is super fans. You're here to buy customers. And if you understand that you're here to whoever has the most super fans wins, that's the game, then you should celebrate in real time when somebody buys something from you, no matter what. If it's a first time buyer, right? They have a 1 in 2 chance of coming back for you, Dress with Grace, right? Hi, how do you have tips for first? Yeah, we got tips for first show. How do you join a community of people? Pay $30 and join our foundation's community access. You guys aren't a part of foundations and you're just getting going, or you're currently going and you're like, I want that support and I want to like, if you want that, I assure you, if you guys do foundations and go through it, that $30 investment, I assure you, um, it's going to turn into far more. Like it's going to turn into far more than $30. Like it's investing $30 into your business. Let's go, Dress with Grace. When you go in there, my wife's going to send you a QR code. Will you please put Dress with Grace in your profile? And it's going to be, it'll say headline. You can put a bunch of stuff in your headline, but just make sure that it says Dress with Grace. Okay. We're going to be, you'll see a post that I recently put up yesterday. I'm changing that up. Well, I want a calendar, so y'all are putting in your shows. We're gonna be adding some things in, and I'm telling y'all, these are going to be the people. Like, go read the success stories in there. Okay, go into the announcements, go into the wins and lessons, go through and read those. I want you to be inspired by what's happening. The $1 starts are working. Shannon, I want to tell you something. Can I tell you something? Because I watched you. You knew that I was in there. You knew that Jen and I were watching you, right? You are freaking awesome. And I love your style. I love your aesthetic. I love your curation. It was very the items worked together. That red blazer was awesome. And when you showed it with that ladybug, that you are also, I think that you should try your stuff on. I think you've got that element to it and like show them what those things look like. You have the vision. All you need to do is have them see the vision, and you're already doing that. I saw that where I was like, Jesse, what's up? Sorry I didn't text you back, but yes, let's do Sunday, if not tonight. So just yeah, yeah. Shannon, you have it. All right. Oh yeah. How'd it go? But Shannon, beautiful, beautiful. You have the things. I would, yes, trying to create a vision. Thank you guys. I appreciate you. The training helps so much. Yeah, Shannon, you are already doing the thing, and I know that you're starting in like kind of a new direction with lowering your starts and things like that. Go back through and look, because this is where you're going to go through and say, all right, some of it is you just didn't have the people in there that saw the vision for it. But Shannon, you have a wonderful style. You have a wonderful style. Okay. The other one is going to be the product itself, right? So go through and be like, was it just not the product that's at the same caliber as my other stuff, right? Um, and some of it's going to be the presentation, okay? And this is just like no judgment or anything. Like for you, don't be mean to yourself, but just go through and ask, right? And if you were to rate off of each single one of these things, it'd be like, well, the people are going to grow. I was so scared, but I looked at the average of what I made, and the other things went for higher, so I averaged out. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Your average will begin to go up. So then we just start looking. What'll happen, y'all, is this: your RBR your RBR will begin to go up because you'll have return buyers coming back. It's called the return buyer rate. Then what will happen is your RPI will begin to go up too. What will happen is you'll start seeing your viewership go from like 18 to 22 people to being like 20 to 25 people. And then you're going to look at your revenue per item, not each individual one, right? And then all of a sudden it's going to be like now it's like 25 to like 30 people on average are coming back, and keep watching your revenue per item. And then what happens is you go through and start looking at your presentation, which Shannon, you have it. Like I love it. I love it. Um, are you are you are you are you an athlete, Shannon? Or is there like a sport that you actively play? The reason why I bring it up is I was a CrossFit trainer. Okay. Yeah. Um, yes. There's a certain type of somebody who has you can tell has the discipline and has also done stuff before that they've actively pushed outside of their comfort zone. You have that. I can see that where I'm like, you're coachable and you're willing to push yourself, but you also know like where your limits are, and you're gonna put all in. You're gonna put like all in on that. And I can see that. Okay. And I was a nurse. What the heck? Yo, I think I'm just gonna market to nurses. Okay. I think the community when we do events, y'all, and y'all come out, it'll be the safest place on the planet. Okay. Yeah, we had a lot of nurses in the show today. Yeah. I guess that's what it is. What's up? The Flip Finder. Good to see you. Yeah, Shannon, you have that. You have that thing where it's like I can see that. So I love that. Yay for nurses. We have a lot of nurses. Okay, so you're gonna look at your people. I'm a nurse as well. Are you kidding me? I swear, if I find out you guys are messing with me, are you serious? I work in healthcare, but on the HR side of things. What the heck is happening around here? You know you're not, Jesse. No, you're not. You just you just nurse your own sore muscles. No, you're not. You're an athletic trainer, okay? Bree, I just want to fit in. You guys still fit in. Why do all the nurses not want to do nursing? Yeah, you got to lies. Get them, Sarah. Get them. What is the ratio? What's going on? Oh, we do have hairstylists too. Okay, this is perfect, y'all. I'm just figuring out our avatar, okay? Because when we start running ads for stuff, I'm like, who's currently a nurse? Who's doing hair? Right? I've been listening. I've been listening and heard Jesse lie and I had to run my phone to point. Sarah's running. No, today, Jesse. Stay at home mom. Okay. I love that. Get him. Get him, Sarah. I'm a mom since we're throwing things out. No, you're a live seller. To point. Get him. Get him. Eden, I'm glad you're in here still. Nice. I used to do CrossFit competitions, and I thought I saw Jesus a couple times after a workout. You're like, okay, um, let me just take a break. I can see that though, Shannon. I can see that, like, the focus for that, which is wonderful. Also, because you track your performance, because you have to, right, in order to get better. Now that's all you're doing. This is just a different game. You're gonna crush it. You're gonna crush it. You already are. So I was so stoked to see what you were doing. You have the eye for it. Just keep doing it. Look at your data. Look at your data. Watch back through your film. Go watch back through your show. See what items sold up. See what ones didn't. Ask yourself, just honestly, this isn't any point of judgment. Did I not have the right people or enough people? Was it a product thing or was it a presentation? Sometimes it's all three, sometimes it's just one. And for you at one point, Shannon, in the very near future, I'm going to call it, as you continue to do this, people won't be your thing anymore. It'll just be product and presentation. And you're going to get better and better at this thing. And then the data, because it's a $1 start, gives you really, really clear data. And then you're going to go out there and you're going to continue to find better and better items. And you have that whole thing, that vibe of, like, where I was surprised. I thought that red blazer was going to go for more after you showed it with that. I don't remember the brand of that ladybug shirt that you showed it with, but I was like, that's good. Like, you're using the pairing. So work on just continuing improving your storytelling, getting people to pair with it. Also, like, you have the ability, if you were trying it on, go watch. You did. Um, yes. Okay. I want to talk to you, Stephanie. What if you only have three people? So there are reasons why we only have that many people. I'll show you. I know, but it's okay. That person who bought that blazer bought 17 pounds worth of items yesterday. So the average of what she bought. Telling y'all, Shannon's over there building super fans. So Stephanie, let's talk. And then Pat D, I will answer your question. Okay, so please stick around. How many, Pat D? What do you sell? Let me know. Coach, did you hear I sold out? I'm preloading my tray for future shows. No more unlisted polls for me. Let's go. Stephanie, jewelry. Okay, let's talk about that. Pat D, I'm going to talk about why people aren't staying in your show. Okay. I'm going to just quickly talk to Cats in Pajamas. Y'all will follow each other in here. Okay. Stephanie, I have stuff to do sometimes and I had stuff to do and you were slowing me down yesterday. Okay. Okay, I went to Shannon's show. I'm stoked on what she's doing. I'm watching that. I see you go live. I go in there, show some support. But y'all, like, I can't. If you guys are gonna get really good and get me amped up on these things, I'm gonna let you know there's gonna be times that I can't go to your show because I got stuff to do. Okay, and you took up some of my time yesterday because your I already knew that your energy was infectious, but you're doing the dang thing. You sold out. Let's go. Let's go. Stephanie, this is going to keep going. How many of you caught Shannon's show or Stephanie's show yesterday and you are now a super fan, right? How many of y'all caught this? Y'all go follow Shannon, by the way. If you guys did not see Shannon's show, and Shannon, I caught all of them. I don't even know how you do that. Do you know what I picture? Sarah, I got to tell you something about you that Jen and I were like talking about. I feel like the brand of Spicy Nona is Spicy Nona, which is actually you, like, is Spicy Nona could whoop up the most amazing Italian meal you've ever had. She would go into a high society party and be able to hold her own. And she also at times drives a muscle car and she carries a switchblade. She's classy and you don't want to cross her. Okay? But like in any scenario, she knows exactly what's going on. That's who I see Spicy Nona as. Spicy Nona carries a switchblade. And the brand is okay, I'm trying to be on that Spicy Nona energy too. That's what I want to do. That's some like James Bond type stuff. That's what I'm talking about. Nailed it. Okay. Also, I imagine Sarah has she looks like if people came into her battle station, it probably looks like she day trades because she has so many monitors and she's modding and in everyone's show. That's what I picture. I picture she has multiple accounts somehow. She's in, or maybe she's able to figure out how to do it from one account, but she's in everybody's show. She has 3 monitors and she's able to manage all of them. And it's the battle station. I don't know how she's able to do that. Okay. Yova, I love that. Yova says, Cats in Pajamas, you have extra superpower. Did anyone turn the volume off and watch Cats in Pajamas? I love that because that means that the body language is there, right? You're infectious in that same type of thing. If you go back through and watch through your video and you turn off the sound, you can witness the body language. You can witness the micro expressions, right? Or just play back the audio and just listen to it from an audio standpoint. Okay, these are ways that you can review back your stuff and get better and better. Shannon, freaking awesome what you did. Okay. Andiamo. Oh yeah, the high kicks. The high kicks, fucking amazing. Okay, Stephanie. 2 horizontal, 1 vertical. Spicy bomb. Stephanie, you freaking crushed it. Okay, I was chuckling when I rewatched it. I was like, I hope everyone laughed as much as I did at myself. Yeah, so fun, so infectious. There's something that this is only going to continue to improve. Let's go, Pat D. Excited to have you. Will you do me a favor? Will you put in your? I bought it. Let's go. Will you put in? My wife will send you the QR code. When you go into the community, will you just make sure that your current whatnot handle that you have that you'll put that in your headline. So and then so when you put in your name, put that in there as well, so that I can correlate it, so that I know who you are here and in the community. So when you guys are in the community, go in there and share. Watch what happens. Like, how many of you in here right now are part of Foundations? Let me know real quick. Let me show you something really quick, y'all. I want to show you the level of support that's behind this. 1, how many are part of Foundations right now? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You are you part of Curated Hangers? Are you in Launchpad? Like Launchpad, which would also yeah, we're at like 10 right now. 6, 7. Jesse, don't make Sarah pull out the switchblade. Okay. 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 Pat D, let's have a conversation. You got 3 people in your show. Thank you for being a part of Foundations. My name is Steven. Oh, it's Vic and Ronnie. I changed the name. Ow! What? You can't just be hanging out in here doing that, Ronnie? What the heck? Are you just hanging out as a disguise? What's going on? Why would you do that? Let me I'm gonna go Curated Hangers with Ronnie. I love it. You took Vic off the thing? I put it in circle. Okay, I hadn't seen that yet. My name's Laura Pat. Is Laura Pat is my hubby. Are you guys both involved in this? Are you guys both doing it? Jewelry? Let me know. We got a couple, mostly me. He'll be back. He'll be there when he can. Okay, a lot. Laura, the one right above you, Curated Hangers, is also a husband and wife thing, but again, it's like Ronnie's up in the mix, which is Ronnie's the face, right? So it'll be same thing with you, Laura. Okay, cool. Laura, how many shows have you done? Y'all go follow Pat D. We're gonna do a little quick coaching session. 5 maybe? Okay. And you do all jewelry, is that right? Are you doing all jewelry? Y'all can always throw your stuff in there. You don't even have to pay me. I'll do some free coaching for you, okay? My wife, which is Making Grace Vintage, if you guys haven't seen, we've done 35,000 sales on, she's done 35,000 sales on Whatnot. I am the coach behind the scenes. I'm the one who runs the community. We have over 100 plus people in the community right now who are okay. Cool. I love curated hangers, and I love the your profile picture too. So sweet. Okay. Okay. Cool. Let's talk about this. There are typically 5 reasons why we can't hold people in our room. Okay. These are the 5 mistakes that I see people make. Okay. I want you to know something. If you're making these mistakes, no shame, no guilt. It's okay. And I'm happy to go through it because sometimes I'll be like, this is a mistake. And people are like, no, that's how I do my thing. I see other people do it. I'm just going to let you know, right? These might be the reasons why people are leaving your show. Okay. They're not staying in your show. So we go through and we fix these things. One other, Laura, are you cool with me making some? Do you mind if I coach you on? I should ask you before I tell you, like, oh, I'm going to do this. But are you cool if I kind of give you some feedback to help you? Y'all, she's doing a Pearl Palooza tomorrow, bookmarking her show. Okay. 2, 3, 4. Okay. So Laura, you're doing shows every day. Laura's not messing around, y'all. She's here to get it. Okay, go for it. Okay. Yeah. What the heck, Nini? What's up, Amy? Good to see you. What the heck, Nini? People called you in the middle of masterclass? Are you kidding me? Unbelievable. Did you let them know? You got stuff going? Your yard guy? Oh my gosh. Did you let him know that I'm live right now? Unbelievable. I'm so sorry about that. Let me know. I'll reach out to them. Let me know. Okay. Jesse's making all the mistakes. Jesse's trying to prove me wrong out there. Okay, so here are the 5 mistakes that people make as to why they are not able to hold people in their shows. Okay? Holy cow. Mr. Beast is going to come in. All right. Did you guys see a couple of years ago when Post Malone came in and did a Whatnot show? And it like shut the whole app down? Yeah, it's going to blow up, y'all. Be ready. Be ready. Telling you. Telling you, this is a really big opportunity. Okay, Laura, here are the reasons why, okay? And I know that not all of these apply to you, okay? Yeah, we're doing this right. Okay, so number 1 is we're doing varied shows and times, okay? Laura, I see that your shows are really consistent. I'm gonna give you, okay, first piece of feedback right off the bat, okay, would be, and I know you just purchased something from me, so you won't be able to do this right now, but when you have an opportunity to, what is the name of your business? What is the name that you're going to be building your business under? Because Pat D with a bunch of numbers behind it will be really difficult for people to like follow and stay with, okay? And so you'll want to change your name and make it as easy as possible, and then put like a profile picture or something so that you're memorable when you come in. I'm not going to forget you. Okay, I'm never going to forget you. But go through and use every single aspect of your business. You're going to want to take a look at. So look right above you. You see Cats in Pajamas. That's our friend Stephanie. You're going to love her. She's part of the community. And so go through and switch it so it's like. Whatever that's going to be, okay? My friends with someone with UC, I keep telling me to do a show with me. I love it. I had a picture. I don't know what happened to it. Somebody took it. It might have been Pat, and he was like, "No, we're keeping the P up there." Maybe he took your picture down. Okay, just kidding. All right, just kidding. You're confronting him, Pat. Where'd my picture go? It's a P, huh? He's like, "Nah, we're going." Okay. Number 2, so varied shows and times. That's one mistake, meaning we're not doing stuff consistently. Laura, remember that most people run off of a weekly cadence. So they work like, for example, Monday through Friday, and then they have Saturdays and Sundays off. We want to be a part of people's weekly cadence because you're building a show that is so good that people are changing their plans throughout the week so they can make sure that they're at your show. One thing you might want to keep in mind, Laura, it might be better for as you're going through this, I'm going to show you some stuff. It might be better instead of you going live every day for you to pare down and only go live like 2 to 3 times a week. And you'll get more out of doing that than you will of going live every single day. Okay. All right. Another thing that people do that can kill their engagement is varied start prices. They're starting their items of some are like $8 or like $15. This one I'm gonna run for I don't know $6 for some reason, right? This is varied start prices. Okay. Okay. The third thing is high start prices. I'm going to talk about these things. Okay. The fourth mistake is asking or taking requests. Asking for or taking requests. And then the fifth one is they're winging it. Which just means there's no sequence, there's no process. They're just showing product again and again and again. Okay? If you 2 and 5 is me. Okay, cool. Great. Here's the idea behind this, Laura. I want you to understand that live selling is not a product-based business, meaning the jewelry that you have, as beautiful as it is, it's all over the place. People can find it in some way. The reason why people are going to your show and why they will continue to come back to your show is not because of your product, but because of the experience that you create. Reselling, where we buy stuff for low and sell it for higher, that whole thing, that's based off a product. And a lot of people they're resellers trying to do live selling. Reselling is a product-based business, and it's all about getting margin. What you're doing is you're creating an experience that has people coming back again and again. Okay? And I love that you're in jewelry. There's multiple people in our community that are doing jewelry, and some of the top people right now are. So you said 2 and you said 5. So varied start bids and then winging it. Let me talk about why this is, okay? Why this can kill your engagement. Why people aren't in here. Anyone else? No, if you feel comfortable, is there any other one up here? These are the 5 mistakes people make that kills their engagement and why people aren't staying in their shows. 1 through 5. Jesse's out to prove me wrong, though. Not reviewing your data. Yeah. That's a good one. We might have to do the top 6 mistakes. But then that's weird. I think I want one more I want the top 7 mistakes. So Sarah, we have to find one more. Because I like the top 7 mistakes. Just for copy reasons, you know. Before this, I was doing 5 and 6. Okay. 2 and 5. Okay, same thing. Okay, cool. Linda's saying same thing. Yeah, that would be like the 7 deadly sins of whatnot. Or we could do, yeah. We'll work it out. We'll work it out. But I need one more. Not reviewing your data. Okay, a jewelry nurse. Are you, y'all? The 7 deadly sins of whatnot. Do you like that? Bullying your chat. Okay. I'm going to talk about varied start prices and winging it. All right. You're an RN. Of course you are. Of course you are, Laura. Are you guys like messing with me at this point? I'm adding that to the diagnostic. I'm going to release it. I have a survey that I do for our Launchpad group. No, I said it earlier. Okay. Sorry, I'm overwhelmed by the amount of nurses that I have in my life at this point. Okay. Funny thing is like my aunt was a nurse. My mom worked for a cardiologist for years. My uncle, um, he manages a hospital. So I don't know, but it's amazing how many of y'all are nurses. So, and nursing's like, yeah, that's really interesting. I'm a nurse. Okay. Okay. Good. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, you're a nerd, Jesse. Jesse's in software, so if things get wild at an event, like what's he gonna do? You know, Jess, we're gonna need you to bring. Okay, I'm a pro live seller, so yeah. Okay, let's talk about varied start prices. Why we don't do them. All right. Okay. When we do varied start prices, there's three things that happen. This is why we don't do this, Laura. All right. One is it creates decision fatigue. Decision fatigue is when you are doing stuff all day long and then Pat's like, what do you want to eat for dinner? And you're like, are you serious, Pat? I can't make that kind of decision. I don't know what I want for dinner because I've made so many decisions today and my brain doesn't work. Okay. You guys know what I'm talking about? I was a medical assistant and I sold retail for 20 years. Gotcha. Okay. So that's decision fatigue. When people come to your show, and you have varied start prices, or you're asking or taking requests, that is asking for them to make decisions either based off of the value of it, and they can only do so many before their brains like I don't want to make decisions anymore. So that's why we don't do it. Okay, we don't want to create any sort of decision. You got to realize most people on Whatnot aren't necessarily on Whatnot scrolling looking for something to buy. They're looking for something to watch. They're looking for an experience. They're looking for something new. Okay. I'm on Whatnot all the time and I don't buy anything. All right. I almost don't want to watch people who are breaking these rules. Yeah, they better not be breaking them. And you tell them, Nini, you're breaking rules. Am I ruining it? Okay. Number two is whenever we do conversation. Okay. Whenever we are, whenever we're doing varied start prices, by us, when the buyer or the viewer is constantly looking at different pricing, what we're doing is we're starting a pricing conversation within the buyer's head. However we start the conversation in the buyer's head is going to determine how the buyer behaves. Okay, and that's not because of them, that's because of us. So if we start the conversation around price, the buyer's natural tendency is to focus on getting steals and deals and getting the lowest price possible. Okay, because we started off that way. All right. What we want to do first and foremost is we want the buyer just to say yes. We just want to show something, be like, do you like this? Yes. Would it benefit you? Yes. We want a yes, not how much. If every time we show an item, the buyer in the back of their minds wondering how much that's going to be for the starting bid, that's a price conversation, and it puts the buyer in a place of wanting to get deals. And then the seller wants to sell it for as much as possible, which turns into a relationship that is working against each other. Okay, meaning the buyer and the seller are now in an adversarial relationship where they are fighting against each other because the buyer's trying to get it for the least amount of money and then the seller's trying to get it for the most, which ends up being like either the buyer doesn't buy it at all or the seller has to come down and kind of meet where the buyer is. Okay, that is I've heard people say, well, Whatnot, everybody just is looking for deals. Not necessarily. There are people on here that are spending thousands of dollars right now in this very moment, hundreds of dollars, tens of dollars, hundreds, thousands of dollars every single day. It's not a pricing thing. Pricing is always a secondary issue in sales. Always. The main thing is the value there. And we want them to say yes to the value. Okay. So That's why we don't do that. And then the third thing is what's called price anchoring. Price anchoring, our friend Linda, she said she worked retail for 20 years. Price anchoring is something that works really well in retail, okay? But if we price anchor our products, it doesn't work well in live sales, okay? It can actually devalue what we're doing. And I'll show you what price anchoring is. Price anchoring is, shoot, I should have memorized those numbers the other day. I know that, I think it was Edith that came in with some numbers. That's okay. So, Laura, have you ever been to Starbucks? It's a small coffee chain. I don't know if they have them everywhere. I think there's only a couple of them throughout the country. But they have a menu that starts off with tall, right? Which is actually a small. I know it doesn't make sense. And let's say that tall is $4.25. All right. You've heard of Starbucks? I'm just kidding. We all have, right? And then they have a grande, which is not the biggest one. It's the medium-sized one, which also doesn't make sense, right? And let's say, for example, it's at $5.75. And then they have a size called venti, which is Italian for 20, which um, doesn't also make sense at $6.25. Okay. So somebody will come in and be like, I'm looking for, I'm going to get a tall Frappuccino. Oh, it's $4.25. Well, I want a little bit more than a small, so I will go with a medium, which is $1.50 more than the tall. Huh, but if I just spend 50 cents more, I can get the biggest size. This is called price anchoring, which pushes us to go one direction or another. So most people are going to go with the tall, or they'll go with the venti, because it's priced in a way to push you towards one or the other. That's called price anchoring, and it's super valuable. Or another price anchoring would be like, um, this is a $50 price tag, right? That's my price tag. But today you can get it for $40, right? You get 20% off. That's price anchoring. I'm anchoring at the $50, then I'm offering something at 40, super valuable in retail and resell. However, when we do that in our own shows, when I say that this thing is worth $8, this thing's worth 15, this one's worth 5, what'll happen is we are price anchoring, and this what'll happen is this $5 one, after they see a $15 one, is either not going to get bid up, purchased at all, and if it does get bid up, it's not going above 15. And the reason why it's not going to go above 15 is because I price anchored it and I said that this one is 3 times less valuable than this one. And so you'll see it a lot of times when we're doing varied start prices all over the place, that what will happen is this might sell, but it'll only sell for 15. Or if we're running this one for 20, it might sell, might get bid up, but it's only going to go for like $24 or something. And then these ones at $5 don't even sell. So it's because of price anchoring, price conversation, and decision fatigue. So these things will push people out of your shows. Because my wife and I run 2 businesses. We have 3 kids here. We homeschool them. We're married, so all the other things that go on throughout our life, I will not be making decisions in other people's businesses. I want to join something and have somebody walk me through, and I want just to experience that. All the things, yeah, all the things. So. A lot of people will do that same thing where they're just not going to make decisions in the business. And so if they're decision fatigue or having a price conversation or price anchoring, this will push people out of your show. So they'll come into your show and be like, is this for me? And then it shows like different start prices and they're like, no, this isn't for me. I got to go. This is I'm not looking to do all this. I just want to sit and I want to watch something. Very first thing we want to do is just get people engaged. Okay, so you with me, Laura? And then you create a show like Cats and Pajamas, and then it starts interrupting your life. Like, Stephanie, I got stuff to do. How have I been putting on my shoes for 20 minutes, y'all? Because I'm sitting on the edge of the bed watching Stephanie do her thing. And I want to see what the next item is. Right? Okay. Nah, you better not ever apologize to me for being better and better at what you do. Stephanie, I love seeing what you're doing right now. Okay. Same thing. I ended up watching Shannon's show for like, I don't know, like 40 minutes. Right? I'm excited to see what the next thing is. I don't even buy women's clothes, y'all. None of the stuff you have am I going to wear. I'm never buying a red blazer. I've never worn ladybugs at all. I'm like, wow, that's good. This is really good. Jesse's in makeup shows. He was in the Lux Edit the other night. He doesn't even wear makeup every day. He doesn't wear makeup at all. But why is he watching the Lux Edit? Right? Because, right? All of his freckles are full. Okay. So let's talk about the other part of the process, Laura. The other thing you'd mentioned was that you're winging it. Okay. So remember that live selling is an experience-based business. That means that we have people coming back and again because of the experience that we're providing to them. And that experience is not just only based off a product alone, okay? When we wing the experience, it doesn't, number one is we aren't able to actually figure out what's working and what's not working because every day is just kind of like, let's just see what happens. So even if we're doing well, we don't know why. So if it's a random input, we're going to get a random output. And then even if we're winning or we're like, that show went really well, you're like, what'd you do? You're like, I don't know. I was just kind of like trying stuff out. You don't have a process or a sequence. Number one, even if it goes well or if it's not going well, we have no way of knowing. We have no baseline as to which to like improve upon. Number two is people, okay, cool. People as well, they want to be led into the experience. Okay. If I walk into a restaurant and if they come up to me and they're asking me all sorts of questions and tell me I can sit anywhere and ask me if I want my drinks first or if I want an appetizer last, right? And there's no guided experience, right? I'm not going to stay and I'm not coming back. Okay. I want to be guided through the experience. That's the whole thing with decision fatigue. I don't want to watch a TV show and determine what's going to happen next. I want the experience to tell me what it's going to go through. I'll determine whether or not I like the experience. When we wing it though, there's no way that we're not curating an experience that has people coming back and wanting more. Okay. So one is for us and then two is for them. The other big piece to this as well is if you can't describe to me what you're doing as a process, then you don't know what you're doing. Okay. And I don't mean that in any sort of like rude way. Okay. I just mean is if it'd be like you have a full pantry of ingredients and you make something for me and I'm like, this is the best thing ever. How'd you do this? You're like, I don't know. I was winging it. I'm like, so you can't reproduce this thing. No. Right. It might have turned out well, but if we can't describe what we're doing as a process, we don't know what we're doing. Because if we can describe what we're doing as a process, then we can improve the process and the input. But if we don't even know what we're doing and we're winging it, what are we going to improve upon? Okay. So I want you to, yeah, just in life in general, okay? Just in life in general, it's just true in life. If I go to the gym with you and you can't tell me why we're doing these specific exercises, then you don't know what you're doing. And you don't know why you're getting results or why you're not getting results. And other people they don't want to be on the other side of that, being like, hey guys, let's just try this thing out. That'd be like me playing a song, right? And I'm going to write it in front of you. You're not going to enjoy the process of it where I'm like, I'm just winging it. I'm just doing this in front of you for the first time. I've never done this before. Let me write a song in front of you. That's my thing, right? Unless I'm like a freestyle person. But if I was writing a song in front of you, that experience is not enjoyable. I want to come in and I want to see the finished product. I don't want to be a part of the um like I don't want any authority over anyone else's show. Okay. So, all right. So if that is the case, what does that mean? What does that mean? So for you, Laura, what I would do is I would go through and I'd pick out the pieces, okay? Let me give you another quick example. Sometimes we're winging it in our visual real estate. What's visual real estate? It's what people see when they come into your show. So my visual real estate is right here. This is my visual real estate. That visual real estate is really powerful. It needs to fully align and it needs to not overwhelm because if it's confusing, people will leave. Okay, it's like the Cheesecake Factory menu. I don't even know how the cheesecake is a restaurant. The Cheesecake Factory is a restaurant because their menu is crazy. I don't know if they've changed it. I haven't been in years. But do you guys know what I'm talking about? The Cheesecake Factory menu. Some of y'all shows look like the Cheesecake Factory menu. I don't even know how it's a restaurant. Because when you read through it, you're like, oh, do you need some time? Yes, server, I do need some time to read this novel you just put in front of me. I'm at that point, you're just like, I'm just gonna pick something, right? Yeah, that menu's crazy. That menu's crazy. So what do most people do? What do you recommend? Well, if you turn to page 17, three in column 3, right? Chicken tenders. I'll just do some chicken nuggets. Do you guys have chicken nuggets? Ooh, actually, we don't. Are you kidding me? You have everything, right? So good, best carbonara pasta there. Okay, cool. And so what do? We're going to turn to the server and be like, what do you recommend? Maybe that's why they do it. It's like that price anchoring thing where they're like, that price anchoring thing where they're like, let's overwhelm them. And then they'll ask the server, and the server can push them towards the products that are the most profitable for us. Never mind, that's genius. Overwhelm them, and then they'll seek help, and then that's how we'll anchor them to what we want them to pick up. Genius. Is that what's actually happening? That's a Seinfeld episode. Is that really a Seinfeld episode? What's worse is when you choose, then they say, we don't have that. We're actually out of it. Like, oh my gosh. No, it should be. Oh my gosh. Yeah. It's overwhelming. But I think that's their secret plan. To have it be overwhelming. Just realize that. But we are not going to do that. We don't want to overwhelm. So for you, Laura, if you're doing a jewelry show, for example, I know a lot of jewelry shows will have like tables of jewelry, and then they do the scanning where they're like, I'm just going to scan through, and then you guys tell me what you're looking for. And that's freaking overwhelming, right? I'm going to think on that for weeks. So don't make cheesecake backgrounds, exactly. Because when we have a cheesecake factory background, it's too much for people. So they have found that like we all want to feel like as consumers we have a lot of choice, but what they'll do is they'll be like, here are 10 different jams, and then people are like, oh, I don't know. And if they can't pick out of that, that they will actually, conversion goes down. However, if you pare it down to 3, then people will pick one, right? Too many choices, no decision. 3 options, I can pick one. Okay, add it to the 7 deadly sins cheesecake background. Like I overfilled rack that was once my backdrop. Yes, exactly, Stephanie. Because it's so much that people are like overwhelmed by it, or they devalue. And I love what you said is they devalue what it is that you're showing because there's so much of it behind you that you're like, it's not rare. Look at this. I have a mountain of this stuff, right? So then they are not going to put any value into what you have, right? And so what we do instead is we use our visual real estate to bring the focal attention to one piece because it'll increase the perceived market value of that one thing, right? I'll catch the next one. She has more. Yeah, exactly. I'll catch the next one. Clearly she has more. Or they're in the place of budgeting, meaning that they're going to budget because they're not going to buy everything from you, so they're waiting for only the pieces that they absolutely for sure know that what they want, right? But instead, if you're just showing them the one thing, then their attention is on that one thing. So what we do is we recommend doing a pro show, which would be you're going to sequence, you're going to take pictures, Laura, of your 50 jewelry pieces that you think are like some of your favorites that you could talk about, okay? That you really enjoy, okay? Based off of quality, okay? Then what you're going to do is you're going to take pictures of those and you're going to put in descriptions, and if you need to do measurements or whatever it might be, like ring sizes or whatever it is, you're going to take pictures and you're going to load them into your auctions, not into your buy it now, but into your auctions, okay? Thanks so much. The Collector's Vault. Thank you so much. Oh, that's Nico. Nico, is that you? Nico. Nico! Man, thank you so much. Alexa, play Nico and the Niners. This is your song, dude. Yes. Stephanie already knew. Starts out with a little ukulele. Let's go. Thanks, Nico. I appreciate that. How'd your show go? Y'all go follow the Collector's Vault. This is perfect. Look, The reason why people are in Nico shows is because of Nico. It's the Nico experience. They're not there for just his product. They're there for the Nico experience. Thank you so much for that. That's what it is. Like it's the Nico experience. It has a feeling. What is experience? How does this show make me feel? How does this show make me feel? Good. It makes me feel really good. So I'm going to go back to the show, right? And then I'm going to tell other people about it. It's a good show. Let's go. Thank you so much. Y'all, that's the thing that that's it. That's the thing. You create an experience of who you are and it shines through. Nico's selling all sorts of stuff. Nico's selling all sorts of stuff. All right. Nico is the golden corral. Right. Nico, thank you so much for that. Oh, I don't know about the Nico experience. Now you do, right? I guess I'm a super fan of Nico because I just referred him. So y'all go follow the Collector's Vault. The next time he comes in, it says the Nico experience. Yeah, it's totally a buffet. And I do think that if he picked and did it as a show, I bet he would probably sell more. Just got done with a beauty show. Now that I have a toy show for later. See, that was a beauty show. He's got a toy show. Boom, following. Y'all go follow the Collector's Vault. You're welcome. Nico, go follow Amy Zlata's. She just followed you. You're gonna enjoy her show. Phenomenal. Thanks for being here. I really appreciate that. Okay, so we are creating an experience as people coming back again and again. So for me, the way that we found Nico, he came in and was talking with Jenn and one of these things, and then later we went into his. As soon as we saw Nico, right, and as soon as he was like, "Hey," she said, "What's up?" He remembered Jenn and was like, "Yeah," and he started just cheering, and then we were like, "Yeah." And then that one experience was like, boom, I will never forget Nico, right? I got the QR code I'm registering right now. Where do I put the address? Put it in, I think there's a point that says headline. So it shows up like right underneath your name. That's what I think can anyone help Dress with Grace with what I'm talking about? I just want it to be so we can see her name and then underneath it's going to say Dress with Grace underneath so that we always know whose profile, what their whatnot handle is. Pretty sure it's your headline. So let me know. Oh, I just got to stretch. Okay. And I'm so excited to have you a part of the community. Go through and start seeing like it's so awesome. Here's the cool thing. This is one of the things that I did not realize because I'm going through and I'm doing like a full audit of everything that we have in the community and I'm going to pare down the spaces and make it really potent, right? And so I'm going through and I'm being like, this space, right, was designed for this, but this is what it's being used for. You want to know one of the coolest things that I've seen that I did not anticipate? One of the coolest things I've seen is this community is so supportive that before you even finish your show, somebody has already taken a screenshot and written a post about you and said, "Hey, so and so is live right now. You should go check them out. Here's a screenshot. They're crushing it." So before you even finish your show, when you go back into the foundation's community, there's already multiple posts or at least one about you and there's a bunch of comments and you can see what happens. So when we would go through and say, "Hey, Shannon is live right now." Go see and take a screenshot of it and then being in the show, you start seeing people from the community start being like, "Oh, Shannon's live." Because they're in the community and then they're like, "Oh, I want to go see Shannon. Hey, Cats in Pajamas is live right now." All of a sudden, if you're in the show, if you put up a post like that, go watch what happens. All of a sudden, you start seeing like people from the community coming in, like, do, 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 do. Amazing. Y'all are like so supportive of each other. Okay. So for you, Laura, go through and put together like 50 items, take pictures, do the measurements. You're going to then, right? Oh, Stephanie, you're loved. You're loved. You're loved. And you deserve that. 100%. You're such a blessing. Okay. So, Laura, for you, you're gonna pick out and do. What if you did a one show that was like the best of what you've got, 50 items, okay? With those items, you're gonna put it into a sequence, okay? And you're going to show just that one item on camera, okay? So I won't be able to see all of your jewelry. It is focused on, and I want to see you as well. Okay. So one of the things is that a lot of jewelry shows focus solely on the hands and on the product itself. But if you could take those items and show it on you in some way, trying it on, either on it's a bracelet or it's a necklace or it's like earrings, even if you don't put it in, you can like put it up and show. That has a lot of power in what it is that you're doing, of being able to show and get people to try it on themselves. Okay. And so that's what we recommend doing. And then we do, Patricia, you changed your name, but I recognize your, I do that, something right. Okay, you're doing a bunch of things right. Okay, cool. Patricia, boho shakalaka. I know. She's like, I know. I did that. I did that. I already knew about that. It's so good to see your face. That's awesome. Boho shakalaka. Y'all go follow boho shakalaka. Jen showed us the last episode how to model the jewelry, and she did great. Catch the next Fancy Fun episode to see her in action. Yeah, so I love it. So Laura, you're already doing that, okay? Now you just put it in order. Now, how do we so if I came into your jewelry store, Laura, if yours was a jewelry store, I could try on the items. But what you have to do is be able to get people to try on your items without being able to physically hold them. So how do we do that? We do it through storytelling, pairing. We do it through micro storytelling. We don't have to do like long ones. We can do it in asking questions. We can do it with what would you pair this with, right? That's pairing, right? Um, what else? Things that it reminds you of, like it reminds you of a certain decade or a certain part of like culture, or it reminds you of maybe like an actor or an actress within a movie. When we use that descriptive language and we use it to pair it with something else that somebody else can connect it to, not just a piece of jewelry, but being like, you know what this reminds me of? You guys ever seen the movie blah blah blah? And people are like, oh my gosh, I love that movie. You're like, do you know that one scene with this? It reminds me of the necklace that they're wearing in that. And people go, oh my gosh, I love that. And now they have a connection to it. We have to get them to connect to the item itself. Okay? And when they do that, now we have created a thing where they want it. Okay? And remember what I was talking about. It's not about the price, it's about whether they or not they want the item. Okay? Now I'm going to show you something about why we don't do high start prices. Okay? Because when we do lower start prices, it takes away all the resistance around price, because pricing can be a major point of resistance for people. In fact, so resistant that some people just leave the show if items are priced too high. Okay? We are not growing our live selling business off of doing volume and margin. We are building a business that has people coming back again and again. We call them super fans, all right? Or we call them homies or goons, right? Whatever you want to call it. Because they're not just buyers. There are people that come back for the experience because they have a connection with you. Okay? So we use the superfan sequence to describe that process. All right? So what are we in the business of? We're in the business of buying homies. We're in the business of buying superfans. Not goons. Y'all my homies, y'all my goons. All right? So we are buying customers. That's what we're doing. Goonies never die. All right. Okay. If that's the case, how do we do that? All right. Why is it so important? So we call them super fans here. Okay. You can call them whatever you would like. Um, so Stephanie, Cats in Pajamas, she calls them homies, right? Because they're her homies, right? Super homies. Okay. Okay. Let me talk to you about what a super fan is. Okay, Laura. So we have the super fan sequence. What's the super fan sequence? It's the process that people go through from I didn't even know you existed to I am now a super fan. At first, it starts with awareness. Laura, how did you find me? How did you become aware of me? How did you find me? How did you become aware of me? You woke up one day, you'd never seen my bald bearded head before, and now we're having conversation. How did we get to this point? Scrolling. Okay. So you're scrolling through most likely community, or you just going, whoop, you're just scrolling through, right? As soon as you end up in the show, you have now discovered. You've discovered, okay? Immediately, you're going to go into consideration. And the question that you're asking yourself is this for me? Laura, you're asking yourself, is this for me? So you come in and it says master live sales, and you're like, oh, I do live sales. Is this for me? Now, if we don't vibe, or I'm not like, maybe you're like, I don't agree with this, or whatever it might be, right? Then it would be like, no, this isn't for me, right? Or if you scroll into master live sales and I'm showing Pokemon cards, right? Is this for me? No, it's not, because it's confusing. Okay. I have seen seller support where I'm like, oh, a seller support show, and I go to it and they're selling stuff. I was like, oh, this is where I support the seller with my money. I thought it was like where sellers were getting support on how they could grow their business, right? And I always think it's weird when like that's happening, when they're just like running items. Or I'm like, what are we doing here? Right? So I leave those ones because I'm not interested in buying that. If it's not to help me to grow my business, then what kind of support are we doing here? Right? Okay. As soon as you say, yeah, this is for me, the next thing is conversion. Okay. Conversion means intention, means you have an intention to be here, an intention to stay. Okay. If at one point I offer something that would be of benefit to you, you'll make an investment. Okay. That means we're now on the relationship side of things. And if I fulfill on my side and you get a return on that investment, an ROI, right? Then there's retention, meaning you're going to come back again and again, and referral. Once you're here, this is the super fan. Our job is to get as many super fans as possible. Super fans are super valuable. Why are they valuable? Because they refer other people and they come back and they buy again and again. And it creates this beautiful thing called customer lifetime value, or CLV. Or for Stephanie, yeah, homies refer other homies. Or for Stephanie, HLV, homie lifetime value. All right. Right? She's got that HLV. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. You start to change it up though, all of a sudden you're like, this doesn't sound like the same thing anymore. Okay, customer lifetime value. Customer lifetime value, whoops. Customer lifetime value is how much money will a customer spend with you over the course of a lifetime. All right. Laura, remember that obscure unknown coffee company I was talking about earlier? Laura, you still with me? If you're not, no worries. Do you remember that? It's called Starbucks. Okay. Nobody answer this. Laura, what do you think the customer lifetime value is for a Starbucks customer? This is only for Laura. I know I got people in there. Ooh, me. I know. Come on. Call on me. Come on. I know this one. I like the homie referral. Yeah. A lot. Correct. You want to take a guess at it? Can't get this wrong. You're not supposed to know this. Nini. Oh, I know this one. I know this one. People are like DMing her. I know this. Millions. So for one customer, it does generate millions. Starbucks, I think, is a $1 billion company, right? For one customer, the average is between 14,000 upwards of, I've heard upwards of like 25K. 25K is Starbucks. Yeah. The customer line. That means that one person will come in, buy something, and be like, gross. Gus, you're never buying this again. I'm out of here. Gone to the fanciest coffee shops. Gus. Someone else will come in and be like, this is delicious. I'm coming back here every morning. and the average between that person who spends 100,000 some odd dollars and that's you, yeah, and the person who spent one, the average is going to be $14,000 to $25,000 in customer lifetime value. I started teaching on this 2 years ago when I was doing my research on Starbucks, because at the time I drank Starbucks all the time, which I don't. Um, the average was $6,800, which is a ton, and it's gone up. Okay, so we're in the business of getting super fans or super homies or whatever you want to call it. They have tea, right? That means that Starbucks is down with it. Their average is $14,000. How much do you think they will spend in order to get a customer? Because they're in the game of buying up coffee drinkers or tea drinkers or whatever you want to call it. Is that? Oh, you tricked me. That sounded like an adult knock. Oh, I did? Here, go take that to mama, my dude. Oh, I'm sorry, dude. We'll get you another one, okay? Okay. Go share that with mama, okay? Hey, we're not playing up here right now, dude, okay? Hey, you tricked me. That was an adult knock. Dang it. That was totally an adult knock. He knows. He's very sneaky. He's very sneaky. You guys want to see my son JJ? He's doing a pajama day today. Come here. JJ, come here. Come say hi. Come here, dude. Okay. So customer lifetime value. Gracie's on the way. Right there. We might need backup. Okay. So the customer lifetime value is $14,000, right? Yep. I might need some help. Oh. We could do a switch. We could tag team. Uh-oh, he's doing the lay down thing. The toddler lay down thing. He knows it. Oh no, I can't move. That stays up there. Put it on that shelf, okay? The one with the red ball. Right here, Grace. With my finger. Right next to the picture. Yeah, perfect. Okay.
Come on, Heidi.
All right. So customer lifetime value is $14,000 to $25,000. Starbucks, this is how businesses run, okay? Starbucks, they know this information. This information is super valuable. Gigi's jewelry box. What do you think? For your name? Is that what you're talking about, Laura? I love that. I love Gigi's jewelry box. Hey, Grace, baby. I wanted you to put that back up. That's not ours. Please put it back. Please put it back on the shelf. Come on. No, I want you to put that back, please. Okay. Okay. You're Gigi? All right. I'm calling you Gigi from here on out. All right. We have another good friend on here. Her name's Gigi too. Okay. So Gigi, we got to go first in order to get customer lifetime value. You have that here. Gigi, do you have people that are coming back and buying from you again and again? We got Gigi and Nini up in the house. Okay, cool. Those are super fans. All right. Over the course of time, they will spend more money with you. All right. A couple. Okay. You're now in the business of getting super fans. That is your job. And there's two things that we do in order to do that. Okay. Number one is we need the data. Okay. We need the data. What is the data? What are people buying? What are they not buying? What are they bidding up? How is my presentation of these items influencing or perhaps not influencing them to buy? Okay. We want to understand the data of what's working and what's not working and why it is, and then what we can do to improve over time. Okay, so data is the first one. All right. The other thing that we're going to use is we're going to use customer acquisition cost. Okay. The data over time will reduce our customer acquisition cost. What is a customer acquisition cost? How much does it cost for me to get a super fan? I want to buy as many of these, so how many can I buy? Well, it depends. How much do they cost, right? There are three things that we use that right now, I might find more later, okay? And stay with me on this, all right? There's three things that we can use on Whatnot to acquire customers. We can use promo. I'm also going to include rewards in here. I think I might put that as a fourth one, okay? So promo, all right? We also have giveaways, and we have what's called loss leaders. What's a loss leader? A loss leader is if I am Starbucks, I'm cool, right? A sponsor, yeah, that could be like under promo type thing, right? Unless it's like where you go into other people's shows and do like, hey, can I sponsor the chat? And then they like shout you out, that type of stuff. I don't think that that's going to be a benefit. I wouldn't spend a whole lot of time doing that. And there's probably more that you could put for customer acquisition costs. Like you could probably look at doing things like ray training as part of like customer acquisition costs for new customers. I think a lot of times people don't understand the efforts that they're putting in as to why we're doing that, right? I don't understand why I'm doing these. Like a lot of times what people are doing is they're like, oh, I'm going to do a ray train because I know that it'll bring people to or I'm going to get exposed to new people, or I'm going to bring people to my thing. But we can't build an entire business off of just doing ray trains alone, right? Eventually, we want to be doing our own stuff, right? I've seen people that are doing like sponsor the chat or bless the chat, and I'll shout you out, and then they're going to go bookmark your show. The only thing is it was like we ran a promotion for a TikTok video, and we did get a bunch of followers and a bunch of viewers, but not who we were looking for, right? So we want our customer acquisition costs. I'll pay up to acquire a customer if it's going to be somebody who's going to contribute to customer lifetime value. I'm not just going to go out there and try to get as many people as possible. If I'm in the business of buying super fans, they need to be a super fan. Meaning if we're not to the point where they're going to refer other people, then I'm not really that interested, right? There's nothing good about having 100 people in your show if none of them are like converting over and becoming like super fans, right? So what is a loss leader? A loss leader would be like Starbucks knowing that it's $14,000 as a customer lifetime value. Well, if that's the case, I don't mind giving you a free drink on your birthday, even if you've never purchased from us before. Here's a free drink, right? Of anything you want. You want to order a 5-shot caramel macchiato? Boom, we got you. All right. Why would Starbucks do that? Aren't they losing money? No, they know that they just need every time they get a customer, it's worth $14,000. All right. I don't know. Other people do that? No, just you and I. Um, um, yeah, I was just talking about our drink. Okay. Although I can't go to Starbucks anymore. I'm a coffee snob now. I know too much. Okay. So that is why it's so important for us to go in with the strategy of understanding what we're doing in our business. Because if we don't, then we're going to default to being focused on margin. And if we focus on margin alone, that's going to influence how we run our business. And then it becomes, how do I get customers? How do I get people to my show? Instead of, how do I create an experience so good that I have people coming back again and again? One of the best ways to do it is to buy your superfans, right? I'm back. Sweet. So the community I was talking about earlier, who the top players have been using this framework, $1 starts, loading bin, requiring it on raid trains, had over 200 people on the train earlier. That's the most I've seen. shows all these rules work. Yeah, totally. Yeah, because so understand that confusion kills conversion. So people won't. Oh yeah, they started doing this recently. Cool. I love that. Are we talking ray trains? We're Nini's talking about how there is someone else who's doing ray trains that do all this stuff. Yeah. Okay. Let's. I think what I'll do, baby. I think we'll do till 5 o'clock, and then we'll rock and roll. What do you think about that? Does that sound good? Okay. Cool. All right, guys. I've got another 38 minutes with y'all. Okay. And then I'm gonna go hang out with my family. And then I'm gonna be working on the community this evening. And then if y'all have joined in, I have ideas for you to consider about ray trains. I don't know. I don't know. Ray trains. Ray trains could be fun later, but I think we have about we have a bunch of other Here's the thing. So we ran a community and we did do ray trains. And what I found is that most people return to their baseline. Yeah. Just like community, hear me out one day. Okay, I totally will. Totally will. And there's some stuff that I think would be really fun to do around that. But we are so focused on what it is that we're doing and that we don't do that type of stuff. Um, yeah. So, um, yep. So, and also for y'all, I need to know how well they get their luxury. I, for one, love luxury makeup and know a lot about the subject, but don't know where to get it a good. Okay. Um, yeah. That's part of it. Got to go train some newbies at work. Y'all rock it. See ya. Okay. Go get them newbies. Go get them. Okay. So, the there's huge value in growing. There's huge value in growing your business in this way because for I don't know. I'm going to talk about this. Trying to think. Okay, so I have some stuff that we're going to be doing with the community going forward. I'm going to um, I'm going to be, yeah, I want to make sure that it works before I roll stuff out. But here are the big issues that people have. Okay. Number one, they have way too much inventory. They don't know what to do with it. Number two is they are just barely getting going and they've never done reselling and they're just getting going. They have no inventory and they're just trying to figure out where to get started at. And then number three is people that are they're doing the shows but they're not getting the traction that they're looking for yet. Okay, those are really like the three types of people that normally are seeking out this stuff that we're doing. Okay, so and we talked about if you have an overwhelming amount of inventory. I just went through that earlier, and I highly recommend going through. Thanks, Nini. I appreciate that. Where for the other two, I just want to take a quick poll, and I'm going to talk about it. Where are we at? Are we doing shows and we're not getting people to show up? Or we're just trying to get started? Let me know what the challenges are. Or the fourth one is I'm doing shows, we're selling out where we are, where it's like we just don't have enough inventory to do as much as we could. The constraint on our business is being able to get more inventory. Okay. But we're going to be solving all those things. So at every single level, we're solving this. We're solving this. Okay. So, what are the challenges that y'all are having in your business right now? What do y'all want to do with this? And what are the constraints in your business? Let me know because I want to help you to break through some of these things and get you at that level. Totally. Too many people in my shows. Yeah, Jesse has too many people in his shows. Let's go. Y'all go follow Cats in Pajamas. It's really cool to see like how quickly this thing can change, huh, Stephanie? Like I think that's the thing that I love, because when we were doing selling stuff on eBay and Poshmark, we would make these changes to our business and then nothing would happen. We'd be like, but that made sense because we had to like increase the amount of active listings that we're doing. So we're like pushing more and more into the business, but it takes like weeks before we see any sort of changes. Whereas you do something here on Whatnot and you're like, holy cow, oh, 2 weeks later and you're like, whoa, this my business has changed a lot in like the last like 2 to 3 weeks. And it's because of that instant market feedback that we're getting. If you guys want, I can kind of talk about the vision of where things are going to go, what we're building for right now. And because I think a lot of people in here are already part of the community, I'm going to talk a little bit about where we're going. Okay. Okay, cool. So for those of you that have not heard me talk about this, number one, I want you to know, if you're part of Foundations, we are going to be doing an exclusive training. We're going to do a private stream on Whatnot. We're going to do it this Sunday. We will put the link into the announcements. You can show up for that. Also, we have Launchpad 3.0 open up we're starting on February 9th. Okay, February 9th is when we're doing, yeah, tomorrow, Sunday, tomorrow. Yes, thanks. Thanks, Jesse. Tomorrow we're going to be doing an exclusive training. We'll probably do it a little bit earlier because I got some. Jesse, you're coming over for dinner, right? Is that what we're doing? So we're going to do an exclusive training. I'm going to bring some stuff. I'm working on some stuff that I haven't brought before. So yeah. So and then we also have Launchpad 3.0. Foundations is all about, yeah, let's go. Amy's up in Launchpad. So Foundations is all about, here's all the information, right? And there's going to be things that I'm releasing into Foundation soon, okay? Where do we get the link? In Circles? Yeah, in Circle. You'll get the link to show up for that, okay? And if you haven't been there, it's not like a masterclass, okay? And I'm refining it. I'm working out. I want to make it really potent, okay? We are where's this whole thing going? What are we doing? Here's where I'm going to just tell you all the vision of where I see things going, okay? I'll share it deeper in the actual the training itself, okay? I believe that live sewing is the future, and I believe that the future is almost here. I think this is happening. We've seen our business grow, we've watched other people, and I believe that in the future that there will be live sellers who are that's where everything's going. I think that their brands will be hitting y'all up. Companies are going to be looking for y'all, and they're going to be wanting to work with some of the best of the best. I want to be the facilitator to find as many people as possible and help them get to that level where brands are seeking them out. That's what I want to do. I want to have a community, and it's already happening. We're already in motion. Nothing's going to stop it or slow it down, of some of the best live sellers there are playing the game, right? And what we're going to do is then, I believe, as we continue to move more towards this AI stuff, the things that they can't replace is like the stuff that we have to do, like where it's like the things that you got to do yourself, right? Like getting in shape or those type of stuff, right? And community. So Jen and I are already talking about how we're going to set up like events to actually have the Live Seller Pro communities all meet up, okay? And eventually, what will happen is when we do these events, which we'll get good at, and we'll figure out how to best make this thing awesome, right? At one point, we will have brands and companies come through, and y'all will be sitting in the audience or moving through a convention, and there will be people being like, please sell our stuff. Please sell our stuff. We know that this is where the attention is, and y'all will be there making choices about who you want to work with based off of the brand's values, the company's values, and what it is that you want to do. Should we definitely do that next holiday season, dude? I would melt to party with the community. Yeah, we're putting some of this stuff together. In the background, it's going to take us a little while to do this, but that's the direction of where this is going, where it's going to be multiple meetups throughout the year, events that are happening. We're going to have some of y'all will be getting up on stage and talking and teaching some people. That's what's going to be happening, because it'll change when we all meet each other in person, right? That changes some stuff, right? Have you guys ever done that before, where you're like, you've seen somebody and then all of a sudden you meet them in real life and you're like, what the heck? Like we had somebody that we follow that we learned a lot from, and then we went to an event of his and then met him, and it was like, holy cow, you're like a real person. This is really cool. Super present person. It was really cool. And so that's what we're going to be building into. This is going to take some time. We got to have the right team and the right community to be able to do it. That's what we're doing. We get super excited. We got to slow down though and make sure that we're building things right. For those of you that are in foundations, I did put up a post. You're going to see things switching around, and it's okay, but I'm going to be taking a lot of the stuff out because I want it. I only have so much space. I don't want people coming into the community and being like, what do I do? That's the exact opposite. Um, too late, Stephanie. I already know that there's people that are like, how do I get Stephanie? That she just stays with me. So it happens. Building them super fans. Um, so it's gonna be cool. And that's where a lot of like there's transformation that happens from doing that. So we're working on that. But right now, over this weekend, you're gonna see some changes that are happening within. Everything's fine. I'm going to be taking the libraries and combining them and putting them together. I'm going to be taking some spaces out and I'm going to be adding some new spaces in. So be look on the lookout for that. No matter what level you're at, we're building stuff in that's going to be a benefit. Also, I'm going to be releasing something that's called the diagnostic. It's going to say Foundations Diagnostic. So for those of you that are in foundations, you're going to have two different types of diagnostics that you can take. What's a diagnostic? It's like an assessment. So that you can go through and it'll take you like 8 minutes, 10 minutes, go through, answer the questions, and it'll give you, it's an assessment. It'll let you know, like, this is where you are. You're just going to go through and be like, here's my baseline. Whether you're doing shows or you're planning on doing shows, you'll have one or the either you're doing shows right now, you'll take that diagnostic. If you're not doing shows, you'll take that diagnostic. Okay. I'm gonna find something cool to call it, not a diagnostic, because but that's what it is. The reason why it's so valuable is when you guys put in that information, I curate all of the content for that to help you solve the challenges. So if you are overwhelmed with inventory, for example, I'm looking for ways to help you to rebalance your inventory and to connect you with people who are looking for inventory so that you can continue to focus on your business, okay? And somebody else is like, I need your inventory. And you're like, I wasn't going to sell this stuff. Cool. That way you can work it out. We will talk about that later. Okay. There will be a lot of parameters around that and how that works. Okay. I just want you to know I'm actively, constantly thinking about how to help you take your business to the next level. Okay. While we grow our business as well. So you'll see that sometimes like we're very like LSP, like Live Seller Pro heavy. And then other times we're like MGB heavy because we're trying to figure out how to like do both of these at the same time. But I'm so grateful for y'all because you guys, you have no idea. Like this has been such a blessing. So for those of you that are like, man, I wish I had that level of support and the coaching and all that, that's what the foundation's community access is. 30 days, it's $1 a day, and it's worth it. The ROI, if you actually plug in and do the things, the ROI is greater than you're gonna get way more than the $30 you put into it. So that's what I got for y'all. I'm going to I know I said I was gonna spend like another 25 minutes with y'all, but it's like so. The kids, Michael's out there playing with Gracie, and they're having a great time. And it's like really nice outside right now, which is crazy. Jesse went golfing today, y'all, and so I'm going to go hang out with my kids before the sun goes down because it's really nice. Instead of diagnostic, maybe bench working. I've never even heard of what's bench working. It reminds me of like bench working. Is that like getting under the bench and getting on the bench, doing some some bench presses? Oh, the benchmark. Okay, benchmark. Yeah, okay, got you. I like that. Yeah, it's a benchmark. Okay, cool. Sweet. Y'all have a wonderful. Let's raid somebody. All right. Yeah, like the test they do in school. Yeah. Yes, kind of like that. Yes. All right. So let's check out, see who's live. Of course, I'm going to raid somebody that is active with us that is coming in. So let me see who we got. Okay, so we have Thrifty ATX Girl. That's our friend Julie. Okay, so we're gonna go right into her. And yeah, I will see you all probably tomorrow. So Y'all have a wonderful evening. Let me get this set up. We're gonna rate into her. And good evening, Chads. And we're gonna hang out. And then Lucy, I sent you a message. Okay, I want to talk about some of the stuff you're talking about. I think I might even put up some content around the very thing of what you're talking about right now. But go check out Caleb Ralston. Okay. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm on. Okay. Love y'all. I'll see you.